In Search of Lost Time, the classic sequence of novels by Marcel Proust. Part 1, Swan's Way.
For a long time, I used to go to bed early. Sometimes I'd put out my candle, my eyes would close. Half an hour later, I'd wake up again. I'd think, time to go to sleep. I'd imagine some traveller at night making his way to the station, the path, fixed in his memory by the excitement of being in a strange place. I'd think, nearly midnight. I felt like some sick person at night who sees a light under the door and thinks someone is coming to help him. He thinks it's morning, but then the light goes out. He hears footsteps going away from him. It's midnight. He was mistaken. And now he has to get through the whole night alone. What I really wanted was to sleep so deeply that I lost all sense of where it was I'd gone to sleep, and then wake up, not knowing who I was. A rudimentary state of existence? Yes, that's what I wanted. But then the memory of where I was would come down to save me like a rope into a well. Tansonville? Is it? Or Dancière? Or Baalbec? Or Paris? Or Venice?
Mama? Mama?
It's Combray. My bedroom in my great-aunt Leonie's house. In those far distant days.
Mama?
Mathilde! Come in and stop your husband drinking the brandy.
What is that iridescence on the wall? Someone has bought me a magic lantern to offset my nighttime fears.
Well?
Well?
What do you think? Isn't it fun? Isn't it delightful?
No.
Yes, it
An
is.
iridescence. On the wall of my room. Across the curtains.
This is the Lady Geneviève de Brabant in her castle. She's very grand.
Like Golo? Like Bluebeard?
What's going to happen to her, do you think?
What's going to happen to me?
I don't like it.
Oh, now, this is silly. You're being silly. Look at her blue dress.
Mama!
Golo's coming. Out of the forest.
Someone will help her.
Who?
Someone will come to her rescue. You'll see.
Nobody's coming.
You'll see.
No.
More story, Mama. Please.
Are you going to be a grown-up boy for me?
Oh, my God.
You promised.
Kiss me.
Kiss me, Mama.
You promised.
The thought that she'd come back. My only consolation.
Pressure building.
Papa?
Rain later.
For a long time, I used to go to bed. What was that?
Mathilde, stop your husband drinking the brandy.
My grandmother, run ragged by her sister Leonie, replied with a saintly smile.
Let the boy go out sometimes. That's the way to build him up.
My lack of willpower, my poor health, the uncertainty as to my future, these burdens I gave her.
Not like this in his room all the time, reading.
Your kisses springing from your eyes like tears, grandmother.
Reading is well, but he needs fresh air.
Couldn't wean her husband from his liqueur glass either. What was that?
The garden gate. A visitor. A visitor. Who in the world can it be?
Is it Charles Swan?
Yes.
Again?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Swan.
Good evening, Mr. Swan. Are you really a connoisseur now, Mr. Swan?
I am all ears from my upstairs window.
I wouldn't say that.
I ask for your own sake.
You're so kind.
There are so many fakes in the marketplace nowadays.
My coachman warned me. I'm a child.
Your coachman?
You know him?
No, I don't.
He took me by the sleeve recently, prior to an auction.
Your sleeve?
Just sort of gave me a gentle tug, you know.
Mr. Swan.
No, listen.
One of your stories, is that what you are telling us?
I can assure you.
You are a wicked man.
Leonie.
By the sleeve, did you hear?
He says to me, The Fabergé egg isn't all it's cracked up to be. And if that's a Vermeer, I'm a Dutchman. Which, oddly enough, is what Vermeer was. Anyway, save me a small fortune.
Dutchman! Did you hear him?
Would you like a sorbet, Mr. Swan?
I must go, as a matter of fact.
Why, Leonie?
Duty calls.
Yet who was he? Swan. We had no idea. A sad neighbour who'd made a bad marriage to a fast woman, whose name we never mentioned in the house and was devoted to his daughter Gilberte. Gilberte, whom later I would love.
It must be so very hard for him.
In those days when I believed in love.
In that house, all alone with his little daughter.
But who was he?
Do we have to discuss this?
Turned out to be one of the smartest members of the Jockey Club, friend of the Prince of Wales, lion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, our sad neighbour.
You could have asked him about her.
It would be ridiculous.
When we say we see someone we know, what do we mean? All we're doing is filling in their outline with ideas we already have about them.
Alone with that little girl.
No.
He adores her.
I don't care.
And these ideas follow the outline of the nose and the curve of the cheeks. We're not seeing anyone we know. We're just recognizing our ideas.
Mr. Swan.
Gorgeous man. Very cultivated. Vulnerable, but cultivated.
And when I go back to this early Swan and compare him to the Swan I got to know later, what then? This one abounded in leisure, arriving over the lawn at night, fragrant with the smell of the chestnut trees in our garden, and bearing a basket of raspberries for my grandmother, and carrying a sprig of tarragon in his hand.
Good night.
Turning down my bed was like digging my own grave. My nightshirt a shroud.
What you up to?
I can't wait.
A letter to Mama.
Come and see me. Quickly, something very important I have to tell you.
Why?
Francoise, Aunt Leonie's maid, my messenger.
Got to.
Oh, she won't be happy.
It's very important.
Is it?
Yes. Here.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Francoise, you've been with me all my life.
Please.
I couldn't.
It isn't for me.
Imperious, abundant, uncompromising.
What?
Francoise.
When my mother said goodnight to me, she asked me a very important question.
Now, don't...
Really? She begged me not to forget to answer to her. That's what this note is about. She'd be very angry if...
fiddlesticks.
Francoise, please.
Give it here.
Thank you.
Now you've cut yourself off from sleep. Now you've done it. You open the window a little more. A crack.
And his wife's living with another man now.
We don't know that.
We do know
No,
that.
Not for
The
sure.
Baron de Charlus.
Oh, people will say anything.
Hence Swan's looking after his daughter.
A letter from your son. He tells me it's urgent.
Oh, thank you, Francoise.
A leaf on the chestnut tree stirred. A minute shuddering.
What's this?
Urgent.
Oh, dear.
Tell him there's no answer.
Oh,
Tell him.
couldn't I?
Waiting for you, Mama.
I don't feel at all tired this evening.
Never yield to nervous impulses. Never yield.
The law in our family. I committed a sin.
What did you think of the coffee ice?
Expecting to be punished that night,
So-so.
my parents gave me a far greater concession than if I'd done something good.
I'll lock up.
I would wait for you forever.
Mama!
She comes across me on the stairs.
What are you doing here? Run away at once. Come. Don't let your father see you.
What's this?
He's just going. He's just going to bed.
What does he want?
You know what he wants.
Go along with him then.
But we don't want him to become accustomed to...
It's not a question of that. If he wants you to spend the night with him, do
He
it.
said it wouldn't help him.
What harm can it do?
I'd gone along the road too far. Papa, standing there in his white nightshirt.
What harm can it do?
His head tied up in a pink and violet scarf against neuralgia, like Abraham in the engraving by Benozzo Guzzoli. Papa, you are dead now. And the wall of that staircase where I saw the light from your candle reflected was long ago demolished.
Papa?
Won't do any harm?
Go with the child.
Go with the child.
Never again will such hours be possible for me.
All right then.
Things are growing so quiet around me now.
Now, are you happy?
I can hear the echo of my sobs,
Here's your kiss, you silly boy.
which have never ceased.
Oh, shh. Now then.
Mamma spent the night in my room. I ought to have been happy. I was not.
Don't stay, Mamma.
Why? Why didn't I say that to her?
You don't have to stay.
What's wrong with the little master? He doesn't know. It's his nerves.
Go back to Papa.
For the first time, instead of being punished as a fault,
Stay with the boy.
my nerves were being seen as an involuntary evil that had to be recognized and dealt
He
with.
said...
What harm
What
can it
harm can it do?
A concession, painful to Mamma, had been granted, a first step down from the ideal she had of me. She was beaten, and I'd done it.
My little buttercup, my canary.
A black date in the calendar when Mamma's will was overcome.
You can't sleep. I can't sleep.
Combray,
Come on. We'll look at one of your books.
dead to me now. For a long time I used to... What?
Now, Francois the
My
Champion.
memories. These facts I can recall by will only, but dead to me in reality.
I'll start, shall I?
Yes,
Once upon a time...
holding my hand.
Mamma. Good morning, Auntie.
A visitor? I'm surprised anyone can spare the time. Nobody likes an invalid.
Papa says we'll go out for a walk after church.
How nice for you. I would come too, but my walking days are over. My hips would never allow it. Not to mention my bowels.
Wispy hair against a damask pillow.
To be caught short behind a hawthorn bush would not be my idea of dignity.
I was sitting on a chaise longue which Aunt Leonie would leave to me in her will, and which I then gave to the brothel I was frequenting at the time. My head burns for some of the acts that were later performed on that chaise longue.
Papa says we're going on Swan's Way after church today.
I suppose you'd like some tea, would you?
Yes, please.
Here. Come over here by me.
The hawthorn is beautiful today.
Well, don't fall into it, will you?
No.
Help yourself to a madeleine cake.
It glows.
What does?
The hawthorn.
Dip it in. Dip your cake in your tea.
Mamma says I mustn't.
You're with me now. Dip it in. What's life if you can't dip a cake into tea? Now. Is there anything better than a madeleine soaked in lime tea? Now, go and get Francoise. Tell her to come and see me, and tell her not to tire herself out with you.
Yes, Auntie.
Yes, Auntie. La 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 la.
It's a labour in vain to try and recapture the past. Intellect can't do it. It's outside the realm of intellect. It's hidden in some object. An object which once gave us a sensation. In that object, the past is buried, and it's only by chance we come across it, if at all, before we die. In the church, on the altar, during the month of May services, scallops of dark leaves, buds of a dazzling whiteness, hawthorn, and Mr. Vantay crouched in prayer.
Madam,
Mr. Vantay.
it's hot, isn't it?
I like it.
Unseasonable, though, for May.
Oh, I don't think so.
Your daughter, is she well?
What is to be done with the young?
I think I saw her with a friend.
A friend, yes. Yes. A friend.
Poor old Mr. Van T. Widower, composer, and prude. You rarely came to church to avoid Mr. Swan, whose unsuitable marriage gave you indigestion. You came with the daughter whom you seemed to think was delicate. You covered her shoulders in a shawl. Who is that lady?
Mama! Shh! Who is that lady?
Are you staring?
It's the Duchess of Germont.
You're always talking about her.
And is that her?
Yes, you like the look of her.
My son has an imagination, Mr. Van Ty.
Really? That's a shame.
Sitting in the chapel above the tombs of her ancestors.
She's looking at me.
Will you be quiet, young man?
I stare at her to take her away for future reference. Prominent nose, red cheeks. This is precious. This is authentic information.
Are you still staring?
No, Papa.
God's sake, eyes out on stalks.
Marcel, please.
I fell in love that day. Until then, she was just an imagined shape, but now... I look up, and her eyes narrow to a periwinkle blue. The descendant of Geneviève de Brabant likes me.
What nobility.
For goodness sake.
I believe the service is about to begin.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, Mr. Van Tay.
For a long time, I used to go to bed early. I'd fall asleep and then wake up again for short snatches. I'd open my eyes just to settle the shifting kaleidoscope of dreams and darkness.
I suppose you want a cup of tea.
Everything moving around me. Things, places, years. Mr. Van Tay playing his composition for my parents one afternoon at his house in Montjouvain.
Oh, Mr. Van Tay, that was delightful.
I witnessed his daughter with her friend committing an act of desecration in that same room years later in front of the old man's photograph after he was dead. My idea of sadism is born on that hot afternoon as I peek through the window at Montjouvain. He died of a broken heart, my mother said, abandoning the task of transcribing his other compositions, leaving them illegible. And what a part this music would play in our lives, unveiling a mystery. In the long course of a waking dream, I visit them all.
Lost.
Mystery. Like the steeples at Martinville.
Lost. In the expanse of open country.
Which I see while riding in Mr. Perspier's carriage one afternoon. I come home.
Rising from the level of the plain.
Struck by a mystery. Intending to write about it.
The twin steeples of Martinville climbed to the sky. Soon I saw 3 steeples. Another had come to join them, that of Vieuxvicq. The minutes passed. We were moving rapidly, yet the steeples were always ahead of us, like 3 birds perched on the plain, motionless, conspicuous in the sunlight. Then the steeple of Vieuxvicq disappeared, and the steeples of Martinville remained alone, gilded by the sun. Near Combray,
The sun had set.
I caught a sight of them for the last time.
Yes.
The steeple from Vieuxvicq waved once again, and they seemed to me no more than 3 flowers painted on the sky.
A low line of fields.
They slipped behind each other against the still rosy sky, a single form, vanishing in the night.
I felt that they were saying something, some message, whose meaning I missed.
La, 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 la,
And afterwards,
la, 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 la,
I felt relieved.
la, 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 la,
Come,
la.
put the pen down.
Eh?
We're going for a walk.
2 walks around Combray.
Which way today?
So diametrically opposed, we actually had to leave by different doors depending on the way we'd chosen.
Swan's Way today.
So called because it borders the boundary of Swan's property, Tansonville. And the other one
The Germont Way.
crosses the property of the family Gamont.
Couldn't we go that way?
No.
Why? Why not?
Why do you want to go that way?
You know.
Oh, yes. To see your friend, her ladyship?
I dreamt of finding the Duchess fishing in the River Vivonne.
Couldn't we?
Too far today.
Are we ready? Swan's Way comprises the finest view of a plain that I know anywhere, whereas the Gaumont Way follows the course of the Vivonne, and gives, I believe, the best example of river basin water lilies in the entire region. However, today we take the Méséglise Way, which some of you call Swan's Way.
It's only a name.
This distinction between the two walks, somehow absolute, and in my mind made more so by the fact that we never did both walks on the same day. There they were,
Breathtaking natural scenery to the right.
far apart in the sealed vessels of separate afternoons, but that's not all.
We'll go on the Gaumont Way tomorrow, if it doesn't rain.
The distance between them was the distance between two parts of my brain, which time lengthens and keeps forever separate.
Do you think Mr. Swan is at home?
If he is or isn't makes no difference to us.
I don't think his wife's at home. She's taken her daughter somewhere.
Reims?
I beg your pardon?
So I heard. I'm not sure why we should make Swan pay the penalty for his wife's behaviour.
If the lion will lie down with the snake.
Oh, really?
At Tansonville, I stop by the fence. Lilac time nearly over.
Keep up, dreamer.
Coming! A fishing line drapes in the pond.
What?
Some of the trees still thrust aloft like purple chandeliers, their tiny balls of blossom.
Nothing.
But I'd seen it. The cork in the slumbering water.
Look.
I wanted to see Swan's daughter. I wanted to see Gilberte.
Look at the hawthorn blossom. The whole hedge. Smell the fragrance. Oh,
Like a series of chapels, whose walls are no longer visible under the mountains of flowers that are heaped on their altars. I turned to my hawthorns.
just look at this pink one. Isn't it pretty?
Lovelier than the white.
Yes.
Like strawberries.
Wouldn't you like to crush them into your cream cheese?
Yes. Those flowers were precisely the colour of foods that children would love.
Come on, keep up.
Then I saw her.
Gilberte!
A young girl, with a woman in white behind her.
Quickly, what are you doing?
I couldn't move.
Gilberte!
Sometimes something appears which doesn't only require our eyes to take it in, but something deeper.
I'm coming! Oh, about time.
Fair, reddish hair, and raised towards me a face powdered with pinkish freckles.
Who are you?
Yes.
Yes. What does that mean?
Bright eyes, a vivid azure. What's your name?
What's your name?
Gilberte, please.
Who's that woman?
Dr. Chrissy, Swan's wife.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Come away, boy.
I gaze at her with that gaze which is not merely a messenger from the eyes, but in whose window all the senses assemble and lean out, terrified, anxious. A gaze which wants to reach, to touch, to capture and carry off in triumph the body at which it is aimed, and the soul with the body.
That was Gilberte. That was Mr. Swan's daughter, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Never mind.
What a life they're leading him, sending him away so she can be left alone with her Charlieu. For that gentleman was Baron Charlieu. Did you see him?
And the child there. I feel sorry for the child.
They don't care about the child.
At her age, to be mixed up in all that.
And so I would often lie awake until morning, dreaming of the old days of Combray, of my sad and wakeful evenings, and of other days besides. And it occurs to me that there are three kinds of memory. First, the oldest, the instinctive memories, then those others more recent, inspired by a taste, a smell, a phrase of music, and then the third.
I am Odette de Crécy.
Those memories acquired second-hand, told to us by someone else, like the story of Charles Swan's love affair with Odette de Crécy, which happened before I was born, and which helps to explain so much about him.
I am Odette de Crécy. I am an ignorant woman in search of fine things.
Really?
By all accounts, she wasn't his type.
I'm so sorry. I've just seen someone over there.
From the beginning, not his type at all.
Mr. Swan,
She wasn't devoid of beauty,
we've only just been introduced.
Sorry.
but he was just indifferent.
That makes me sad.
So why did he fall in love with her?
At least,
What went wrong?
let me visit you sometime. May I?
Swann was approaching the age of disenchantment, when love no longer evolves by itself according to its own fatal laws, but needs our help.
I'm so ignorant I embarrass myself.
And so we give it help.
Could you teach me, Mr. Swann? Could there ever be hope for one like me? A little wild thing like me? I would so much like to be initiated.
We recognize some of love's symptoms.
Are you frightened of falling in love?
No.
Some woman's made you suffer, hasn't she?
No.
And you think all women are like her? I know. Well, we aren't.
We help it along.
Well, I'm sure you must have a lot of things to do.
I never have anything to do. I'm always free. And I always will be free if you want me. At any time of day or night. Just call. Will you promise me you'll do that, Mr. Swann?
I'm busy, actually. I'm writing an article on Vermeer at the moment.
Oh, Vermeer?
The painter.
Oh, yes. Is he a very close friend of yours?
We tell ourselves we're falling in love.
Would you like a little more tea?
You know what I'd really like?
What's that?
To introduce you to a friend of mine.
Well, as I say, I don't think I could.
Oh, Mr. Swann, you'd love my friend. I know you would. Everybody loves Mrs. Verdurin.
Really, I don't want to be allowed to play Wagner as well as that.
The salon. The cave. Where Mrs. Verdurin's clan gathers.
Mrs. Verdurin, may I introduce you to a friend of mine?
Oh, Odette. Have you had some lemonade?
This is Mr. Swann.
Mr. Swann?
How do you do?
Do you like music, Mr. Swann?
Yes.
Sit by me, then. I've told him not to play Wagner.
Why is that?
Because of its effects on me. The last time I heard it, I had to stay in bed for a week.
Why?
Neuralgia. From crying, you see. The beauty of it, The sheer, naked beauty. But sometimes I have to be brave.
Yes.
And I'm so pleased you didn't go to the trouble of wearing evening clothes.
I understood from...
That's fine. We're all pals here.
Come and sit down.
What a charming coach.
A man of taste. You won't find another Beauvais like this. And if anyone offers you one, 10 to 1 it's something his pal has gimcracked in a Paris cellar. Now he's eyeing my brasses.
Mr. Swann is a man of refinement.
Is he? And how would you recognize that, Odette?
At the moment he's writing an article on Vermeer.
Well.
The view of Delft.
The view of...
Delft. It's in Holland. Isn't it, Charles?
Generally accepted to be in Holland, yes.
Where's Dr. Cotard? Is he back yet? No sooner arrived this evening he gets a message from one of his patients. I'm dying. I said to him, well, he can perfectly well die without you there, can't he? But off he goes. People are such bores, always trying to break up our little circle. Now we're in for a treat. A piano arrangement of a little piece we've discovered. It's in F sharp, Mr. Swann. One of my very favourite notes.
Ah, yes.
And well worth the aspirin I'll have to force down myself later.
Swann has heard the music before. It was at a point in his life when he'd felt particularly lost, and it had made him feel, for reasons he couldn't understand, that there still might be hope of rejuvenation. He tried to find out who'd written it, but it failed.
There. Look. What did I say? My face. Soaked.
What was it?
What?
That music.
You're saying you don't know?
That's right, I don't know.
Well.
I've heard it before.
A man of refinement, stumbling at the first fence.
I'm sorry.
There's a man here doesn't know the music. You've no right not to know it, Mr. Swann.
He can't know everything.
But he must know the Andante from Vinteuil's Sonata for Heaven's Sake.
Vinteuil?
Yes. yes.
I know someone called Vinteuil.
Oh, yes? A good friend of yours, is he?
Not exactly. In Combray, where my country house is, a fellow lived there, but he couldn't have composed that music. He was a fool. Small-minded a fool. No, it couldn't have been the Vinteuil I knew.
Of course, it was.
You weren't too bored with us this evening.
No.
You're so thoughtful, so deep. I wonder if you'll ever tell me what's going on in that head of yours.
Your house?
Till tomorrow?
Yes.
She plucks a chrysanthemum that's growing by her path.
Are you...
Cheerio!
He holds it to his lips and takes it home, and when it withers, he locks it away in a secret drawer in his desk, as though it were precious.
Mr. Swan, so late.
Where's Odette?
She isn't here.
Among all the methods by which love comes into being, among all the agents which disseminate that blessed bane, there are few so effective as the great gust of agitation which, now and then, sweeps over the human spirit.
She's always here.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid you've missed her.
But then, the creature in whose company we are seeking amusement, her lot is cast, her fate and ours decided.
Not staying?
No, I'm sorry. I want to find her.
That is the creature we shall love.
Not at Prévost's.
Sir?
She isn't there. Remy, she isn't there.
Enlisting his coachman, combing the boulevards. He had to see her.
Try the Café Anglais.
Tried it, sir. The lady isn't there.
Well, where is she then?
She may have gone home.
What? No. Well, perhaps. But the restaurants first, then the cafes.
Yes, sir.
All this disturbance because he can't see Odette, from whom he can't escape.
Odette!
Oh, Charles!
I looked for you.
And doesn't it make life more interesting? All this turmoil.
Yes?
I didn't know where you were.
Oh.
Yes, I...
What's the matter?
What?
Your face is red. What's the matter?
I don't know. No, I don't know. Where were you?
I went to Prévost's.
I tried.
They were full, so I went to Maison Dorée. You looked so worried.
I frightened you. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
Poor Charles. I have my carriage here.
I'll get in with you. Remy, follow on.
Sir?
She has a bunch of orchids in her hand.
Pretty flowers.
There, between them, in the dark.
They're called cattleyas.
Are they?
Yes.
Well.
Yes.
They're beautiful, like you.
Am I beautiful?
Yes, I'd say so. I'd like to pin them to your bodies. Just there. May I?
Oh.
That's where I'd like to pin those cattleyas.
Well, go ahead.
I'm not annoying you, am I?
Not at all.
You're sure?
Yes.
If I just pin them there, that wouldn't put you out.
No, that'd be perfectly all right.
You'll give me a shout if I hurt you.
Oh, yes, I'd let you know if you hurt me.
How's that?
Perfect.
Yes. Dan.
What?
You'll never guess what I've got undone.
What?
I've spilled pollen everywhere.
Clumsy boy.
Now I'm going to have to wipe it up.
Go ahead.
How's that?
Delicious.
Got most of it off.
I think so.
Now I want to smell them.
To what?
To savour their bloom. That all right with you?
Oh, Charles, you know I adore it.
However disillusioned one may become with women.
Wonderful.
Oh,
However much one regards sleeping with even the most beautiful and unpredictable of them as a tedious chore.
Sweet lady.
It can nevertheless serve to invigorate the pleasure if the woman in question obliges us to base our approach on an unrehearsed incident.
Let's go home.
Faster! Drive faster!
Like pinning a flower to her dress in the back of a taxi.
Are you being patient with me?
No.
You are.
You have a very personal touch.
I play like an elephant.
Well, I like elephants. Play the little theme of Vinteuil.
You always want that.
I know. It makes me think of you.
Well, I'm here. You don't need to be made to think of me, do you? Charles, how do you expect me to play when you keep on? I can't do everything at once.
Yes, you can.
Make up your mind what you want.
What do you...
What?
What do you do when I'm not here? I've just asked myself.
I wait for you.
You do?
Yes.
Oh.
I read, I visit my dressmaker. Shall I go on?
Please.
She's a tart. She's a kept woman.
Ah.
Charles, all I'm saying is what I've heard.
Well, she has a past, yes.
I'm only saying what I've heard.
What have you heard?
It isn't only her past. That's what I've heard. And ask yourself, where does she get her money from?
From me, mainly. There. That all right?
I'm only speaking as a friend.
Yes. Of course you are.
People are so horrid. Why?
Are they?
Why?
I don't know.
A word of scandal.
Yes.
Spreads like...
It doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter. Of course it matters.
Why?
Because it hurts me.
Oh.
Where would I be without you?
Where?
Oh, Charles.
He gives her money. He lavishes presents on her.
Oh, Charles. Oh, this is...
Is it your colour stone? I thought so.
Oh, you are so sweet to me.
It suits him to have her like this without having to go to the effort of making himself attracted to her.
Now, I've got a present for you.
Until one night after a banquet.
Of course, come round. Of course.
I'm not doing anything, she'd said.
I'm not seeing anyone else.
So he's on his way home to bed, giving it a miss with an untroubled heart. But then... What if she works out that he doesn't always keep his promise to end every evening with her? What if she were to stop keeping the evenings free for him?
To Mrs. de Cressy's.
Odette!
The storm has made me unwell. I have a headache.
That's all right. You told me to come round.
Please, Charles.
That's all right. But you told me.
I'm sorry. Good night.
Perhaps Odette's expecting someone else.
The moment he leaves the house,
Come in. He's gone. It's all right.
pretending to be tired, lying.
I was waiting for you.
But who? Earlier there was that card game.
I bid clubs. I told you I would.
We're a demon partnership, Mr. Forcheville.
Yes. Well, it's a case of follow your leader.
What can we do to fight them off, Mr. Swan?
No bid.
Really? No bid?
That's what I said.
Dissension in the ranks? Whoops.
Yes.
Divide and rule.
Can we just play?
It's only a game, Charles.
Now Odette's other life is there within his grasp. Round the back of her house, her light is on. If he knocks on the shutter, she'll know all about his suspicions. Too bad.
Who's that?
Hey? Odette! It's me! At least tell me if there's someone with you!
Who's there?
Oh.
Something you want, sir?
The wrong bloody house. Drags himself home. At least she won't know the depths of his jealousy now. A sleepless night. Then out again the following evening for a fresh turn of the screw.
Odette! Odette!
I heard you.
I should think you damn well did.
I was asleep.
Oh, yes, were you?
Charles, what's the matter with you?
Can I come in?
Charles, I've got a headache.
Is that right?
Charles.
You know something about liars.
What?
Liars, when taken by surprise, I mean.
Oh, my God.
Always, always include a little of the truth in what they say. Did you know that?
Are you mad?
Yes, yes. Oh, listen.
Can't you see
What?
how much I care for you?
Let me in.
You're behaving very oddly.
I don't care about that. Let me in.
No, if I let you in, it would be bad for you.
Is Forcheville in there?
No,
I'm trying to protect you.
thank you very much.
Believe me, I'm concerned for you.
Well, then let me go to sleep.
This is more important.
I've got a headache, Charles. I think I told you.
Let me in.
You want to come in? Come in. I'm inviting you in, Charles. Come in. And whatever you find, you'll have to live with.
Tell me.
What?
Is there another man in there?
No.
You see how simple it is? You tell me the truth and... you see?
Good night, Charles. I'll see you tomorrow.
His jealousy is like an octopus which throws out a first, then a second, and finally a third tentacle, fastening itself tenaciously to that moment, pulling him under.
It's better if you don't lie. That's all I'm saying.
But Odette has no system of lying. If she doesn't want him to know something, she simply says nothing.
I'm thinking of you. That's all. It's better if you make a clean statement. I'm thinking of you, Odette. Only of you.
Lying is something she only uses in an emergency.
You see? My dearest?
But he gets nowhere.
Yes, yes. About 8 o'clock. Can you be there?
What's this?
Mm-hmm.
You look nervous.
Please.
What's she planning?
At Chateau on Wednesday. Can you come?
But something is being arranged.
He's going to play the Moonlight Sonata.
Without him.
Good night, Mr. Swan. We'll see you soon, I hope. Odette, we'll take you.
What?
We've kept a little corner for you beside Mr. Forcheville.
I thought I was going to take you home.
Mrs. Verger has asked me.
He's quite capable of going home on his own, isn't he?
I've got something important to tell her.
Well, write to her. What's wrong with that?
Odette?
I'd better go, Charles.
Leaving him. What a piece of dung, that Mrs. Vergerin, that pander.
Disgusting little clan of drapers.
Gathering at Chateau without him?
Without me.
For a performance in the dark?
In the dark, oh yes.
Because the Moonlight Sonata...
The Moonlight Sonata is bright enough to see by... Oh my God, Odette is putting on weight. And that surprised, wistful look.
Gone.
Going with her first youth. Downhill now, eh? I would think so. I don't get any pleasure out of her anymore. Not now.
He has arrived at that stage when doctors ask themselves whether to deprive a patient of his vice is still reasonable or possible.
I looked up at one point and thought, my God, you're ugly. Very ugly. She's killing me.
So you still love her then?
Yes.
It may be a mistake ever to read a letter which is simply signed from a friend. A mistake, yes, but irresistible.
Dear Charles, though it pains me to tell you this, I can't stand by and watch an old friend, one whom I respect, be so seriously deceived. I'm afraid I have absolutely reliable evidence from many sources that your friend, Mrs. Odette de Crécy, is a...
Go on, say it.
Whore, whose career in the brothels of France is far from over. In the course of this so-called career, she has given her favours on many occasions to both men and women. Of her current lovers, the list includes Mr. Forcheville,
the Prince of Aragon,
the Bishop of Navarre,
Lady Emilia Rougemont,
Felix Gravelon,
the British Ambassador, Sir Michael Linton,
Robert Enguy,
Angelica de Brabant. People say that by pointing out to a man the faults of his lover, you succeed only in strengthening his attachment to her.
Lies!
Either he doesn't believe you,
Lies!
or even more so if he does.
And I'm tired, so tired.
You're tired?
Yes, I've been travelling. I can hardly stand up.
Oh, my darling, please listen
You can't
to
with me at all if you had one jot of love for me. You challenged to a duel the man who wrote that letter.
Yes, I know.
It's impossible.
I know, I'm hurting.
Yes, you are.
But if I could just... All I want to do
Yes.
is establish
Yes.
the truth.
Is that all?
That's all.
Then ask.
You don't mind?
I can't bear this atmosphere of distrust between us.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you once, and then I promise.
It's all right.
You're very sweet.
Go ahead.
Have you ever...
Oh, my God.
I'm getting there. Have you ever done...
What?
anything like that with a woman?
No!
Good. That's good, but...
I said no!
I know, and that's excellent, but...
What? You've asked me and I've said no!
Are you sure?
Sure?
Perhaps you've forgotten. There was an incident. A long time ago.
Oh.
There was?
Possibly there was. Perhaps 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3? Well,
Perhaps, I don't know.
And since?
No! Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
One night, months ago at the Bois, you were dining with the Princess de Lome. I see a woman I haven't seen for ages. She says to me, why don't I come round the back of a rock with her?
The back of a rock?
Yes, the moonlight looks lovely on the lake, etc., etc. I think, well, I've heard that one before.
You heard it before?
Oh, yes, all the time.
All?
Oh, don't make me tell you lies, Charles. So, anyway, I think on that occasion I'd had a few drinks, and, well, she's quite a nice woman. So...
Alfred de Vigny wrote, when you feel yourself falling in love with a woman, ask yourself what's her background, what has been her life. Your future happiness depends on the answer.
To think that I've wasted years of my life.
The feeling Odette once had for him would never revive. His hopes of happiness would never revive.
But I've longed for death.
He sees before him a wretched creature who fills him with such pity that he hangs his head.
The greatest love of my life has been for a woman who wasn't even my type.
And his eyes fill with tears.
Good night.
It's himself he sees.
Gilbert! Gilbert!
That year,
Play with me!
instead of Venice, or the seaside at Baalbek as I dreamed, because of my asthma and the fever it left me with, I played in the Champs-Élysées.
What are you gawping at?
There she was,
Idiot.
her fiery eyes.
You'll know me next time, won't you?
Yes.
And who did you see today?
Gilbert Swan.
Oh, yes.
We played together.
Did you?
Yes, she's a good friend of mine.
So, you're happy then?
Oh, yes. Yes. Very happy.
I remember rosy cheeks in the cool air. A blue coat.
Can you skip?
What?
Can you skip? Most boys can't, can you?
No.
Good. You can hold the rope.
I bought her a marble.
Which do you think is the prettiest?
Each one transparent. Liquid seeming.
That one. You don't have to, you know. I get more pocket money than you.
And I'll keep this one to remind me of you.
Gilbert Swan. Gilbert.
I wrote her name in my exercise book, page after page.
Gilbert.
Discouraged. She would never see them. They showed me my love in its true colours. Personal
Swan.
and unreal.
Gilbert Swan.
A few minutes only, Gilbert. Then we're going home.
Thank you, Papa. Does your family know my father?
Yes, he used to come to our house at Combray.
I saw you there. I was in the garden at Tonsonville.
Yes.
You're funny.
Am I? How?
Pale face and big eyes. You look like a ghost.
You were carrying a trowel. You were wearing a blue smock and powdered grey boots.
I never had any grey boots.
Oh, yes. Yes, you did. You looked at me. You looked angry with me.
I wasn't angry. You can call me Gilbert, by the way. Can I call you by your name?
Yes.
Come tomorrow, then. We'll play again.
Gilbert!
Call me by my name.
Marcel. Marcel. Marcel! Marcel! Marcel!
I still believed love really existed.
Tighter. Spin me round. Faster! 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 Faster!
If my grandmother had been run over and killed, I'd have thought...
Now I won't be allowed out to see Gilberte.
When you're in love, there's no love left for anyone else. Gilberte.
Spin me round.
Gilberte.
Come on.
It's pointless to seek in reality for the pictures stored in your memory. The reality you've known no longer exists. For a long time, when I thought back to those days, all I could see was a vague and shadowy outline. Until one day...
Are you cold?
Coming back from playing in the Champs-Élysées...
No. Oh, let's take off your gloves. Feel your hands. Ooh. Like some tea?
No, thank you.
Oh, have some. It'll warm you. Come on. There we are. And have a madeleine as well. Do you like them? How's Gilberte? How is she? No, oh no, oh please don't dip your cake in your tea. I think you know what I think of it.
An exquisite pleasure invading my senses. I no longer feel mediocre, or accidental, or mortal.
Feeling warmer now?
Where's it come from?
Mama!
The Lady Geneviève de Brabant.
Don't go!
Silly.
Kiss!
Let the boys sleep.
No!
The hawthorn.
Is it Swan?
Yes.
Again?
Gilberte, come here.
Mama!
Let him sleep with you.
Gilberte.
What harm can it do?
Once upon a time.
What can be done with the young?
It's the Duchess.
She's looking at me.
The Duchess. Germaine.
Natural beauty to the left.
The three steeples. What did they mean?
The lion will lay down.
Marcel!
Love.
A second mouthful, and then a third. But the potion is losing its magic, and I begin again to ask myself what it could be, this unremembered state which has brought with it a sense of being more than happy. It was a real state in which other states of mind melted and vanished. I begin to feel aware of great spaces opening up inside me. Will it come to consciousness? This old, dead moment which has been drawn back by the magnetism of an identical... Suddenly, it's there again.
Good morning, Auntie.
A visitor? I'm surprised anyone can spare the time. Nobody likes an invalid.
Papa says we'll go out for a walk after church.
How nice for you. I would come too, but my walking days are over. My hips would never allow it. Not to mention my bowels. To be caught short behind a hawthorn bush would not be my idea of dignity.
Papa says we're going on Swan's Way after church today.
I suppose you'd like some tea, would you?
Yes, please.
Here. Come over here by me.
The hawthorn is beautiful today.
Well, don't fall into it, will you?
No.
Help yourself to a madeleine cake.
It glows.
What does?
The hawthorn.
Oh. Dip it in. Dip your cake in your tea.
Mamma says I mustn't.
You're with me now. Dip it in. What's life if you can't dip a cake into tea? Now. Is there anything better than a madeleine soaked in lime tea?
And the old grey house in the street rising up like the scenery of a theatre. And with the house, the town, the square, The streets where I used to run errands. The country roads we took when it was fine. The Méséglise way, which we called Swan's Way, and the Guermantes way, where water lilies crowned the Vivonne. And Mr. Swan's park, and Gilbert's face, and the parish church where the Duchess looked down on me, and the flowers in our garden. And the whole of Combray, growing solid now, springing into being again, and all from this one cup of tea.
Part 2. The Budding Grove.
Many years have passed since the Combray days, when I was a child and each spring would visit my great-aunt Leonie with my mother and father. And many years, too, since I used to come in from one of the 2 walks we used to take, and see the reflection of the sunset glowing in the panes of my bedroom window. It's a very different life I lead now at the house at Tansonville, with Mrs. de Saint-Loup. In the evening I walk the same lanes by moonlight that I used to walk as a child in sunshine. And instead of sunset when I come back, I see a single lamp glowing in my bedroom window, like a solitary beacon in the night. Memories shift and collide in my mind. I hear a young boy's voice, alone, fretful.
Why didn't you come and say goodnight?
It's myself, waiting for my mother to return and give me the kiss she promised.
Are you going to be a brave boy for me?
Everything moves round you in the darkness. And now, you're older.
If only Mr. Swan would come.
In your parents' apartment in Paris. Mamma, nervous. A red spot on her neck. The Marquis of Norpois is coming to dinner.
He could entertain him. Or Professor Cottard.
Cottard? Yes. An eminent man of science who'd grace any dinner table. But Swan?
I only thought...
Would Mr. de Norpois enjoy the company of Swan, you think?
I
don't think so. With his ostentation, with his habit of crying aloud from every rooftop the name of everyone he knows, I don't think so.
Swan? No. Papa, you were wrong about Swan.
I don't think the Marquis de Norpois would like him at all.
Why did you think that? I remember the garden gate with its little bell at Combray, when Charles Swan would visit, and me, listening from an upstairs window, banished.
Mr. Swan.
Good evening, Mr. Swan.
A man of modesty, discretion, refinement, who had married the wrong woman, Odette de Crécy.
I'm an ignorant woman in search of fine things.
Since she was considered tainted, he'd adapted to the humble ambitions of this lady and made for himself, a long way beneath the old, a new position more appropriate to life with her. He was never invited to our house again. And you were in love with his daughter, Gilbert.
I think we'll manage without Swan.
I said to the Emperor, watch the Prussians.
Ah.
More potato.
Who was this Norpois?
Put your ear to the ground, I said.
He was the minister plenipotentiary before the war, ambassador.
If you wish to know which way the wind's blowing.
Controller of debts in Egypt, an aristocrat of a certain type.
That's all I said.
Brought up from the cradle.
I think he got my point.
To regard himself as an innate asset.
No man should expect a permanent place in history.
And for this man, Mamma, you were all a twitter.
Put your ear to the ground by all means. But be careful they don't stamp on your head. Eh? Huh?
Very good. Stamp on your head.
Oh.
I sit at the table expecting to be sent to bed at any moment.
But if these fellows become bellicose, then you'll see the fur fly.
Yes, indeed.
Would you like some more spears, Your Excellency?
Madam, I fear I shall grow fat at your table.
Oh.
You'll be winching me into my carriage.
Oh. Surely a little more asparagus.
Yeah, he's had enough.
Well, just a little more, perhaps.
Oh.
So, young man.
Yes, sir?
Tell us what profession you intend to follow.
Speak up, Marcel. Let's hear it.
Papa wanted you to be a diplomat. You didn't want that. They'd send you abroad and you wouldn't see Gilbert anymore.
Literature, sir.
Yes. Yes, that's what I said. It's not even a proper career.
How interesting.
I'm sorry.
He wishes to be a writer.
So he says.
Admirable.
He hasn't actually committed anything to paper as yet.
Oh, but he likes to read.
Oh, yes, he likes to read.
It's quite possible for a writer to attract as much attention and to exercise as much influence as any ambassador, and, at the same time, to reserve more independence.
Well, there may be some truth.
A friend of mine has a son whose case is very much like your own. 2 books under his belt already.
Oh.
Yes.
Really?
First one about the sense of the infinite on the shores of Lake Victoria. Did very well for him. Second one looks like going very much the same way.
Its subject?
The repeating rifle in the Bulgarian army. Yes. Why don't you look him up, young man?
It's a good idea.
Tell him I sent you.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, sir.
In the meantime, write me something. Show me what you can do.
All right, sir.
So, Marcel.
Pain as yet unfelt. What new torment is reserved for me?
That evening is fixed in my memory.
All that I have suffered, my fears, my passion, the fury of my desire.
That afternoon, I went at last to a performance by the actress Berma.
The unbearable agony of being refused.
Racine's Phèdre.
They love each other.
Your life seemed so flat, so boring to you, so pointless.
There must be something else.
The theatre, you thought. Every day you'd run out to read the posters stuck outside the apartment. Advertisements for the new plays. The theatre.
Yes!
You nearly didn't go.
Please, Mama.
Your health again.
You heard what the doctor said.
I'm all right, please.
What if you get ill while you're there?
I won't.
Theatres can be very drafty.
Let him go.
What?
Let him go if he wants to.
Papa, I could have hugged you. I could have kissed your beard.
Well, what harm can it do?
But I was afraid of annoying you.
Well, what if he comes home ill and it lasts for weeks?
All right, I won't go, Mama. If it'll worry you.
No. Go. You enjoy yourself.
Another burden. Now, I had to enjoy myself.
How often did they speak? How often meet?
I went anyway, but couldn't quite...
In what hidden depths of the forest did they hide themselves? Oh!
Couldn't quite... get on with it. I tried to like it. I tried to think...
Why does everybody like this?
Was that it?
That's what I call a fine job of acting, wouldn't you say?
And what did you think of Berma? I presume you were enchanted.
Well, sir.
Yes?
Well...
Speak up.
Actually, I was disappointed.
Disappointed?
Boy doesn't know what he's talking about.
With Berma? You're disappointed?
You see what I'm faced with?
How interesting. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Your grandmother said you were hanging on every word.
I was trying to find out what was so wonderful about her.
But she disappointed you.
I'm very sorry.
Surely you noticed her voice.
Her voice?
Its musical quality.
Yes.
And her choice of roles. Impeccable.
She chooses very well, sir.
Yes. And her costumes. What do you think of those?
Unforgettable.
I think so. You see? You weren't disappointed at all.
No, sir.
Good night, Mr. de Norpois.
Madam, I'm obliged for the comfort you've offered an old bachelor. Sir?
Good night.
I'm standing on the threshold of life.
Bit stuffy, wasn't he?
Possibly.
Though shrewd.
He has a sort of simplicity.
Does he? Extraordinary. You should have dined with the Swans and found respectable people there.
Papa?
Still up? Listen. You look worried. Listen, it doesn't matter about the diplomatic service. You decide. Be happy. That's all that matters. You aren't a child anymore. It's very unlikely that you'll change now.
Until Papa said that to me, I didn't know I was living in time. And now, in theory, you know the Earth is always turning, but you don't actually see it. That's how it is with time in our lives. And now, my existence had begun. I was being carried away from what? Combray. Walks around the village with my family. The two paths, the hawthorn, and love. And now my life would never change back. I was alone.
Dear Gilbert, I have to see you. Meet me in the Champs-Élysées.
46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. You were right.
Gilbert.
That is my name.
Yes.
What did you want to say to me?
I didn't know what you looked like.
What does that mean?
It means I'd forgotten. Somebody's face. You can't always keep track of it. Everything gets blurred.
Does it?
Yes, I mean, particularly when you love someone.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Did I tell you I greatly admire your father?
Do you?
Yes.
Why?
He's so intelligent and so cultured.
Oh, that's a shame.
Why?
He can't stand you. Oh, I've hurt you now. Listen. You're soppy, do you know that?
Gilbert, I'll write him. I'll tell him.
Do what you like.
You're furious. The father of the girl you're in love with doesn't like you. How can that be? And what catastrophe does it augur?
Well?
Yes?
My letter. To your father. Did he read it?
Yes, I think he did. I don't know.
Didn't he say anything?
Yes. Let me think. He said... All this means nothing.
Nothing? Nothing? He said that?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
Well, he said it. Do you want your letter back?
No. I admire him.
Well, he doesn't admire you. Wrestle me for it.
What?
Why don't you wrestle me for it?
You're a girl.
And? I'll wipe the floor with you. Or perhaps you don't want your letter.
Give it to me.
No, sorry. It's mine.
Give it to me.
Cross boy. Take it. Oh, you can't. You've missed it.
I hold her hand. The other she thrusts behind her back.
Come on. Do you want it? No, sorry.
I'll get you.
I put my arms around her neck.
I'll show you.
Show me what?
I hold her with my legs, pinning her against a tree.
You're stronger than you look.
Yes.
And in the middle of my gymnastics.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Oh, God. Oh.
You've gone all loose. You all right? Here's your letter. Do that again, shall we? When you're not so floppy. Soppy.
You coming here tomorrow?
I might. And again, I might not.
She came back. You weren't there.
He was out walking. I blame myself.
You had a fever. Was that it?
Breathe in. Again.
Doctor.
And you get attacks of breathlessness.
Yes, it's when he...
Can I ask the boy?
I can't breathe. I don't know why.
When?
I don't understand.
When does your breath leave you?
He's always been prone to fevers.
It's not a fever. This tightness of chest.
breathlessness. You need to relax. Take alcohol in moderation.
Alcohol?
Yes. Slight euphoria will relax the chest muscles, and that's what he needs. Get him a bottle of champagne.
My poor boy.
My grandmother's eyes wet with love.
Don't worry, Granny. Please, don't worry.
Here, a little brandy.
That's it.
Sip. Oh, you better?
Kiss me. Your face is wet.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
That doctor is not asked back. Instead, Dr. Cotard is asked for his advice.
Purges. Violent purges.
His bony face bends over you.
Violent and drastic purges. Milk for some days. Nothing but milk.
It isn't enough that a physician should be learned.
No meat. No alcohol.
In fact, it's better if he isn't.
But doesn't he need to be built up?
Confronted with symptoms he can't possibly understand.
I am not in the habit of repeating my prescriptions.
It's his style that decides on a diagnosis. Mamma and Papa ignore him. You grow worse. So they follow his prescription to the letter, and your cough ceases. We conclude that this imbecile is a great physician.
A letter for you.
My dear friend,
Gilbert.
I hear that you have been very ill and have given up going to the Champs-Élysées. My friends come to tea here every Monday and Friday. My mother asks me to tell you that it will be a great pleasure to us all if you will come too, as soon as you are well again. With all my kindest regards.
Life is strewn with such miracles for which people who love can always hope.
Where are you going?
Out.
But you're ill.
Not now.
Gilberte and her life. The exotic charm of Mr. and Mrs. Swan, so different from my own parents, and the scent on the staircase of that house. These memories combine to produce an image of a walk on a May morning in the Bois de Boulogne. I'm arm in arm with Mrs. Swan. The sun is warm. She asks me to hold her coat and then opens her parasol. In the deep shade of a wisteria bar. But that was later. This came first.
Come in. You're Marcel.
Yes.
I know your parents. How do you do?
Thank you for inviting me.
No, it's a pleasure. You're pale.
I've been somewhat ill.
Somewhat. So I hear. You're pale and interesting. That's very attractive.
I've come to see Gilberte.
Yes, and no doubt you're expecting me to tell you where she is. Well, I've no idea. I'm an awful mother, aren't I?
No, I'm sure you're not.
You're sweet. And here's my husband.
How do you do?
Good afternoon.
You've changed.
Of course he's changed.
Unless he still hangs out of bedroom windows, pleading with his mother to come and kiss him goodnight.
Well, now you've embarrassed him.
He doesn't mind.
Of course he minds. What will you think of us?
I think you're very nice.
Never rush to judgments.
Oh, take my arm. We'll leave this person to his own crudity. And we will seek my daughter.
You visit every day. You haunt the upstairs rooms. Somewhere in the house Mrs. Swan is having an at-home. This peculiar, disturbing charm through which you fly.
I feel as if I could eat something.
A dining room, dark as the Asiatic tomb in a Rembrandt.
Come on, this is for us.
A cake on the table, apparently there just on the off chance that Gilberte might get hungry.
This is a tea party. Have some tea. When do your parents dine?
I don't know.
No memory of my family survives.
Tea?
Please.
It'll keep you awake for 24 hours.
It's good, isn't it?
In fact, in Gilberte's company, no memory at all survived.
Bit more cake?
Thank you, yeah.
Nor fear of the future.
Oh, so boring. People can be so boring, not that one doesn't enjoy them. Is it me? Oh, are you having tea? This looks nice.
Join us, Mamma.
Makes me feel so hungry.
Mamma, we invite you.
Oh, I can't. I've still got Mrs. Trombert, Mrs. Cotard, Mrs. Bonton. As you know, she never pays short visits, and she's only just come. What would they all say if I didn't go back to them and stayed here with you two? You look comfy, are you? Are you comfy?
Yes, thank you.
You look it.
Yes, Mamma, we're very comfy.
Good. Good.
Oh, I'm stuffed. Are you?
Yes, I think I am.
Your mouth. It's all chocolate.
Sun in your eyes, Marcel. Put this up.
That walk. Why has it stayed with me? When I think back to those times, it isn't Mrs. Swan. What is it then?
Come in.
I've come to see if Gilberte would
She
like...
isn't here, and you've come all this way.
She...
Gone out? A friend, I don't know, something. What shall we do?
In Gilberte's increasing absence, I visit her mother more, wafting along the corridor behind her, in a cloud of exotic essences, sensuous and melancholy.
I don't know. Shall we go out? Such a nice day. Well, it's too bad. I don't know where Gilberte thinks she's gone. We'll forget her, shall we?
Her lovely hands peep from the coloured sleeves of her crepe de chine.
Hello?
Passing men keep speaking to her.
She doesn't deserve a friend like you. She said to me she'd be at home. I said to her, he comes every day, his face so sad. What can I say to you?
Good morning, madame.
Hello? Is the sun in your eyes? I'll put this up. That's better. It's so nice to be walking with you, Marcel. Oh, would you hold my coat for me?
The coat? Is that it? Sometimes she plays the piano.
Oh, if I can get this right.
You're doing very well.
Vante's theme.
Really, I'm impressed. Bravo! Don't you think?
Swan had long ago stopped caring whether Odette had been or still was unfaithful to him.
Yes.
Complimenting her on every silly story she told.
And I said, if that's a Fabergé egg, I'm a Dutchman.
Blind, seemingly, to the mediocrity of her mind.
No, not quite right.
What?
If that's a Vermeer, I'm a Dutchman. You see?
Does it matter?
No, not at all.
You're so boring.
It's better the way you tell it.
I know it is.
As though that jealousy he'd once felt for Odette.
I love that music, don't you? When I think back of my troubles and my loves in those long-ago days, the music shows me nothing, but instead it reflects, like water, like a mirror, those things I never paid attention to, like the static side of moonlight. That sound pretentious.
Oh, why don't you shut up?
He had a new mistress now, but couldn't let Odette out of his sight. It's as though...
Play something else. How about Wagner?
No.
As though the jealousy he'd once felt for Odette had poisoned his love forever. And yet, the charm I once felt in that house is still present for me. Was it in the carpets and the sofas? In the tapestries and paintings? Was it imprinted in me as I sat there, waiting, thinking? Soon, any moment now, Mr. and Mrs. Swan will come through that door. And all this despite the fact that I was losing their daughter.
Gilberte,
What?
where are you going?
Dancing.
Do you have to dance every day? You're not being very nice to me.
It's you who aren't being very nice.
How am I not being nice? I'll do anything you want.
No, that's no good.
Why?
It just wouldn't be any good. I can't explain.
What?
You'll see.
Gilberte!
The storm blowing in my heart so violent, it could only be appeased in her company.
Miss Swan, is she in?
Sir, the young lady is not at home.
What?
I can assure you, sir, that I'm speaking the truth. If the young lady was at home, I can assure you that I would take you to her at once.
Go to hell.
Certainly, sir.
Between lovers it comes down to this. Beg her too much, she'll leave you. Beg her too little, she'll leave you. It's all in the degree of begging.
Gilberte?
Oh dear, she's just gone out. She'll be so sorry to have missed you. Come to lunch tomorrow.
What's the point?
She asked.
She asked?
Yes, specifically.
Tomorrow?
That's right. She said I must ask you. Can you come?
Yes.
Good.
My Aunt Leonie had bequeathed to me a vase of Chinese porcelain. I sell it so I can buy flowers for Gilberte. To my surprise, the man offers me 10,000 francs for it. This means I can smother Gilberte in white roses for a whole year. But on the way to her house, I see her going in the opposite direction. She's with a young man.
I saw her.
She'll be so disappointed to have missed you.
No, I saw her.
She's probably just gone out for a breath of air with
With
one of
a
her...
man.
You saw her with a...
Yes.
No. I don't think that could have been her.
I saw her.
What lovely flowers. I'll put them in water.
When we construct our lives for one person and that person doesn't come, then she dies to us, but we live on. A prisoner inside the walls we intended only for her. Even then, it seemed to me I had to lock up my love, or I would lose it. It couldn't go unrestrained. I go back to that day when I see Gilberte walking away from her house, in the company of a man, or that's what he looked like. I find out much later that, in fact, it was another woman, dressed as a man. Yes, the actress Leia, famous for her tastes.
Gilberte!
I didn't shout, and she didn't turn. Yet, sorrows fade. And when I look back to that time, what I remember most is walking on a May morning with Mrs. Swan.
Is the sun in your eyes? I'll put this up. That's better.
Under her parasol, I feel I'm beneath the coloured shade of a wisteria bower.
Would you hold my coat for me?
Yes. Yes. She hands me the coat, and I see for the first time the detailed stitching on her blouse. And it's like something has been revealed for the first time, like a shell opening, and behind, inside, a different pattern, something mysterious because normally hidden from view. Like those Gothic carvings on a cathedral, hidden on the balustrade 80 feet above the ground, yet never seen except by someone who gets permission to climb up there, and walks about in the open air, looking down on the town, there, between the soaring towers.
Florence?
No.
Venice?
No, I'm sorry.
Rome?
I'm sorry.
Where then?
That summer considered too unwell for the places I longed to visit.
Baalbek.
Baalbek, Mamma?
You'll like it at Baalbek, and so will your grandmother.
I don't want to go.
Now then.
I don't want to go without you.
Oh, don't be silly.
I don't like new bedrooms. I won't be able to sleep.
Oh, now.
Mamma, please.
Are you going to be a brave boy for me?
Mama, you have a life without me. You're happy to live without me. First time I thought that.
You'll be fine.
Ancarville, Marcouville, Douville, my stations for the cross. À Rambouville, Saint-Malo-Vieux. Mama.
I don't feel very well, Granny.
Yes. Well,
I don't...
it's a nice room.
I'm just saying, I'm just telling you how I feel.
But look at the view you have.
I think we should go home.
Right over the sands. You'll sit here.
No.
You'll sit here drinking in
We
the...
should go back to Paris.
You'll get used to it.
No, I won't.
I'm going out.
Where?
To buy a few things. Things we need.
But what's the point, if we're leaving?
If we go or stay, there are things we need.
Each dawn, scratching on the wall that separated our rooms. Unable to be alone.
Please, Granny.
Haunted.
Granny, please come in. I'm sorry. Please come in now.
I'm here.
Granny.
My little mouse.
Did I wake you?
Did my mousey think I'd let him lie awake without me? I'm here. I'm here.
Imagining my room at home without me. It was like being dead.
Shush.
And now you're dead, Granny. Where are you? And everywhere I look, by the sea, on the sands, by the bandstand, on the promenade, girls. Girls climbing a hill on foot, or on a bicycle. Girls in a cart, or girls in a carriage. A farm girl driving her cow, or reclining in the back of a wagon. A shopkeeper's daughter taking the air. A fashionable young lady erect on the back seat of a landau. It didn't matter who. Girls.
Girls. Everywhere.
Everywhere. I couldn't make love to them. I was too ill. Couldn't go out by myself to meet them. Oh, no. Couldn't do that.
Granny says.
Like a man on a starvation diet, at least I was happy knowing that someone could taste these peaches. And the universe was once again interesting to me.
Yes.
You see?
You must be tired of us now.
Not at all. What could be
A
nicer?
friend of my grandmother's, Mrs. de Villeparisi, met by chance in the hotel restaurant,
We were lucky to have run across one another.
accepting her offer of rides into the Normandy countryside.
I'm always surprised to see people taking things so seriously nowadays. People are too free with the word genius. That's what I think. Take Chateaubriand, whom I believe you enjoy. He used to visit my father.
Then, one day, down towards Uli-Mesnil.
He was quite a pleasant person when you were alone with him, because then he was simple, straightforward, amusing, but...
The whole of Baalbec suddenly dissolved. I haven't felt this happy, this light, since Cambrai. Something is happening. Had I ever been to Baalbec? Did I dream it? Is Mrs. Villeparisi a character in a book I'm reading? Up ahead, 3 trees on the horizon. Quite clear now. They seem to be hiding something from me. Like an object placed out of reach. What is it? Where have I seen them before? Take me with you. Back to life. The carriage turns. We're going away from them. The only thing that could make me happy. Their message. What you don't learn from us today, you will never know. And a part of you will be lost forever.
Chateaubriand, given an audience, always talked about these things. Marcel? Are you dreaming?
I never knew my father.
Consider yourself lucky.
Shot.
Oh, God.
Nearly. Do you want to serve?
Tennis with Robert de Saint-Loup-en-Bray.
Oh, what's the point?
If I'd known my father, I think it would have been better.
How?
A true Gamond.
How?
It's complicated, believe me.
Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
I'd need more information.
Oh, would you?
In your case, yes. I never rush to diagnoses.
Oh. Am I boring you?
No.
Am I?
No, Robert.
I sometimes think I can be very boring, that's all. You out of breath?
A bit. There's nothing.
We'll stop.
Why?
We'll stop. Come on, I'm being thoughtless.
You thrashed me.
Oh, you did very well. I'm an animal and you are...
What?
On another plane.
Oh, right. Thank you.
No, I mean, I'm glad we're friends. I'm really glad we're friends.
I've got to go now.
You see, I am boring you.
My grandmother is expecting me.
Why?
Why? For dinner, Robert.
Eat with me. Your grandmother won't mind, will she? Eat with me.
Well, I don't know.
She can have dinner with my aunt and exchange views on whatever old ladies exchange views on. Come on. Oh, maybe she's above that sort of thing, is she? Gossip, I mean.
Well, you know...
I admire her. I do. You're very close, I think, aren't you?
Yes.
I didn't want to be alone tonight, that's all. Listen, if you've got to go, that's okay, I understand.
Wait here.
Tall, slim, noble Robert.
You eaten at the Reeve Bell before?
No.
It's all right.
He said he'd slept with most of the young women in the room.
Bit posh.
My mouth opened.
Give us more champagne, will you, Paul?
Sir.
He said it matter-of-factly, as though telling me he'd bought a pair of shoes recently.
You like champagne?
Yes. Well, I mean, I've never had it.
Not everybody does. I mean, I do. This table, all right? You're not in a draft.
No.
My mistress has taught me many things, and one of them is always to be kind to animals.
You've got a mistress?
Dogs, principally. What? Yes, and canaries. And parrots. She's an actress. Well, she aspires, you know. Well, and she's made me realise that society women are boring.
No, but they're beautiful.
Boring! Take it from me. The moment of passion, all well and good. But it passes.
Does it?
Oh, yes. And then what? You know what I mean? She has cured me of frivolity. That's the point.
I'm going to be a writer, Robert.
Are you? Excellent. What sort of thing? Well, what sort of thing are you going to write?
Well, I haven't decided yet.
You haven't?
Well, not yet.
Oh, good for you. Where's our champagne?
I'm going to start work on it tomorrow.
Coming, sir.
Oh, excellent.
Adolescence is the only time we learn anything. When I think back to those days, there's hardly a single action I don't regret. Yet why? I should rather regret that I haven't got the spontaneity now to do the things I used to do then.
You're my very good friend, Robert.
Absolutely. More champagne?
Just a little.
Paul, another bottle.
Sir.
Is that?
What?
Isn't that?
What?
Over there. Alsteer, isn't it? The painter.
Who?
He's brilliant.
Is he?
A genius.
Gosh.
Apparently, he gets up at night and takes a young model down to the seashore and paints her in the nude.
Doesn't he get cold?
What? No. I mean the girls in the nude.
Oh, well, why didn't we say hello to him? To this genius?
No, couldn't.
Why?
I couldn't do that.
Why not? Drop him a note. Good evening, we think you're a genius.
At an age when enthusiasm cannot keep silent, we watch the old man read our note. He stands and we think he's going to pass us by.
Your note. Thank you. Very kind.
Sir, we spoke only the simple truth. We are two inexperienced art lovers. Won't you join us?
No, not tonight. But, young man.
Sir?
You're welcome to visit my studio at any time.
I think the old boy liked you.
When are you going to go and see Mr. Alsteer? It's an opportunity for you.
Right.
He recognized your sensitivity, I think.
I don't know.
Yes, he did. Are you listening to me?
No!
4 girls, advancing across the sands. One of them, a tall one, jumps over a sleeping lawyer.
I felt sorry for the old chap.
Her plump friend with laughing eyes is pushing a bicycle.
He's looking at you. Let him look.
Even the lift operator could see it.
Who are they?
Her whole life filled me with desire.
Oh, yeah? Got your eye out?
I beg your pardon?
A sorrowful desire because I felt it wasn't going to be fulfilled.
Someone called you fancy?
If you have no more to say to me, then...
One of them's called Simone. That I can tell you.
Does she ride a bicycle?
I believe it has been known for her to swing her leg over the saddle. See the one you're after?
Here.
Looks like a goer to me.
Thank you.
I felt that multiplication of myself that we call happiness. I wanted to possess what was in her eyes.
My family don't like my mistress.
Why?
They don't understand her. She has a past, but that's not the point, is it?
I don't know.
If you met her, which they won't, then I think... I've written to her, told her all about you. She can't wait to meet you.
What's the matter?
I know that one day she'll leave me. That's the point. When she's waiting until her nest is feathered, then... I don't know. I say to her, tell me what I've done wrong. I'm quite ready to acknowledge my faults.
And?
She says nothing. Nothing. For days on end, and then when she replies, it's rubbish. It's meaningless. And she says to me, don't come to Paris, I'm not ready. I mean, what's a man to do?
What are you going to do?
What can I do? I'm due back at my barracks.
Oh, yes.
I'm a soldier, Marcel.
Yes, I know.
Can't all be writers, you know. Catching the morning train to Doncières.
Robert. When I look at him closely, I see the bone structure beneath the triangular face. vigorous, noble. Robert.
Don't look. What?
I am being looked at.
Robert? Come!
A man of about 40, very tall, black moustache, slapping the leg of his trousers nervously and looking at me.
It's my uncle. Oh, God. Please don't ask me to introduce you.
The same hard look that had been fixed on me at Tansonville when I was a child.
I'm waiting!
When Mrs. Swan had called Gilberte away.
That gentleman was Baron Charloux. Did you see him?
Charloux? Is it?
Yes, Baron Charloux Palamé de Guillemont.
Guillemont?
Yes, keep walking.
The Guillemonts have a place near Combray?
Yes, keep walking, keep...
I command you to stop!
Too bloody late now. Uncle!
Are we playing ducks and drakes now, Robert?
Uncle, this is my friend, Marcel.
Ah, yes.
Marcel's here with his grandmother.
Ah, yes. Come to tea. Young scum.
What's got your goat?
You're like women.
Oh, sorry.
I can't bear that sort of thing. The place is overrun with them.
Yeah, never mind.
Robert, tea. I insist.
I can't, Uncle.
Why?
I can't come to tea.
Why?
I'm going back tonight.
Your friend, then?
Marcel?
You can bring your granny. Your chaperone.
She isn't my chaperone.
No, Mum, bring her anyway. I love old ladies.
Another of the Guillemont clan, and I am charmed by them all. Robert, the Duchess, and now...
It is Charloux. May I come in?
I'm in bed, sir.
Who seems to be charmed by me?
Never mind. I've seen people in bed before.
What is it, sir?
Robert tells me that you suffer from nighttime despair.
You shouldn't have told him, Robert.
So, I bought you a book. I believe you enjoy the works of the novelist Bergot?
I do.
You do, yes. Please take it then.
Thank you.
You haven't, perhaps, any personal merit, I don't know, but for a time, at least, you have youth, and that's an attraction. Personally, I love the night. We're all different. I love roses. I have a friend whom the sight of roses throws into a fever. Do you suppose that makes me feel superior to him? Oh, I try to understand everything. I condemn nothing. And don't feel too sorry for yourself. You have placed your affection wisely with your grandmother. I say wisely because it is an affection which is returned. So many are not. Good night.
And there he is again, the next day.
Ah, my young friend, fresh from the sea like a lobster. Come here.
Pinching my neck.
I am to tell you your grandmother wants to see you. But the truth is, he doesn't give a damn about his old granny.
I adore her.
I adore her. I don't think so.
I do.
You're still young. Profit by two things. Don't speak when it's not necessary, and don't speak at all until you know what you're talking about.
I do know what
Good day. I want my book back within the hour. I made a mistake talking to you last night. I can see that now. I've learnt my lesson. Oh, and by the way, any man who wears anchors on his bathing clothes needs to take a careful look in the mirror. Good day.
I returned the book. He sent it back, in a binding of Morocco leather, with an inlaid panel representing a spray of forget-me-nots. Oh, Charloux, what did I mean to you? And you to me? At last I visit Elstier's cottage to placate my grandmother.
Sir, I'm very grateful for your time.
It's like a laboratory for a new world. The light at the window.
Come in.
The creator, brush in hand,
Come.
is finishing an outline of the setting sun.
Yes. What do you think of that?
The watercolour?
Yes. Thought it might interest you.
It's a young girl.
Go on.
An actress? Is it?
Well?
It's very good. It's curious.
Yes. Why?
I'm sorry, I don't...
What do you see?
A man. She's a man.
Is that it?
There's a dreamy sadness in her eyes. As though she's about to say, I'm a boyish girl. And now it's changing.
Ah.
Now she's effeminate. She's a young man and vicious. Gone again. Now she's a woman.
Do you know her?
You've called it Miss Sacripant.
Yes.
It's Mrs. Swan, is it?
You know Charles Swan, don't you?
Yes.
That's his wife. In a previous incarnation. Funny old world, isn't it?
The creator, brush in hand, is finishing an outline of the setting sun. Going out along the cliff path, needing to escape. The old painter hobbling along in front of me. Suddenly, looking down, the tribe of young women, their lithe forms walking in the sea.
Sir? You know that girl down there?
Where's this?
On the sand. The girls.
I know them.
The one cycling? What's her name?
Albertine Simonet. You want to meet them?
No.
Up to you. You sure?
Albertine.
I assumed they were all the mistresses of racing cyclists.
Did you? Good imagination. In fact, they're all solid middle-class girls. But don't despair. There's plenty of time for them to go off the rails.
I invented her. When we love, we impose our inventions on the beloved. Hour by hour, I had imagined Albertine.
Here, let me tie it for you.
When we're about to start on an eagerly awaited journey, why is it we always ask ourselves whether it's worth the trouble?
Granny, I couldn't live without you.
On my way to a party of Elsteers, where I was to meet the girl.
I couldn't.
Don't say that. What would you do if I went on a journey?
I'd be all right for a few hours, or days, but...
What if I was away for months?
What?
What if I was away...
Don't say that.
We must be pluckier.
I'd be fine. I'm going now.
Come on, come and meet her.
I want to finish my Claire first.
Oh, yes. I've arranged this party for you.
Oh? Well, I was just going to look at this painting, that's all.
She's waiting.
Huh? Have I got any cream on my face?
No.
How about chocolate?
No. Best foot forward.
Right.
Albertine. Marcel.
How do you do?
Jolly pleased to meet you.
He's a very intelligent young man.
Oh, please.
Very learned. Very shy, too. I'll leave you.
Marvellous hair, wonderful eyes, but where was the girl I'd seen on the beach wheeling her bicycle?
You've got chocolate on your mouth. I don't mind.
I'm not any of those things he described, you know? We never are, though, are we?
I'll watch.
I mean, when one is introduced to someone for the first time, one always feels as though one is someone else, which is not uninteresting, however.
Do you cycle?
No.
As far as the pleasure of meeting her was concerned, I wasn't aware of it until later.
Tennis?
What?
Do you play tennis?
No. Well, not all that well.
Oh.
I have asthma.
What do you do then?
Pleasure, in this respect, is like photography.
I watch.
Doesn't that get boring?
No.
What we take in the presence of the beloved object is merely a negative which we develop later in that dark room inside us.
What are you thinking about?
What?
What?
You seem as though you're thinking about something.
No, nothing.
I saw you looking at us on the beach.
I'm sorry.
I don't mind.
Well, even so...
Don't you want to know anything about us?
I expect I do, yes.
There was a tall one, remember?
Carrying golf clubs, jumped over a lawyer.
That's Andre.
Andre?
My best friend. She's perfectly shocking. Everyone's in love with her.
And a blonde one.
Giselle. She's awful. I'm sick of her.
A tall one with a hooded cape?
Rosamond. A good friend, though not very interesting.
Huh.
What?
So strange, this commonplace young woman. Quite touching, yet so different from that other mysterious Albertine I had first seen silhouetted against the sea. Soon after that, I'm accosted by a young woman I don't recognize at all.
Hello?
She wears a toque and carries a muff.
Lovely weather.
It's another Albertine.
Really, the perpetual summer of Baalbek is pure bollocks. If you'll excuse my descent into the demotic, as Andre says.
That's the question of Albertine's beauty spot. Where was it? On her cheek? On her chin? It seemed to wander. I nailed it finally to her upper lip. But who knows? She changes in front of my eyes.
Aren't you bored, Marcel?
No!
You're not like me. I love sports. Don't you ever go dancing? Octave, this is Marcel.
God.
Cold, isn't it?
Been playing golf?
The washout.
Was Andre playing?
She went round in 87.
Oh, that's a record!
I went round in 89 yesterday. Bye.
You going to buy me a hot chocolate?
Example. Albertine's use of the word perfectly instead of completely.
He's perfectly charming on the surface.
Though this use may have nothing to recommend it.
But underneath, he's perfectly horrible.
It was at least different from what I'd expected from the girl I first saw on the beach.
Let him
The
look.
bacchante with the bicycle. Or the orgiastic muse from the golf course.
Marcel, I'm going now.
What about the hot chocolate?
Some other day.
Talking to her felt like dropping pebbles down a bottomless pit. I had no idea where they were falling.
He'll never tolerate it. Oh, come on, you saw that? He showed it to you, Andre! Albertine, control yourself! It isn't fair! It isn't fair!
Are we ready, people?
Yes!
And we're off!
Well, where is it? You've got to find out. That's the point of the game.
We're playing Hunt the Slipper in a little wood on the cliff top. There's a young man standing next to Albertine. I hate him. I want to be the one touching her hands. Think where it might take me. Her skin pink, almost mauve. And now I'm next to her. Her hair falling about her shoulders.
Albertine, you have the tresses of Laura Dianti.
Her face flushed.
What? What are you on about?
Her sweet breath whispering to me.
Don't you know where the slipper is?
I'm her confidant. Her co-conspirator.
You always ought to wear your hair like that.
What are you talking about? Why can't you take it? I've been shoving it to you for an hour.
See it?
Heck! That was your fault. There's no point in playing unless you're going to play properly. God!
A month after this, Albertine tells me she's going to spend a night at our hotel. She's catching an early train back to her aunt's.
I'll be going to bed early. Come and watch me eat, if you like.
Third floor.
No.
No?
No, I'm going to visit a friend on the 4th floor.
Gotcha.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
Thank you. Say hello to Miss Seamonet for me.
I prance for joy across the carpet. I imagine her in pink satin.
Come to me.
Behind that door, she's lying on her bed. I move as though over a liquid stream towards her. Tonight, I am omnipotent. I am here to claim my inheritance.
Come in.
Death could have struck me down.
I've got a bit of a cold, sorry. Sit down.
It would have seemed to me a trivial thing at that moment.
What game would you like to play?
Yes.
What?
Anything you like.
How about whist?
Sure.
What are you doing?
You know.
What?
You know.
Listen, would you... Marcel, get the hell off me or I'll ring the bell!
Not for nothing does a young girl invite a young man up to her room in secret. I told myself I was about to discover the fragrance which this strange fruit concealed. I told myself he who dares wins. And I told myself a lot of things.
Don't you see? This is our time.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
She said she'd forgive me. In time.
I don't think I was in the wrong, actually.
Really? What kind of girls do you know, then?
I mean, if someone can give someone some pleasure, why not?
God!
You said I was your friend.
You are, but what kind... I mean, I've got other friends. None of them would have tried what you did. Just out of curiosity, doesn't anything strike you as immoral?
Yes.
What?
Girls going with girls.
You're joking.
No. That's a nightmare for me. That's a nightmare.
And the next day she left. And soon after that, the season ended. My other friends left too. Not all at once, but like swallows, one by one. And now, at night, when I revisit those Baalbek days, I hear the seas murmur, and sometimes still. It is the sea to which I entrust the ship of my dreams before I sleep. And at such times, I have the illusion that the waves have entered me and filled me with their charm, like those lessons which you learn by heart while you're sleeping. Adolescence is the only time we learn anything.
Part 3. The Guermantes Way.
There were 2 walks around my great-aunt Leonie's house in Combray, which I used to take with my parents and my grandmother when I was a child. One path we called Swan's Way, because it bordered on the property owned by Charles Swan, and the other, the Guermantes Way, so called because it crossed the land owned by the Guermantes family. And the distinction between these 2 walks was somehow so absolute that they seemed to occupy 2 different parts of my brain.
Swan's Way comprises the finest view of a plain that I know anywhere.
This distinction was made more absolute by the fact that we never did both walks on the same day.
Whereas the Guermantes Way follows the course of the Vivonne, and gives, I believe, the best example of river basin water lilies in the entire region.
2 paths, far apart in the sealed vessels of separate afternoons.
However, today we take the Méséglise Way, which some of you call Swan's Way.
And when I look back to those days, and remember the sunlit path of the Guermantes Way, I remember the river Vivonne which flowed beside the path under its overshadowing trees, and water lilies shining upwards on an endless series of summer afternoons. The earth beneath our feet seemed to sparkle in a kaleidoscope of happiness. And so the Guermantes Way entered my imagination. I developed a fascination for the Duchess of Guermantes. My family teased me.
Couldn't we go that way?
No.
Why? Why not?
Why do you want to go that way? You know. Oh, yes. To see your friend, her ladyship?
Several years later, my family moved into an apartment in Paris, owned by the Guermantes family themselves, and my fascination grew.
I get no respect here. The concierge hasn't so much as looked at me. What's that noise?
Don't you like it here, Francois?
Oh, I love it.
No, I just heard you complaining.
What? No, Paris suits me very well. It's much nicer up here. That's what I said.
No, you didn't.
Where my family is, I am content.
Good morning.
Jupien, our new neighbour.
Mr. Jupien.
And how is Madame today?
Bringing out the coquette in our maid.
Oh, you're busy.
Have they found a remedy for hard work?
Isn't that the bell?
Would you like some tea, Mr. Jupien?
But aren't the family calling you?
Oh, they can wait. Here, tuck into the cherries.
Look, sir, the Duke and Duchess of Guermantes.
That name.
Splendid, aren't they?
I saw the Duchess once.
Well.
Yes, in our church at Combray.
Ah, Combray. Yes, I've heard all about Combray from Francoise.
Mama. Shh. Who is that lady?
You're always talking about her.
There she was, sitting in the chapel above the tombs of her ancestors.
She's looking at me.
Will you be quiet, young man?
I stare at her to take her away for future reference.
Are you still staring?
Prominent nose, red cheeks.
No, Papa.
God's sake.
This is authentic information.
Eyes out on stalks.
Marcel, please.
I look up. Her eyes narrow to a periwinkle blue. The descendant of Geneviève de Brabant likes me.
Nice place, Combray, is it?
Yes.
Guermantes. More than just a name. An ancient heritage.
Guermantes. Dear Lord, please arrange it so that some calamity of your own choosing smites the Duchess and forces her to come to me for help. If you could take away her privileges, for example, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Every morning, positioning myself on a street corner,
Good morning, Duchess.
waiting for her.
Good morning, Duchess.
Conjuring an air of being absorbed in something else.
Good morning, Duchess.
She raises towards me a white-gloved hand,
Good morning,
in token of our deepening friendship.
Duchess.
Yet what was she? Tall, crown of yellow hair, red patches on a sullen face and a beaked nose.
Good morning.
It didn't matter.
Good morning.
It's the invisible person inside setting this outward show in motion.
Good morning.
That's who I'm after.
Good morning.
How to get to meet her, though? That's the question.
Your milk. A letter for you from Doncier. That must be
Thank you.
How is that nice young man?
Robert.
My dear friend, military duties make it impossible for me to...
What?
Do you want to read it?
No.
It's an invitation.
To the barracks?
Yes.
Oh, that nice young man, Salut Ombre.
I'm not going. I'm not going, Francoise. I can't sleep when I'm...
Nonsense.
I was going to say, away from home. Is it nonsense? It is not.
You know best.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Even though Mr. Saint-Loup Ombre is the nephew of your friend, your new friend...
Who?
The Duchess. And I would have thought, couldn't he get you into one of those parties her ladyship gives?
Robert.
Marcel, I'm so pleased you came. I can't believe you're here.
I wouldn't have missed it.
Excellent. Got you into a hotel.
I thought I'd be staying with you.
No, too noisy for you. I know your sensitivity to noise.
Yes, but I...
the Hotel Flange, very nice.
Actually, I'd be just as content here.
There are nice tapestries at the Flange.
I don't care about tapestries.
Marcel, you can't stay with me.
So, it's the Hotel Flandre after all, where... Why? I sobbed like a child.
Mama!
Waiting for you.
Don't let your father see you.
If he wants you to spend the night with him, do it.
He said it wouldn't help him.
What harm can it do?
No, you don't have to. These memories. How could I ever be free of them?
Marcel, my captain says you can stay in my room in the barracks. You're crying.
Oh, Robert.
What a sensitive man you are.
Robert.
What?
I love your captain. Did I tell you that?
Yes. Well, you haven't met him yet. Come on. We'll have our dinner in front of the fire. What do you say to that?
Is that your aunt up there on the shelf, Robert?
Hmm? Yes. Well, no. It's her photograph. The Duchess de Guillemont. You know her?
We live in the same building.
Oh, of course.
As if she'd stopped beside me and allowed me for the first time to gaze at her. The rounded cheek, the arched neck.
Marcel?
The falcon beak. As though she and the whole Guillemont race had sprung from the union of goddess and mythical bird.
You all right?
You look like her. Do you know?
Do I?
You do.
Well.
I've heard astounding things about her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in her from a literary perspective.
Oh, you're going to put her in one of your books?
I might.
Aunt Oriane would like that.
She hasn't said anything about me, has she?
About you? No.
I've been told she thinks I'm a bit of an idiot.
Oh, that I doubt. Oriane's no genius, but she isn't that stupid.
You know that as a rule I'm not keen for you to tell people what you think of me.
That you're a bit of a genius.
Exactly.
And a really nice fellow.
That kind of thing.
All right.
So you couldn't tell her, could you?
About you being a genius?
Yes.
I could.
Well?
What difference would it make? What difference would it make what she thinks of you?
No, not at all. No. The thing is, it would give me pleasure.
Why?
Because... Oh, forget it.
What?
Robert, it couldn't matter less.
Drop more port?
No, thank you.
We'll walk in the wood tomorrow, shall we?
Anything you like.
Rachel's going to leave me, Marcel.
How do you know that?
I know it.
How?
When she's bled me dry. It's obvious.
Is it?
Rachel is mistress.
I'm doomed.
Don't say that, Robert.
Don't say that.
What tortures me is that I keep thinking there might be something I could do. You know, the one thing to keep her.
Yes.
You understand?
Of course. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm sorry you're suffering.
And you know, she isn't writing to me now. I mean, what kind of person would do that? The silence, that's the worst.
Silence is a terrible thing.
It's killing me.
You're not going to Paris, then?
She doesn't want me to. Why?
I hoped you might introduce me to your aunt.
My aunt again?
Shall I tell you my real interest in your aunt?
What?
Her art.
Oriental?
She's got some wonderful Elsteers. I'm dying to see them.
Are you?
Yes, dying. Couldn't you just... couldn't you just drop her a line?
Of course. Of course I will. If that's what you want, of course I will.
Oh, Rob Hare, I do like you.
Telephone call, sir. For the gentleman.
Coming. Thank you again. Thank you. Oh, I'm very sorry about Rachel, by the way.
Good. That's all right.
Now I'd get to meet her. And Robert would tell her what kind of person I am, and perhaps it's her telephoning me now. Perhaps she wants to invite me to a dinner party. I can see her lips curling at the telephone, her breath fogging the receiver.
Yes? Hello?
Marcel?
Granny?
Is that Marcel?
Yes.
How are you? Are you well?
Yes, yes. How are you?
And you're sleeping well?
Yes. I'm coming home soon, Granny.
Why?
What?
Why come home? You're sleeping? You're well?
Yes.
Why come home?
But I thought that...
What? Why rush back? Stay there.
But don't you want me to...
It's good for you to be away from home. Is it? To be free?
Free? There's time enough to be free when...
Marcel?
Yes.
I imagine my freedom after her death. Horrified.
Granny? Granny? Speak! Speak to me! Granny!
I'm left alone, imagining all the things I would one day long to say to her, but can't. Those things I never said. Yet when I return to our apartment...
Granny?
She's asleep. And I stand in front of her like a spectator of my own existence. We rarely see the people we love, except in the image our love has created for them. Who was this old woman? It isn't her. Beneath the lamp, it isn't my granny. This sick old woman with the rubbery face and the stalactite of spittle, her crazed eyes looking at the dropped book. It isn't her.
Oh. What?
It isn't her. But someone you don't know.
Marcel, what do you think of this? She saw it at Boucheron's. She said immediately, I want that necklace. What do you think of that? She's terribly clear on these things.
I can see.
Yes, it was a little bit pricey for me, but she has so little, you know.
Well, in that case...
Exactly. Wait here.
Well, where...
She just lives over there. Wait here.
Standing by a small suburban garden, mauve frocks of lilacs hanging above me remind me of Combray.
Best example of river basin water lilies in the entire region.
The walks with my family. My hands reach up to those purple platoons.
Ah, there he is, hiding.
I'm not hiding.
Marcel, this is Rachel.
I recognize the woman at once.
Hello.
I slept with her a year before in a brothel.
How would you like a nice duet this evening, sir?
We look at each other.
How do you do?
She doesn't recognize me.
How do you do? I love modern art.
Do you?
I love it.
And what exactly do you...
Cubism.
Waiter. She's so intelligent.
I can't get enough of it.
I told you.
This woman I wouldn't pay 20 francs for was worth 1,000,000 francs to Robert.
Picasso. Those funny faces.
Oh, yes.
Another bottle.
And I love a good book, too.
Listen to this. She kills me.
I love nothing better than curling up with Tolstoy.
He and I both saw the same thin and narrow face, but approached it from opposite ways. That was all.
He drinks too much.
Tolstoy?
No, you! I should keep him on water.
It's all right, it's all right.
If he lived with me, that's what he'd get.
Oh, she would too.
This is the power of the imagination. It creates the illusions on which are based the pains of love.
Will like iron.
But unfortunately, I am too busy with my career at the moment.
Oh, yes.
I'm on the edge of a breakthrough.
Or should that be a breakdown?
And you can shut up. I'm an actress. He told you that, did he?
Yes. Are you weighing up the waiter now?
You see what I have to deal with?
The afternoon unpeels you, Robert, like a bruised banana. The cheap burlesque theatre she drags us to. I see your face strained against the faded velvet seating.
This is rather good. Enjoying it, Marcel?
Won't you ever see her for what she is?
Isn't that a bit unkind?
What?
I think they're quite good.
Oh, what do you know, rich boy?
And then, of course, afterwards we have to go backstage to visit her friends. Robert's face pale with suffering.
Are you going to my great aunt?
I don't know. You?
I don't know. Yes, my mother will be there. What am I saying? Yes.
She doesn't know you're in Paris.
What? My Aunt Oriane will be there, by the way.
The Duchess?
Yes, Marcel, the Duchess de Guillemont. Your face, it's a picture, Marcel.
Look at Bernard's lovely little hands.
Dancers have lovely hands.
Bet they can please a woman. Not like some.
I can't bear this.
What do you want to do?
I love her so much. I do. I can see the way you're looking at me, but I do.
All right.
You could play so many roles, Robert.
You know when you came to stay with me at Dancière? I cried when you left.
That day you were being so loving.
Really?
Like a brother.
I'm going to get her. Do you mind? What's that? Everybody's supposed to be looking at him, is that right?
Do you mind? He's a friend.
Yes? I said I'd give you a necklace if you behaved yourself.
You can keep the necklace.
I can't bear this, Rachel.
Keep the bloody necklace, Robert.
I can't take it back.
What?
I've ordered it for you. It's a boucheron.
What does that matter to me?
Please, please, Rachel.
Give it to me, then. You always want to show how much money you've got. Give it to me, then.
Not having much luck with the ladies, are you?
Well, no.
Ever thought about swinging the other way? What? What did he say to me? A night with yours truly might straighten you out, sir. Might be just what the doctor ordered. You filthy.
But now you are here at the home of Mrs. Villeparisis. The rest of the evening quite forgotten. You stand there in the corner, glass in hand, hoping to remain half invisible, waiting for her, the Duchess de Guillemont. What charm, what power that name still has for you, containing so much of your childhood, the walks along the Guillemont Way, the water lilies, the overshadowing trees in the endless summer afternoons. Guillemont. As you walk past the stumps of the ruins of the old castle of Cambrai, you longed to reach the source of the river, the Vivonne, and beyond it, to the house itself where the Duke and Duchess stayed. You knew they were people, but more than that, they were the first citizens of Cambrai, whose ancestor was Geneviève de Brabant, who appeared in the magic lantern slide someone had bought for you to calm you from your childish terrors, and whose image floated across the walls and curtains of your bedroom.
This is the Lady Geneviève de Brabant in her castle. She's very grand.
Guillemont. Soon she would be here. Woman, but more than woman, whom you had dreamed of seeing on those walks, and whose hand you would one day hold as she questioned you about the poems you intended to write. And this Duchess, this person, embodying so much, was coming here, and you'd see her. And suddenly she's there,
Is my husband here?
in a dress like a blood-red blossom.
I say this, though I'm aware of how absurd I look. It's not as though we're a young couple who pay calls together.
Her eyes are the blue skies of a country afternoon. You're in love.
I went to a dinner party the other evening. I won't say whose. We sit down. There's a fizz in the air. Tonight we're going to discuss adultery, they said. I said,
I'm sorry. I've only prepared notes on incest.
And yet...
Someone asked me if I believe the Queen of Sweden still looked like a dachshund. Dachshund? Did I say dachshund? I said. I should have said an ox.
I knew she was stupid.
Forget canine, think bovine.
Is this the woman I walk miles every day to see? What an idiot.
As for Robert and this Rachel, what can he see in her?
But I didn't believe it. I was in love with her. His charm so easily uprooted.
I can only assume the performances she gives in the bedroom are somewhat more convincing than the one she gives on stage. Ah, Mariana, there you are.
Marianne, you look well.
Thank you.
Robert's mother. She is well known as a saint. In fact, feared for it.
How's Robert? Tell us, we were just talking about him.
Busy. They keep them so busy at the barracks.
Well, what's he doing in Paris, then?
How do you mean?
Well, he's in... Oh, dear, what have I said? That loud metallic noise was the sound of Oriane dropping a clangor.
Is Robert in Paris?
Yes. There, I told you. I'm sure he would have got around to seeing you eventually. Children. In fact, he's coming here.
And then she sees you.
Marcel.
Countess.
Everybody's here. And how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Robert's in Paris, they tell me.
Yes.
Good. And coming here?
Yes.
Good.
And then there you were, looking dreadful. For a moment, I thought you were going to ignore her completely.
Hello, Mother.
Robert!
Look, I can't stop very long.
Why?
I'm sorry I didn't have time to tell you...
You're busy.
Yes.
I understand.
Look, I just want to speak to Marcel.
Of course. Of course you do.
Just for a moment.
Goodness. Am I your jailer?
No.
No. You silly boy.
Don't. Please don't ruffle my hair, Mother.
What am I doing?
Just...
I'm being silly, am I?
Look, I'll just talk to Marcel.
I think I can see Mrs. Argent calling me.
God, Robert.
Can't be helped, can't be helped. Have you spoken to my aunt yet?
Robert, please.
Propels me across the room to where she stands, within range now, and showered with the light of her gaze.
Aunt Oriane, my friend Marcel.
Oh, what's this?
Marcel.
How do you do?
Hesitates, then unfolds and stretches towards me the stem of her arm.
He wants to ask you something.
What do you want to ask me?
He's not very well right now. I think he'd be a lot better if he saw you more often, Aunt Oriane.
Isn't that nice?
I'm going to talk to my mother now. Somebody has to.
Isn't he dreadful? I expect that's why we love him. I see you in the mornings.
Yes.
I like walking in the fresh air.
Yes.
Get your lungs and your legs moving.
Yes.
Why don't you come to dinner? Then we can finish this conversation.
Like that?
Oh, yes, you would. She stands up without saying goodbye, and is gone.
Excuse me. You remember me?
Of course, sir.
Of course, she says, a little liar.
You're Robert's uncle, the Baron de Charlus. You gave me a book.
Which you've omitted to read, no doubt?
I have read it.
Liar.
What?
Listen, did Oriane give you an invitation, Wilbur?
Yes.
I hope you turned her down. Oh, bless him, he's blushing. So, you've started going into society anyway, which is good. You'll give me the pleasure of coming to see me as well, I hope.
I'd be delighted.
It's a bit too complicated, actually. I've got to leave in a minute. You couldn't walk along with me, could you?
Yes.
Good. Don't go away.
Everything all right?
Fine.
Have a nice chat with my aunt?
Oh, yes.
Did you let her see how brilliant you are?
Yes, I think I did that.
Good.
So I'm going in a minute.
Me too. You all right?
Your mother's coming, Robert.
Again?
You're leaving?
Yes. Didn't I say?
It's not nice of you.
Nice or not, that's the way it is tonight.
Well. And you're going too?
Yes. I'm sure Robert's just very tired. busy.
Sweet boy. If only I hadn't told him he wasn't perfect. That's what I regret. I don't see him very often, you see. Excuse me.
And wanders off into the crowd. I want to call her back. I find a word accidentally rise to my lips. Mamma. It's definitely time to leave.
Mrs. Veal Parisi. I have to leave now, but thank you so much for inviting me.
Oh, that's all right. Did I see you talking with Baron de Charlus?
Yes, he's asked me to walk home with him.
Oh, don't wait for him.
What?
I should go now while his back's turned.
I don't understand.
I've said what I've said.
We're very close friends, as a matter of fact.
Are you really?
Come on, you. Goodbye, Aunt. Lovely, lovely, thing here.
You wish to speak to me?
Yes, but I don't know whether I shall now. As far as you're concerned, it could be the beginning of something very profitable. But for me, I'm at an age when one begins to value tranquility. Do I want to get involved in a lot of time-wasting activity?
I don't understand.
Are you worth it? And perhaps you don't desire what I could do for you.
But I would be very grateful for
No, that kind of politeness means nothing. Some cultivate begonias, but what could be more satisfactory than giving our time to a plant of human growth? I repeat, are you worth it?
I wouldn't for the world be any worry to you.
Well, that's all very well. People of your age say things they don't mean.
I do mean it.
Do you? Well, take my arm, then. Oh, that's very touching. It's exactly the kind of assurance I need if I'm to act on your behalf.
You looking for a cab, sir?
No. Young man, you are intelligent enough to take an interest in history, I think. I don't speak of the intellectual enjoyment that one such as yourself could gain in learning certain secrets. I'm speaking of a chain of circumstances. You see, I could give you an explanation not only of the past, but of the future, which no one has dreamed of.
Cab, sir?
Let me see your face. No. Do you have any Jewish friends?
Sir?
Do you know any Jews? Because if you do, I'd like to attend a festival at the temple. Perhaps a circumcision or some Hebrew chanting. Or perhaps be able to spectate at a comic exhibition between a Jew and his father in which he would smite him as David smote Goliath. That would be amusing to me. He might even include his old mother in the act. Why not? Could I witness him giving his old bag of a mother a good thrashing? Bend her across his knee? I'd love to see an old non-European bitch getting a good kicking. That would please me no end.
Sir?
What do you want?
Looking for a ride, sir?
Clear your seat, and I'll come up there next to you.
Right you are.
To teach you the secrets of diplomacy, I might myself, who knows, regain my appetite for those arts. But for that, I would need to see you often. Very often. Every day. Think about it.
Up you up, sir.
Oh, my hopping days are over. Give me your hand. Now, move up. I'll drive. Phew, the condition you're in. Think about it.
The Baron de Charlus' offer is echoing in my mind as I return home.
What is it, Mamma?
101. She has a temperature of 101.
Well, you...
Granny. My dearest Granny. Why should her illness be associated in my mind with the image of a portly aristocrat whipping a cabbie's horses?
What did the doctor say?
Rest. She's to rest.
Is that
what?
What?
What? You don't think
It's in sickness that we're compelled to recognize that we don't live alone, but are chained to a being from a different realm.
Send for Dr. de Bourbon.
From whom we are worlds apart, who has no knowledge of us and by whom it is impossible to make ourselves understood. I mean, our bodies.
He's very good.
And to ask pity of our bodies would be like talking to an octopus, for whom our words have no more meaning than the sound of the tides. And yet, how appalled we'd be if our lives depended on the mercy of an octopus.
Ah, yes, madam. You prefer the earlier novels of Mr. Bergot, do you?
I think so. I think I do.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, there, Mother. Dr. de Bourbon agrees.
I suppose at first he was making her talk about literature because he himself found medicine boring. I realized later that as an alienist, his aim was to find out whether her memory was working.
Now, madam, I have examined you when we were talking, and I discovered all I needed to know. And I say this to you. You will get better on that day, and it rests entirely with you, on that day when you realize there is nothing wrong with you.
But I have a temperature.
What an excuse.
And I feel ill.
I know you do. And that's the problem. The mind, madam, can convince us of anything at all. And tell someone of a neurotic disposition that the window is open, they begin to sneeze. Tell them their coffee is a little stronger than usual, and they won't sleep all night. You see, the mind.
Well, perhaps that clump of laurels in the Champs-Élysées, she could sit under that, if you think, Doctor.
Absolutely excellent. Go to the Champs-Élysées immediately and sit under the laurels. It purifies the blood.
I am not neurotic.
Do you think I needed more than to glance in your eyes to see?
But I feel so tired.
You must reverse the engines. The force which is telling you not to eat and not to go out must be now used to make you do these things. In your hands, it is in your hands. Don't tell me you're tired when tiredness is only the organic reaction to a preconceived idea. Change your ideas. You'll be cured. That's all there is to it.
So we go to the Champs-Élysées, leaving the cab at the Rue Gabrielle, while I'm patient with her.
You see? You feel better? Granny? Well, sit down, shall we? You feel any better? Granny?
Sit here.
Her face is flushed, her hat crooked. Why are we walking in the Champs-Élysées? She leans on my arm, and I can feel her elbow. Her small hands grip my fingers. I feel her nails go into me.
Granny?
Sit here.
We can go home.
Her face turns away. That dear, dear face.
It's all right. I'm all right.
I'll get a cab. Shall I get a cab?
Gripping my hand, smiling. No need to hide from me now what we have both realized. She's had a stroke.
Cabby! Cabby!
And suddenly she is closed to me. Part of the external world, like a stranger, for the first time. I can't talk to her. She has returned to me the thoughts which, from my earliest childhood, I entrusted to her. And though she isn't yet dead, I'm already alone. Powerless. 8 days. Realizing she can't be understood, she withdraws from speech. 8 days.
Oh, no, Mother, please. No, you can't get up. Oh, please, no.
Powerless, your head falls back on the pillow. 8 days. Your face, grave and stony. You make no effort to think. What's it like? What's it like for you? Then you fight.
Marcel.
Oh, Granny! Granny! Oh, God!
Now, plaintive, haggard, picking hairs from your nightdress, eyes sullen and senile. At Balbec, once, when a widow had flung herself into the sea and had been rescued against her will, you told me you could think of nothing so cruel as to snatch a desperate woman from the death she craved and restore her to a living martyrdom. And yet, I thought...
Don't leave me alone.
My poor darling. You have only Mamma and Papa to take care of you now.
The creature now bent in a semicircle on the bed. It isn't you, Granny. It isn't you. But a wild beast panting. It isn't you. Those convulsions making the blankets heave. It isn't you. All this agitation, not addressed to us. You no longer know us. But if it isn't you, where are you? Now Francoise combs her hair. Granny, it's beautiful. It's only tinged with grey. I remember you, calling on you in the Grand Hotel at Baalbek. I was so frightened of being alone, Granny, each morning.
Please, Granny.
You didn't mind.
Granny, please come in. I'm sorry. Please come in now.
I'm here.
Granny.
My little mouse.
Did I wake you?
Did my mousey think I'd let him lie awake without me? I'm here. I'm here.
Now your face is young, washed clean of the wrinkles and marks that life has printed on you. A smile seems to be hovering on your lips.
We'll go on the Guermantes way tomorrow, if it doesn't rain.
A change in the weather creates us anew. After a series of mild days, a cold fog which didn't clear until midday. I feel reborn. My parents are in Combray for a few days, and I'm having dinner with the Guermantes tonight. I'm free of my mother's delicacy with respect to my grandmother's memory. If I telephone her to ask her opinion, I know what she'll say.
Do just as you wish. You're old enough now to know right from wrong.
If I telephone...
It's Miss Albertine come to see you.
Albertine. With that name, I immediately see 4 girls advancing across a beach. I'm sitting with my grandmother at Baalbek.
I don't know.
Yes, he did. Are you listening to me? No!
But I'm looking at the girls. One of them, with plump cheeks and laughing eyes, pushing a bicycle, silhouetted against the sea.
Albertine Simone.
Do you mind if I sit down beside you like I used to at Baalbek?
No. Sit down. Kiss me.
Certainly. Sleeping late, as usual.
Yes. How are you?
Very busy. Bored, but busy, you know.
Why bored?
Rushing around. Baalbek was boring this year. Why didn't you come?
My grandmother died.
I'm very sorry. Why didn't you write to me?
I didn't write to anybody. I'm all right now.
Oh, good. Anyway, is there anything I can do for you?
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure? For example, I'm not in the least ticklish.
Is that so?
Yes, it is.
That's very interesting.
Isn't it? I'm immune.
I doubt it.
You're very doubtful. You could tickle me for half an hour and I wouldn't feel it.
Is that right?
Yes, it is. It is right. Half an hour.
If you don't mind, I'd rather put that off for a while.
Would you like a voucher? Pick it up later?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Albertine.
Well, I consider that to be a pity.
Why?
Listen, don't you know how to tickle?
Of course I do.
I don't think you do. I think that's half the trouble. You don't know a slap from a tickle.
Come here.
Slowly. Oh, you have to uncurl your fingers. Like that. God, they're like springs. Relax, if you're to master the tickler's art. That's the idea. No, not there.
Why not?
Well, we aren't engaged, are we? There are rules, you know.
Who wrote them?
I did.
Oh. All right, where then? Where am I allowed?
Oh, that's nice.
Really? Is it? Why don't you lie down properly?
Oh, am I too heavy?
No.
What are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
Shh. Let me show you.
In this matter of kissing, it occurs to me our nostrils and eyes are in the wrong place, and our lips the wrong shape.
Piece of cake. See?
I should have liked to breathe into you the mystery you had for me before I knew you, Albertine.
Oh, you're getting quite good at this.
Why? Why do I suddenly think of another pair of lips?
Be a grown-up boy for me. You promised.
Kiss me.
If he wants you to spend the night with him, what harm can it do? What harm can it do?
What's the matter?
I don't want to make you late.
I've got plenty of time. But you're going out this evening?
Yes.
I'd better go then. When will I see you again?
I don't know.
Oh. All right.
I'll send round for you.
What?
When I'm free.
Yes, that'll be nice. Look, I'd like to see you. That's all I'm saying.
Time to light the lamps.
Oh, crikey. I'm going, Francoise.
Nothing to do with me.
Goodbye, my darling. It was lovely. I'm going.
No better than she ought to be. And another visitor, Mr. Saint-Loup, is downstairs.
Robert's here?
Now, that's what I call a nice gentleman. Your mother'll be pleased you're so busy in her absence.
Robert, why did you come to me that night?
You all right?
Yes.
It's a foggy night, I'm sorry. Here, have my cloak.
You said nothing at first. And I began... the fog, something. The enclosed air, and I began to think... we make so little use of our experience. Hours pass by, bare, one-dimensional. How to find what lies underneath that rich orchestration of pleasure? Associations of memory. I could hear the band outside Robert's barracks at Doncières. The light coming through my curtains. And then again, the fog made me remember arriving one night at Cambrai. If only I knew. If only I could have grasped then in that carriage with Robert the connection between the light there at Doncières and the sombre light of Cambrai. If I could have found the connection then, perhaps I wouldn't have had to go through all these years. These years and years to arrive at my vacation.
By the way, my Uncle Charles wants you to go and see him tomorrow evening.
My ideas fled. Like shy gods. They never stay if you're with someone else. So much for the benefits of friendship.
I can't. I'm dining with the Duke and Duchess of Guermantes.
Oh, yes, Oriane's blowout. I'm not invited. But anyway, do go to my uncle's afterwards. He's very keen to tell you something. I don't know. Oriane's parties are over quite early. You can get out by 11. Don't let him down, will you? He's very touchy.
All right. You all right?
Yes, first rate. Oh. We don't see each other so much anymore, do we? It's a shame. But I understand why. Both busy men. Can't be helped.
How's army life?
It's tremendously interesting.
Do you think the Kaiser wants war, Robert?
No, nobody wants war. The Germans are always like this. They threaten. They want us to back down, but even if we didn't back down, no, nobody wants war. It would be a catastrophe. It'd be like the Gotterdammerung. It'd be like the flood all over again, but finished a lot quicker. You're warm enough.
My wife will be pleased as punch that you're here.
The Duke of Guermantes rambles on. I look around. I've never seen women like this. Just my mother's prim bourgeois friends before. These women have bare shoulders, necks.
Good evening. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Their naked flesh appears from either side of sprays of mimosa.
Very well, thank you very much.
There you are.
Hello. Thank you.
For...
inviting me this evening.
Are you tired?
No. Why?
You must be tired.
Why?
Your illness. Bazin, release him.
I was only...
We want him to meet our friends, yes, but we don't want him...
exhausted.
Exactly.
I'm not exhausted. Really.
He's so brave.
Oriane, what were you saying about the Duke's brother?
I don't start her off.
What was I saying? I don't remember.
I could do without having a witty wife sometimes. I honestly could.
Tell us, do.
Why did I start it?
I don't know. Why did you?
Was it a pun?
I'm going to have to tell them.
One of Oriane's puns? Oh, it's sure to be delicious.
Put them out of their misery, Oriane. Spill the beans.
No, I won't.
You're being so tantalizing. You're teasing us.
Then I suppose I'll have to do the honours. My brother Palamid, otherwise referred to as the Baron de Charlus, offered to give that place he got from his late wife to his sister.
But she didn't want it because she doesn't like that part of the country. Am I right?
Exactly. Now, someone was telling my wife all about this, and they said my brother was offering this place to our sister, not so much to please her as to tease her. To which my wife replied, and it came out quite spontaneously, "Teaser? Teaser? He must be Teaser Augustus."
Oh, teaser! Teaser Augustus. Oh, I say.
You see, that's the trouble with my wife. Even when she's making feeble puns, she describes people rather well. Shall we eat? I'm starving.
The famous Guermantes wit. And the Duchess's vagaries of judgment spare no one except her husband, for he alone has never loved her.
Oriane, I had a visit the other day from your cousin, Mrs. Erdecourt.
Yes?
Well, I know she's a Guermantes, but they tell me she has a spiteful tongue.
No, not at all. She's in every sense superior, particularly in regard to her chest measurement.
In him she feels an iron character.
She may be fat, but she's not lavish.
Indifferent to her whims, contemptuous of her beauty. One of those unbreakable wills under whose rule highly strung people can sometimes find tranquility.
Tell her that story of the lunch you had there.
The Duke de Guermantes lives the life of a bachelor.
Oh, really, Basil? I don't think anyone's interested.
Rubbish.
Pursuing a particular kind of feminine beauty in a string of mistresses whom he constantly replaces.
I'm confused. I don't know any house where one could eat better.
Or less, that's the point.
Your story, Oriane. Deliver it.
The Duchess often irritates him, but he knows she's regarded as the most beautiful, the cleverest and best-read member of the aristocracy.
Give us the works, girl. She won't listen.
She covers up his irregularities.
I was invited to lunch.
Entertains like no one else on earth.
She didn't want to go. Go on.
And upholds for their salon its premier place in the Faubourg Saint-Germain.
Will you tell it?
No.
Go on.
All right. She didn't want to go. Doesn't want to go anywhere, my wife. She wanted to find out how many other people would be there. Her hostess said, "You're going to have puree of chestnuts. I will say no more than that there will be 7 plates." To which Oriane cried, 7? So that means there'll be at least 8 guests then. You see what I'm saying? 7 plates, 8 guests. Not enough.
Oh, I see.
I suddenly realised that the Duchess de Guermantes has all the energy and charm of a cruel little girl from one of the noble families around Combray. One of those who from her early childhood has tortured cats and gouged out the eyes of rabbits. And that she won't ever understand what I had looked for in her. And not found.
I don't remember ever saying such a thing. I'm sorry.
You did. You did.
No.
Minx. You naughty minx.
We are attracted by any life which represents for us something unknown, something strange, and by every illusion that remains unshattered.
I'm sorry. There's a glass gone.
The Baron de Charlus' sitting room is furnished less simply than the Duchess's. I have plenty of time to make the comparison. The Baron seems in no hurry to see me.
Look, sir, if the Baron is busy...
Yes, sir?
If he's too busy to see me, I'll come again.
No, you mustn't go.
But I've been waiting for nearly an hour now.
The Baron would be angry.
Well, tell him, would you? Tell him!
Eventually, I am admitted to the presence.
Good evening. Good evening, Baron.
The Chinese dressing gown, the implacable eyes.
Put yourself in the Louis XIV seat. You call that a Louis XIV? I can see you're a well-educated young man.
Sir,
Sit! The interview, which I have condescended to grant you at the request of a person who shall remain nameless, will be the final point in our relations. I make no secret of the fact that I had hoped for better things from you. I don't think I'd be straining the meaning of the word too much if I were to say I once had a certain liking for you. Now, however, in these the last words we shall exchange on this earth, I must at least protect myself from your fabrications.
Sir, I've offended you.
Who says I'm offended? Do you suppose it's within your power to offend me? You're evidently not aware to whom you are speaking. Do you imagine that the envenomed spittle of 500 little gentlemen of your type, heaped one upon another, would succeed in slobbering so much as the tips of my august toes?
What are you talking about?
Someone, as I say, has...
If you will, tell me who has maligned me, who has treacherously... I will...
Yes? You retain no memory of the things you say?
What?
And do you think the person who was so good as to inform me of your calumny did not begin by demanding secrecy?
You're not going to tell me?
I can see that with a fondness for underhand utterances, you combine one for futile persistence. I gave a promise.
Sir, you insult me. I have said nothing.
So, I'm lying.
Someone has misinformed you.
Yes. Well, of course, that's possible. Remarks relayed second-hand are frequently untrue.
Oh!
That's my hat! You... That's my hat! Was my hat.
Good night!
Wait!
Goodbye!
Marcel, profit by this.
What?
He who chasteneth well, loveth well. You can stay here.
Sir?
I have a room. Stay here. Why not?
There's a carriage waiting.
Oh, no, they'll have paid it off.
My mother's expecting me.
Is she? Golly.
It's late.
It's the hour when the bourgeois go to bed, as Whistler once said. You haven't even heard of Whistler, have you?
Good night, sir.
There's a moon, a blue moon. Come and sit in the wood with me. You're going?
Yes.
I'll take my brougham, then. And in memory of your grandmother, I have a rare edition of Madame de Sévigné bound for you.
I thought you said
What?
we wouldn't meet again.
I don't wish to part with you on these terms. No dissonance. Before the eternal silence, the dominant call. Good night.
Good night.
You're sure about the wood? Blue moon? You and I?
Quite sure.
In that case, give me your hand. Sir, your face. You can't even shave yet, can you? And what tiny ears.
Good night, sir.
Lovely.
The deceptive charm of society people. And though I was disappointed by the Duchess of Guermantes, the Baron's words flared in my imagination. He deceived me because he was deceived. And so, when an invitation arrived for me from a princess, I was once again beguiled, and disbelieving. My first thought, there must be a mistake. I knew the Duke and Duchess would also be invited, and so crossed to their apartment to ask them. So much of my energy invested in the wrong things.
Can it be true?
Why not?
I wondered if there might be some mistake.
Why? Oh, you're being humble. Look, ask Oriane. She'll reassure you. She's upstairs with Charles Swan at the moment. You know him? You do. Very boring. He's come to show her some article he's written. So just hang on. If you come, we'd love to see you, obviously. Yes?
God, what a bore it is to go out when one would much rather stay at home.
Hello, Marcel.
Good evening, Mr. Swan.
I'm struck by Swan's face. What was it?
Wait.
Did he used to clip his moustache? Was he wearing his hair differently? Then I realized.
Bazin and I have a plan to spend next spring in Italy and Sicily. Charles, come with us, won't you?
He's ill.
I'm afraid I won't be able to, no.
Well, you went with Mrs. Montmorency to Venice and to Vicenza. She told me you helped her see lots of things.
It won't be possible.
How can you say that?
You can see for yourself I'm ill.
Yes, I'm not asking you to come next week. I'm talking about next spring.
By next spring, I shall already have been dead for several months.
What did he say?
You're joking.
He's just saying it to upset you. Come on, our coach is ready.
I don't know why I'm telling you this.
Oriane, ignore it. Come on. You're a very naughty man.
I've never said a word to anyone else.
We must go.
I mustn't make you late.
Quite right. It's 10 minutes to 8, Oriane. Charles, don't be taken in by these doctors. You're as strong as the Pont Neuf.
Yes.
You'll bury us all.
And now, when I look back on those childhood days, it is clear to me that the two paths I used to take with my family on hot summer afternoons are linked forever in the life of my mind. In the happiness they gave me, in the exaltation they have crossed the years, even though the paths themselves and those who trod them are no more. Though gone, they remain, as it were, at the deepest level of my mental soil, still offering me firm sites where I may build. Swan's Way, with its lilacs and hawthorns, and the Gaumont Way, with its river and water lilies, have constituted for me, for all time, a picture of a land in which I would happily pass my whole life.
Part 4, Sodom and Gomorrah.
You wake in the silence. A moment. Who are you? For a moment, you don't know. For a moment. Until memory. Your bedroom in your parents' apartment in Paris. Ring for the maid, Françoise. The bell. Reminds you of another bell. It's the one on the garden gate at your great-aunt Leonie's house in Combray. This bell still rings in your ears, though it happened in the remote past, your childhood. You're terrified. You realize this bell has always been inside you. These moments are your life. You feel giddy, as if you're looking down from a height at the long series of the years, not separated from you, no, but inside you.
Your hot milk.
Oh, Françoise.
Some air in here wouldn't go amiss.
Françoise, what sort of a day is it?
It's a day. What do you need to know?
What to do? An invitation to the party of a princess this evening. It's silver writing on the creamy card against the mirror. And though the bright charms society people once held for you seem to be tarnishing, you'll go. She's a princess, after all. And between then and now, you'll start your novel. That's what you'll do. After all, it's only a matter of willpower.
I'm not sure. What?
It's the Baron de Charloux' voice. In the courtyard, outside your bedroom.
I beg your pardon, I'm confused.
And Jupien, the tailor.
Are you?
You go to the window. Some instinct draws you.
Perhaps you need to sit down for a bit.
Did I see you once in Zurich?
Portly Charloux tilts his body.
Zurich? Well, I've never been there.
Do you have a light? For a cigar?
You're waiting for something you suspect is going to happen.
Oh, I'm afraid I've left my cigars at home.
Oh. Well, why don't you pop into my shop then?
Now the tailor places his hand on his hip, sticks out his behind, poses like a coquette.
You can get everything you want there.
Or like some orchid in front of the providential arrival of a bee. You're fascinated.
Yes. All right. Where's...
Follow me, sir.
Damn! There's an empty shop next door to Jupien's. It's connected by a thin partition. All you have to do is just run straight across the yard and into the empty shop. Why, though? Why this risk? 1, you're impatient. 2, memories of spying on Mr. Vinteuil's daughter and her female lover at Montjouvain. Listen. It's already begun. Noises like someone slitting someone's throat are now coming from Jupien's shop. You conclude from this that there is another sound as noisy as pain.
Oh, you great, big, beautiful darling.
Pleasure. Think about it. A retired tailor stands quivering with ecstasy before a man of 50. The feud of the Capulets and Montagues is as nothing compared to the obstacles which these two have overcome. A miracle has occurred. The bumblebee has brought its pollen to the orchid which has waited so long to receive it. And as soon as you think of it like this, everything about it is touched by beauty. You daren't move, but wait half an hour for them to come outside again.
Why do you shave your chin?
Eh?
It's so nice, a beard.
Ugh, It's disgusting. You big baby. You ask me why I follow young men home. Well, it's because it provides me with some interest on my journey. There. Some curious little person who's taken my fancy. I often have to change trains 3 or 4 times to pursue her. I use the feminine gender. I mean this little person. And frequently end up in the Gare d'Orléans at 11 o'clock at night, all on my own. It's curious, but with young gentlemen, all I want to do is touch them. I don't mean physically, but touch. A responsive chord. Once that's done, I'm assuaged. As soon as a young man starts writing to me incessantly, and he is, as it were, morally at my disposal, I immediately become obsessed with another. Strange, isn't it? You don't know of any young men, do you?
Well, there's a nice, dark, tall one with eyeglasses visits here.
I don't know him. I will tell you about someone I'm currently interested in. He's an intelligent little beast, but he shows a prodigious want of civility towards me. Oh, but what does it matter? Would you be prepared, Jupien, to act as my agent in these matters?
Of course, dear. Just give me a shout. I'm entirely at your disposal.
Well, I must go.
Nice ass, Honor.
Thank you.
Your eyes opened. Each man's vice, for want of a better word, is hidden. You know now why the Baron reminds you of a woman. He is one. Now you see it. Charlot's ideal is manly precisely because his temperament is feminine. Some people believe homosexuals are repugnant and unnatural. But what is it angers these people? Isn't it because the law and blackmail and violence have made no difference to the homosexual's innate disposition? And why does it cause more repugnance than theft, or cruelty, or breach of faith? Isn't it because people can understand those vices better, and so are more ready to excuse them? To the princess's party. You stand around, nervously looking for your hostess, so you can introduce yourself before someone comes up to you and says, "Excuse me, there's been some mistake. Would you mind leaving?"
Hello.
Hello.
So lovely to see you again.
Yes.
And is your mother well?
Thank you, yes.
And your father?
My father.
Oh, he looked pale the other evening.
He's very well.
Oh, good. Well, give them both my love, won't you?
No idea at all who that was. Someone looking over your shoulder might say,
"Isn't it rather sad that a person of your age can't remember this woman's name?"
And you might reply,
"You're right. And what's worse, we're approaching that time when all names will drop into that dark well."
Possibly.
But here's the good news. Without forgetfulness, we'd never bother to think about memory at all. It takes an insomniac to think about sleep. And failing memory is an incentive.
Yes.
Anything else worrying you?
Can I get a drink round here?
I think you'll find one over there.
Oh, there you are.
Robert.
Ha ha. Who was that?
Not sure. How are you?
tall, blonde and noble. Robert de Saint-Loup, your friend. And, of course, a Guermantes. Was that what he meant to you?
Very well, very well.
What did he see in you?
I'm feeling spectacularly relaxed this evening.
Oh, good. How's that?
Had a rather exotic afternoon.
Exotic?
Yes, exotic.
I see.
A place I know.
This is a brothel, is it?
It's a house of assignation.
And there's a difference?
Are you being disapproving?
You've changed.
My God, it's like talking to my mother. Listen, if you don't need to sheath your sword now and again, I damn well do. You look rather fraught. I think you'd benefit from it.
Oh, really?
What's the matter? Come with me.
You used to be so severe about these things.
Yes, and you used to be more fun.
I have been to a brothel, you know.
Really? Oh, have you?
Yes.
Where?
How could I tell you that? It was a place where your mistress, your ex-mistress, Rachel, had serviced me for 20 francs.
Well?
I can't remember.
Listen, there's a woman at the one I go to. Fabulous. Whatever you like, she's there. You understand? And what's more, she comes from a good family. Imagine. Oh, name of Miss Audreville.
Really?
You're interested, aren't you? You're interested now. Oh, you might like Mrs. Pooboos's maid.
Who?
Mrs. Pooboos, you know?
Her maid?
A slim one, short hair.
She's there.
Freelancing, making a bit of extra money. Very dexterous.
Robert? Look, where is this?
I'm going to tell you. Mrs. Pooboos goes to Baalbek every summer. She takes her maid with her, and there might be evenings, no doubt, when this maid goes down onto the beach to stretch her legs.
Baalbek?
And as always, along with the name Baalbek, come thoughts of you, Albertine, whom I first saw silhouetted against the sea, as you crossed the sand with your friends.
Let him look.
Albertine.
I try. I've always tried to be like a brother to you. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
Because I love you.
Mental note. Mrs. Pooboos's maid. Stretching her legs. Baalbek.
I've got to find a drink.
I want to ask you about your uncle.
Which one? I've got so bloody many.
The Baron de Charlus.
What about him?
Is it true? His reputation.
But he's a queer.
Yes.
Why ask this when I already knew the answer?
Listen, if I had 10 francs for every woman he slept with, I wouldn't be worried about my inheritance. Do you know what I'm saying?
He likes women.
Likes them? They're his life, his hobby. You see over there, see him over there? He's pretending to take an interest in those 2 young men.
Yes.
It's not them he's after. It's their mother. Look at her, hovering in the background, smiling at him. If you want to bed a woman, flatter her children. It's a Guillemont family strategy.
So pleasant to see really well-educated young men nowadays.
He'll have her later. My uncle queer? Oh, a filthy lie. Remember that. My drink calls. We'll talk later.
Robert, why protest so loudly?
Good evening.
Mr. Swanham. How are you?
For a dying man. Quite well. Don't look so sad.
Now, in the last stages of his illness.
When are you going to come and see my daughter?
The chemical reactions in his face. The mottled blue.
We're all very proud of Gilberte. She's quite grown up now.
Mr. Swan, you are coming to my garden party? Tomorrow afternoon? A few close friends.
Well,
I hope so.
Mrs. Saint-Overt, I'd better speak to my wife and...
Well, of course, she must come too. I've invited her.
Ah, well, in that case...
I depend on you both.
Yes, I think you'd like Gilberte.
I'm sure I would.
Remember when you used to play together in the Champs-Élysées?
Of course.
You were quite soft on each other.
You're seeing Albertine tonight.
I should have written to her. Of course I should.
Why? You no longer love her. Gilberte was like a dead person to you. Someone you'd mourned and got over.
I'll write. Of course I will. Please, tell her. By the way, Mr. Swan, is it true what's said about the Baron de Charlus?
Again, this question.
What do you mean?
What people say.
What?
Well, that he's
Can I tell you something? There are wholly irresponsible and idiotic rumours about the Baron. Based on what? The fact that he's more sensitive, more sentimental than other men, and what else? That he never goes very far with women. That he's attached to his men friends. And there's nothing in these rumours. Nothing. You believe me?
Yes, sir.
I hope so. I must go. I'm so tired.
What was the thrill this secret held for you? Knowing something these skilled social observers didn't know? Or denied? The amusement when Françoise said she'd be willing to marry her own daughters to so fine a gentleman as the Baron de Charlus? No. Something more. What?
Am I going to Mrs. Saint-Herbert's garden party? Is that what I've been asked? It's like asking a man whether he's suffering from diarrhea. Though were I suffering from that complaint, I would attempt to relieve myself in a more comfortable place than the house of a person who, if memory serves, was celebrating her centenary when I first began to move in society. When she spoke to me, my olfactory organ was thrilled because I said to myself, good God, someone has broken the lid of my cesspool. No, I'm wrong. It's just Mrs. Saint-Hervert has opened her mouth to invite me to her garden party. Does the indefatigable old streetwalker actually expect me to come? It would be for me an invitation to explore the sewers. Have I said something?
Albertine. The comfort in seeing her. You had given her a ticket to Racine's play Phèdre, knowing the performance would be over and she'd be there when you got home. She wasn't. And then having to run the gauntlet to Françoise's finely honed scepticism.
You're confident, are you?
Françoise, she'll be here.
Oh, it's none of my business.
Quite.
You never know with that one.
Françoise had no time for Albertine.
Are you following me?
You don't look right.
I don't look right. The telephone, that is. It's ringing, Françoise.
She's your friend, not mine.
It's only a phone, you know.
Only a phone? Oh, I don't think so.
Yes?
I'm not disturbing you.
Albertine?
Yes.
Are you coming around?
Listen.
What?
It's difficult.
Why?
It's just that, you know... Oh, if you need to...
What?
If you need to see me...
If I need to?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means... Go away! I'm on the phone.
Where are you?
Oh, just round a friend's house.
If I need to?
What?
You said if I need to see you, you'd come.
Yes, that's right. But it would be difficult.
Why?
Because it just would. Because I'm across town.
Ah. Well, I don't need to see you. Did I... Sorry, did I give you that impression? I'm sorry.
I'm miles away from you, that's all. Otherwise I'd come.
Listen, I'm tired.
Are you?
Very tired. I've been to a very important party
Are
and
you cross with me?
No. Cross? Why?
All this fuss.
What fuss? I'm not making a fuss.
I know you.
Listen, I couldn't care less if you come or if you don't come, all right? You want to get back to your party? Get back to your party.
I'll come. I'll get in a cab right now.
Nobody's asking you to. What can I say to you?
I'll call you tomorrow then.
Yes, whatever you want.
I'll make it up to you.
You have nothing to make up.
What?
Leave me alone, would you?
I'd like to.
Leave me alone.
I was going to say I'd like to kiss you goodnight.
What?
Marcel?
Kiss me.
Marcel?
Kiss me. Kiss me.
Why, I remember that.
I'll come now. I'm on my way.
Then you understand. She'll never reveal everything, and you'll never be sure of her until you lock her up. In Baalbec, in search of Mrs. Pubus's maid, desolate and heart-sore in the hotel, you bend wearily to untie your boots.
Ah!
A seething bliss pours through you in waves. What is it?
Ah!
And suddenly you remember another visit to this hotel.
I don't feel very well, Granny.
Yes. Well,
I don't...
It's a nice room.
I'm just saying, I'm just telling you how I feel.
But look at the view you have.
I think we should go home.
Right over the sands. You'll sit here. No. You'll sit here drinking in
We should go back to Paris.
You'll get used to it.
No, I won't.
She bent over to untie your boots. You see the crown of her head.
Granny.
As if for the first time. Tender. Preoccupied. You became that boy again. Disappeared for so long.
Granny.
Never again will you erase her face, nor appease the pain you caused her.
I'm sorry.
You ask nothing more of God if paradise exists.
Granny.
Than to let you knock again on the partition wall between your room and hers.
Granny.
And to hear her reply.
My little mouse.
Did I wake you?
Did my mousey think I'd let him lie awake without me? I'm here. I'm here.
Let me stay. Oh, let me stay with her. throughout eternity. Baalbek.
You said you were upset.
It was nice of you to come out.
I said I'd come whenever you needed me. What happened? I like your hotel manager.
Do you?
He's a card.
He is, isn't he?
He said he'd be happy to facilitate the passage of my inquiry.
Yes.
I said, no, just tell him I'm here. Oh, you'll be all right. You're missing your grandmother, of course you do. You loved her, but you'll get over it.
What does that mean?
You're so sweet.
Yes, I am, aren't I?
But I have to go.
Now?
I've promised someone.
Who's that?
A friend. And I've let her down so often.
Stay with me.
I can't.
You said you'd stay if I was gloomy, if I was in the mood. Well, I am gloomy. I am in the mood.
It's a friend of my aunt's. I promised her.
But why today?
I don't understand.
Why not tomorrow?
Oh, I see. Tomorrow. No. She's busy tomorrow.
All right. I'll come with you then.
Listen, let's go somewhere else.
Where?
We'll have lunch together.
What about your aunt's friend?
Doesn't matter.
Well, she'll be disappointed, won't she?
It doesn't matter. We'll have fun. Let's have fun. All this talk about fine weather, it's a lot of rubbish.
It's spring.
Well, I know that.
It's spring weather.
Yes, you're right. You're so,
What?
oh, what's the word? Acute.
I see.
I see. Good. I want to go dancing. Do you want to go dancing?
No.
That's a pity. The casino at Ancarville are offering delights, apparently. No? Not for you, no.
I'm not going, Albertine.
You don't dance. You're very cruel. I shall throw myself in the sea. I alter my plans for you. You accuse me of lying.
Did I do that?
Yes. Are you going to be in mourning forever?
I didn't. I didn't.
Stop the cab. Please, stop the cab.
You thought then of everything you'd been told about Swan's love for Odette, of the way Swan had been tricked all his life.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't love her.
It isn't sufficiently appreciated that women derive most excitement through their breasts.
Is that so?
Yes, it is. Examine, if you will, the breasts of those two women in front of us. Imagine trying to get a sheet of paper between them.
The casino at Ancarville.
You couldn't.
The inevitable drunk has attached himself.
And why?
They're only dancing together.
No, my friend. They are citizens from the island of Lesbos.
For God's sake.
You know them?
Yes, you do. It's Albertine in the arms of Andre. Like observing her through an opaque glass. What was on the other side?
You don't think this could possibly be a gentleman's excuse me, do you?
Marcel, what have you got against me?
Look at the gull.
Don't change the subject. Be frank with me.
I have to tell you that I'm in love with someone else.
What?
Yes, I am.
Who?
Andre.
Andre?
Your friend. For a long time now, yes. Mad about her. There was a time when I hoped I might be able to love you, but that time has passed.
Shut up.
That's the way it is.
Is it?
Yes.
I see. Well, thank you very much for your openness. I appreciate it.
You understand?
Completely.
Well, that's good.
Perfectly natural.
She's so...
Andre?
Yes, Andre, she's so fine. Everything about her.
Yes.
Everything I could ever hope to.
Yeah, good choice.
She's so... You understand?
Of course. I'm half in love with her myself.
What?
Everyone is.
I see. Are you?
Oh, yes. Well, she's so sophisticated. She's so...
I don't want to lose you, that's all.
Me?
Yes.
Why should you?
You're not angry?
Not at all. Not in the least.
Well, that's very That's reassuring.
A message from your aunt, young lady. Are you intending to come back for lunch? Yes or no?
No.
Well, she'll be pretty cross, I'd imagine.
All the same. What?
I heard a rumour.
Oh, yes. And what was that?
The thing is...
Yes?
Albertine, the thing is, I was with someone at the casino. I saw you dancing with Andre.
Whom you love?
Wait a minute. And this person noticed that your breasts were touching.
Touching what?
Each other's. And I saw you once kissing her on the neck.
She's my friend.
On the neck, Albertine, on the neck.
Yes, and? You think if there was anything going on like that, I wouldn't tell you? That sort of thing disgusts me. Here.
No, please.
Oh, kiss me for God's sake.
Albertine! Albertine!
Of course I didn't do anything like that.
We seek out what hurts us,
Open your lips.
and then seek to get rid of it.
Oh, spoil sport.
Distrustful, suspicious, above all, convinced by denials. Who would argue with a sedative that works? You ought to have left Baalbek there and then, and to have locked yourself in solitude and stayed there, remembering the echoes of a voice which, if only for a moment, was loving.
My darling.
Albertine Sorel, this is Robert de Saint-Loup-en-Bray.
Doncier railway station. You wanted Albertine to meet Robert. Why?
Oh, how do you do?
Heard all about you.
Have you?
What a sweet dog. What's his name?
It's a bitch, Colette.
Does she like to be petted?
It has been known.
Sweet.
The wind gusting across the tracks.
She's a lovely girl, then.
Where are we going, then?
No idea.
Don't you love this man?
Oh, yes.
Meet me at the station, he says. We'll do something for the afternoon. So?
I wanted to see you, Robert.
Doggy jump?
Don't get her too excited.
Oh, all right.
There's a cafe on the station.
A station cafe?
Yes.
What a treat, Marcel.
We're all a bit pressed for time, that's all.
How are you?
Well, quite well.
You look miserable.
How are you?
Bored.
Can I hold her lead?
Do.
Come on, Colette. Come along, darling.
Oh, that's your lady friend, is it?
Yes. What?
She looks bouncy, is she?
How do you mean?
Oh, I'm just saying.
She's very nice.
Good.
Shall we find this cafe?
Oh, no.
What?
My Uncle Palamade.
Baron Charlot? Where?
Yeah, just down the platform.
What's he doing here?
I don't know.
Looks as though he's hanging about.
Presumably waiting for a train. I want to avoid him.
He's seen me.
Oh, all right. All right, listen, I'm going to slip away.
What?
Just, please.
You! Excellent.
Baron, how are you?
I want you to do something for me.
Of course.
You see that young man?
Where?
Along the platform, due north. The blonde with the violin.
The soldier?
Yes, I believe he's in uniform. Go and tell him I want to speak to him. What?
You want me to...
Something not transparent?
Well, I...
Oh, for God's sake, I'll do it myself. Come with me. Please excuse me. May I assume you're in the regimental band?
Yes.
And your name?
Charles Morel.
I wish to listen to a little music this evening.
Oh, yes.
I pay 500 francs per session.
Nice train speed signal, sir.
I'm not catching the Paris train, damn you! Put that luggage in the waiting room. It occurred to me you might know someone who might...
I'll do it.
You will?
Yes, sir. And since what we have to say to each other is rather complicated, perhaps we could go somewhere?
Is there somewhere?
I'm sure there is. Just follow me.
Not wishing to watch them, you return to the station cafe.
Oh, Marcel. Did you deal with my uncle?
What?
He's going back to Paris, is he?
He didn't say.
Don't you love this dog? Oh, I want to take her home with me. Robert says I can.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Fibber! Dreadful fibber!
You look pale, Marcel. Did my uncle upset you?
Can we go?
What? Why?
I'm sorry. Robert, I'm sorry.
Well, come to Paris soon, Robert, and bring this little darling whom I love.
Are we ready? What was that?
What?
That. You were acting like a whore.
I'm sorry.
You know what you were doing.
I was being nice to your friend.
Nice? He thinks it... I don't know what he thinks.
I did it for you.
Really?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Yeah, well, don't, all right?
I won't ever do it again.
Good.
Yet you felt cured. If Albertine flirts with another man, it means she can't care for women.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I was hoping...
What?
You haven't noticed. I chose an empty carriage.
Her raincoat clinging to the outline of her body. Oh, Albertine.
I'm rather warm, as a matter of fact.
Take it off.
Do you want me to?
Yes.
You take it off.
Oh, my love.
Oh, don't be cross with me.
I won't.
Oh, Albertine.
Difference between Mrs. Verdurin and the Duchess de Guermantes. Mrs. Verdurin is a great lady. The Duchess is probably a pauper. Mrs. Verdurin has 35 million francs. 35.
Another train out of Balbec. The following evening. I'm anxious to reach Mrs. Verdurin's salon.
She entertains all the very best people.
Hoping to see Mrs. Proust, who's also been invited. And the maid.
Ah, Recherche.
Ta-ta.
This is Marcel.
Ah, you're joining our little clan this evening?
Yes.
Very good, very good. Shame about Deschamps, Dr. Cottard.
We all have to die sometime.
Excuse me, who is Deschamps?
Mrs. Verdurin's favourite pianist.
For a while.
In the days when Swann used to attend our gatherings.
He fell from favour. He was in favour for a while, and then he fell from it. Now he's dead. I'm surprised she's decided to go ahead with this evening.
I think her husband has some idea to distract her.
I hear they found her violinist. He was in bed with a cold.
Sorry, this is...
He was bringing someone with him, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Some friend of his father's, whom he met by chance on Doncières Station.
Well, that'll be interesting.
That's what I thought.
Who?
His name's Morel.
The Verdurins send their carriage to collect our little clan. And on the way from the station you think of Granny. Of how she would have enjoyed this ride. The softness of the waves breaking below you. The simple grandeur which she loved.
You got here in one piece, gentlemen.
Mr. Verdurin.
Cottard. Recherche. And this is...
Marcel.
Ah, my wife's little invitation. Fair enough.
I'm sorry I don't have any evening clothes.
Doesn't matter. Liberty Hall, eh, gentlemen?
Absolutely.
Tragic about Deschamps.
Is that your idea of an opening remark, Brichot?
Well, he was young.
And? We can't bring him back to life, can we? Why cry over spilt milk? We have a wheelbase waiting. And for God's sake, Brichot, do your best to sit on the lamentations in front of Mrs. Verdurin. I swear to you, when she found out he was dead, she practically cried. And if she makes herself ill, it'll be me who'll look after her. And I'll hold you responsible. And don't let's pretend he was a genius, please, just because he's kicked the bucket. My wife took him up for a while, made something of him, because that's her way. And that's all there was to it. Here she is.
Friends.
Madame.
Cottard. Dear, dear Cottard.
How are you?
I have a small headache, brought on by an excess of sublime music.
Ah, yes?
A piano piece at lunchtime.
Goldberg?
No, I'm almost sure it was Bach. Anyway, it had its inevitable effect on me.
Ah.
But I don't want to talk about it. Otherwise it's me, which is so boring. Marcel, did you enjoy the ride over here?
Oh, it was wonderful. The sunset was heartbreaking.
Yes. My husband's told you all who's joining our little clan this evening?
The Marquis of Compromat?
No, not him.
He's not coming?
He's coming, but he's boring. No, I refer to our young violinist.
Morel.
I understand he's bringing his father's friend.
Yes?
Do we know who this person is?
The Baron de Charlus.
Gosh.
I said it would be interesting.
And Mrs. Proust, is she coming?
No, she cancelled. And if she thinks she'll get another invitation from me, she can whistle for it. Doesn't Mr. Morel play divinely, Baron?
Such cliches normally cause me to vomit, Mrs.
Verdurin.
But in this case you've chanced upon a good one. Have you got a headache?
Oh, don't.
Don't what?
Don't remind me of it.
All right, I won't.
I'm very glad you could come.
Yes.
Did you enjoy the ride over here?
Yes. Shall we listen to the music now?
You imagine yourself to be ill. You become ill.
Isn't this marvelous?
You think tenderly of men. You become a woman.
I can see you're one of us, Baron.
I beg your pardon?
Every day an imaginary skirt trips you up.
Don't protest. I can tell you were from your very first words. I don't know whether you practice any of the arts, but that isn't necessary. Nor is it always sufficient. De Chambre, who has just died, played exquisitely, with the most vigorous execution, but he wasn't one of us. You felt it at once. Brichot isn't one of us. Morel is. My wife is. I can feel that you are.
Now I see what you mean.
So it is that one obsession can affect your health, while another will change your sex.
Are you staying long on the coast?
Oh, good Lord, one never knows. I should like to stay here until the end of September.
You're absolutely right. That's when we get the most splendid storms at sea.
Well, to tell you the truth, that isn't what interests me. I have for some time past unduly neglected the Archangel St. Michael, my patron. I wish to make amends to him by staying for his feast on the 29th of September at the Abbey on the Mount.
Do you take an interest in that sort of thing?
You are perhaps afflicted with intermittent deafness. I've told you that St. Michael is my most glorious patron saint. I'm saying this. It's beautiful at the offertory, when the altar boy stands erect, in a white robe, swinging a golden censer, and the fragrance of those perfumes mounting up to God.
Perhaps we could get a group together and pop over.
What edification for the faithful in this act of homage. It would be wonderful to hear our young friend performing a Bach cantata. The abbot would go wild for it. I must mention it to this young Angelico of music. Yoo-hoo!
Half asleep, exhausted. The lift operator's words enter your dreams.
She's full of fun.
You dream a loved one is waking you.
Marcel.
Albertine.
Gets out of the cab, leaving the cab driver a little present to clear up. You know what I'm saying?
Eh? You wake alone.
Thank you very much, sir. If everyone was as kind as you, there'd be no poor people left. But, as my sister says, there must always be poor people.
Tears in your eyes. Albertine takes up painting. In a hired, chauffeur-driven car, you take her to the little churches around Baalbek.
You got everything?
Why are you worried?
That's all right.
You're not stopping, are you?
No, can't.
I like you to watch me when I'm painting.
I've got an appointment. You need any help?
No, thank you. I'm sure I can get my own easel out. Wait! The paintbrushes! Are you in a hurry?
No. I'll pick you up. When? 5? 5, Albertine?
Yes. I'd love you to stay here.
Enjoy yourself.
You pretend you have other things to do. Why? When you're away, all you can do is think of her. And the sea breeze as it flows past you and down through the trees until it caresses her face. And the roads are just a means of getting back to her. To be with her again. Why didn't you stay with her?
You're wheezy.
No.
Marcel, you're wheezy. It's damp. You go out all the time, ill-clothed. What can we expect?
Mamma has come to join you. Such tenderness when you were ill.
I'll have a lie down after lunch.
That's right. If that doesn't interrupt your plans.
It doesn't?
How is Mrs. Verdurin?
The same. She has to take an aspirin after listening to music.
And Professor Cottard?
Very well. Stuffy.
And Albertine? It is Albertine, isn't it?
Yes.
I wouldn't see too much of her.
I don't see very much of her.
And I don't mean never see her, just don't see her all the time. It's entirely up to you.
I was considering breaking off with her.
Oh, I didn't say do that. Let's not talk about it. I should go and have your lie down.
Yes, Mamma.
If Mamma had known, if she had known, but no, she must never know.
We won't go back.
What about your aunt?
She's asleep. Let's stay here. Isn't it perfect? Oh, isn't this perfect?
Yes.
Look at the moon.
I can't stop looking at you.
Isn't it wonderful? Aren't we lucky?
Every day you were afraid she couldn't see you. Every day she could.
Kiss me.
Here's your kiss, you silly boy.
What? What's the matter?
It'll always be like this.
Little buttercup.
Like what?
My little canary.
Remember the orchard you passed on the cliff top? The apple trees, the pear trees? We'll outlive you, they said. Begin. Begin your work, your writing. Begin it now, before the hour of eternal rest strikes you. Get rid of the girl. Baron de Charlus is also in love. Along the coast he takes Morel to lunch in the same car, with the same chauffeur.
Can't you get the staff to remove this thing from my table?
Everyone thinks the Baron is a penniless old man being treated by his generous and long-suffering nephew.
Don't you like roses?
Well, it's because I do like them, but I don't like that plant. Waiter?
Yes, sir.
I ordered champagne.
Yes.
And then take away this filth, which has no connection with champagne. What we have here is the emetic known as cup, which consists of 3 rotten strawberries swimming in a mixture of vinegar and soda water.
Sorry, sir.
See the little blonde selling flowers? I bet she's got a girlfriend for you.
What do I care?
In Paris, you'll have a fine time.
But Charlus is afraid of taking Morel to Paris, afraid of exposure.
You know what I'd like? Is to find a girl who's absolutely pure, make her fall in love with me, and take her virginity.
What good would that do you? Then you'll be obliged to marry her.
Marry? No. Once my amusement was over, I'd ditch her.
Would you really do that?
Dump the bitch.
Ooh, it'd be dangerous.
I'd have my kit packed and be ready to go.
What about me?
I'd take you with me. I've got someone lined up already, as a matter of fact.
Who's that?
A little seamstress who keeps a shop in the Duke of Guermante's house.
That's Joupien's niece. Oh, Joupien's a good man, and the child is charming. It'd be terrible to cause them such distress. Wouldn't it?
I don't know. Would it?
But Charlus' sadism was easily assuaged. A few bad words and he was finished. Morel, however, was different.
Look at those pink birds.
Where?
See?
There was a time when my ancestors were proud to be butlers to the king.
And there was a time when my ancestors would have chopped off your ancestors' heads and slid what was left into buckets, like fish guts. Yes, I wonder if the guts of an aristocrat would stink like the guts of a peasant. What do you think?
Charlot hangs his head after such public humiliation.
Are you coming to lunch at Mrs. Vergerland's?
We are.
I'm not.
Well, why? Why, Charlie?
Because it bores me. I'm going home.
Charlie!
Bye.
Albertine?
No, stay. Stay with the Baron.
Yes,
I'll see you later.
I know where he's going. An assignation. A prince has propositioned him.
What?
Yes, 1,000 francs for a night in a brothel. He thinks it'll help his career. I don't owe you anything, he said to me.
He owes you everything, Baron.
What am I to do? I love the boy.
I'm sorry.
I'll catch him at it.
Do you really want to do that?
I've asked Jopien to bribe the madame.
You'll suffer.
Well, what else can I do? I'm going there tonight.
Love is the cause of geological upheavals in the mind. A range of mountains comes into view, and inscribed on every peak a different passion. Fury, jealousy, curiosity, envy.
He'll pay. He'll pay for this.
Hatred, suffering, pride, terror, and love. That night, Charlot and Jupien, a strangely crowded room, atmosphere of a railway station.
Madame X's. You never been to one of these places before, Baron?
My God, no.
You're a big baby. You're a big baby. Now, you're safe with me, you know that.
What if I'm recognised?
By?
Who? Somebody?
Oh, I don't think they're here.
Who?
Somebody.
You're having fun, Jupien.
Calm yourself, Baron.
What do we do?
Wait for Madame.
But you say you've spoken?
Yeah, we're getting a room next to Morel's.
Oh, my God.
You want to catch him, it's what you got to do.
If I want to catch him...
Oh, no blubbing. Buck up.
Yes.
And here she is. Angelique.
Mr. Jupien.
My friend, who wishes to remain nameless.
Pleasure to meet you, Baron.
Oh, my God.
He's in the Pershing room.
Aye?
Morel, is it you're interested in?
Yes.
So if I pop you into the Ottoman suite just next door?
So he's there?
Yes.
Is he alone?
Not quite.
Oh.
Courage.
Geneviève! Take these two to number 28.
This way. You want me to take my clothes off?
Oh, for God's sake, no.
We're all right, thank you, darling.
Where is he?
Next door. You want to buy some champagne?
What's that going to cost us?
40 francs.
Joke.
Pay it.
I don't make anything out of it.
And my friends next door?
Yeah, next door. I'll get your champagne.
Well, I thought you said something.
No.
What?
Charlot, pale as marble, as though already lying on his family tomb in Cambrai.
This waiting is crucifying me, I swear it.
Is it nice being a soldier?
No, it's a bloody bore.
Jupien, that's Morel.
Bit more champagne.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Next door. You ready? Watch.
Through a special mirror, Charlot spies Morel, sitting on a bed, in a green light, looking embalmed.
He knows we're here. They've told him.
It seems so.
He's giving a performance.
Do you play music on the battlefield?
No.
Do the other men like you?
Jupien, take me home.
Morel was like a piece of paper that's been folded so many times you could never remove the creases. And later on, you found out that he and Albertine were very close. Perhaps the seeds were there that day, at the end of the season, riding home with that man in his car.
This will be the last of our trips, then.
And how could I have guessed what I was later told, though never had proof?
Why's that?
End of the season, they lay me off.
That Albertine and Morel were on the best of terms.
Oh, that's hard.
The way it is, I am weeping.
But you've got something else.
That's right. I've got something else.
And everywhere Morel's plots and deceptions.
You've got a good coachman there, haven't you, Mr. Verdurin?
His first move, to replace the Verdurins' coachman, Hausler, with the chauffeur.
Hausler? Yes. We hadn't any complaints.
Sowing his lies on a country walk.
Shame about his drinking.
Drinking?
I hate to see someone ruin himself like that.
I've never known him drink.
You never notice it? I say to myself, it's a miracle he's never crashed that coach. You can see how many times he's come off. His face is a mass of bruises.
Bruises?
All over his face.
And arranging for the delivery of those bruises. So the coachman is fired and Morel installs his own man.
All right, mate! All right!
And later on in Paris, through the good offices of this chauffeur, Albertine meets Morel. What could you have done to protect yourself? The conversation of the person you love is like the ground above a dangerous stretch of subterranean water.
Well, I love you. I do.
You sense the chill of an invisible pool. You smell the treacherous seepage, but the water remains hidden.
First, your eyes. Your deep, dark, interesting eyes.
You could never trust her. No.
Your lovely smile when you're embarrassed. I love that one.
You loved her too much.
Your kisses. Your touch. Yes, your touch. Shall I go on?
You had to get rid of her.
Let me brush your hair, Marcel. Sit.
Mamma, I haven't...
Sit down. When did I last do this?
I'll tell her tomorrow, Mamma.
You had to. Yes, of course.
If it's what you want.
Only love within a family is real. Everything else is chasing phantoms.
Don't do this for me.
Mamma, I'm not.
Good night.
You were pleased that you'd pleased her. You'd tell Albertine the next day.
And tomorrow, lunch at the Verdurins?
Yes.
What?
It's getting boring there, don't you think so? You know, this whole summer's been such a waste of time for me.
Thank you very much.
What?
That doesn't exactly flatter me, does it? You're overwrought.
What? Don't. Please, don't start this.
Tell me, what would you like? What would you really like?
No, I don't know. Music.
What's that? Music?
Yes, Albertine, music. I love music. I live for music.
You live for it?
Yes, I do. And if you're a bit more observant, you'd have noticed that.
Music? I didn't know that.
I'm going to ask Mrs. Verdurin to let me hear something by a composer I'm very fond of, as a matter of fact.
Who's that?
You won't have heard of him.
All right.
If I told you his name was Van Toy, what difference would it make?
Van Toy?
Yes.
I know Van Toy.
What?
I know him, or at least I know his daughter. I told you I had a friend who'd been like a mother to me. She's the best friend of Van Toy's daughter. I'm going to see them in a few weeks at Carbourg, as a matter of fact.
And in that moment, an image returns to you. An act of desecration you witnessed between these same women when you were a boy. In front of her father's photograph. He died of a broken heart. Your mother told you his compositions left unfinished. And now, this image returns. Albertine. You're Albertine with these women. Like an avenger. Was she too? Was Albertine like them? I have to stop her leaving. She'll do it again. I must keep her under lock and key. She must never escape.
Carbourg?
I'm looking forward to it.
Albertine, I need to talk to you.
Mama! Mama!
Marcel? What? What is it?
Oh,
my darling.
oh, Mamma, forgive me.
Oh, what? My darling, tell me.
I've decided I'm going to marry Albertine.
The realm of sleep has its own sounds. A bell wakes you. You heard it perfectly. You must have rung for Françoise. But no bell rings. Time that passes under sleep is absolutely different from the time in which our lives are spent. And sleep has its own visitors. They call on us in dreams. Neither man nor woman, they change between the two, our first ancestors. In their company, we descend to depths where memory cannot follow, where our minds return to their beginning.
Part 5, The Prisoner and the Fugitive.
When I look back on those days after my return from Baalbec, with Albertine installed in my parents' apartment in Paris, what I remember most of all is how, late at night before leaving my room, she'd slide her tongue between my lips like a portion of daily bread. It seemed to me that this nourishing food had an almost sacred nature, a grace which made up for the sufferings I'd had to put up with to get it. Because I'd brought her to Paris to get her away from something. A fear that Albertine was attracted to other women. But though I kept her under surveillance night and day, the fear remained. And this feeling of a blessing mixed with suffering reminded me of another evening when I was a child, when my father, unexpectedly and out of character, had allowed my mother to spend the night with me.
What harm can it do?
I'd wanted it so badly, yet when it was granted to me, it dissolved in shame and regret.
Mama, kiss me.
And from that night, I trace my whole life of illness and failure. And now Albertine was with me, and there was no peace for me except in her compliance. We never know how life will deliver us from our pains, nor how far we have to go to find our consolations.
That girl will bring you nothing but trouble.
This was the judgment of our maid, Françoise.
Well, it's entirely up to you, of course. None of my business.
Why had I brought Albertine?
With your mother and father absent in Cambrai, I'm sure that's perfectly proper. I do not judge.
To protect her from temptation.
You're not a child anymore.
Where are you going, Albertine?
Out?
And where's that to?
Bushy Mount Hill.
You're going alone?
With Andre. Do you want to come?
No.
Come. It would be lovely to have you.
I've got to stay here.
Ah.
What?
All right.
I could come.
It's foggy.
Yes?
It might get to your chest.
I'll stay here.
I'll miss you. Lovely man.
And by bringing her to Paris, I imagined I was removing her from Gomorrah. I was wrong. Gomorrah is everywhere.
Have you written anything today, Grumpy?
I'm not grumpy.
Looking pretty blank, those pages.
Would you please...
What? Go away? Do you want me to go away? Am I annoying you?
No.
I think I am.
I was working.
What, inside your head?
It's too late now.
It is, you're right. You're quite right. Listen, I'm going to change. Andre's in my room.
Why?
She is. I invited her back. Will you be nice to her? Not Mr. Grumpy.
I'm not... That's fine, Albertine.
Andre, he says he'll talk to you.
For God's sake.
See you later.
Andre, an Albertine ally from Baalbec.
Hello.
Andre.
How are you?
All right. You've been out?
Yes.
Where?
Well, didn't she tell you?
Can't remember.
We went to Bushy Mount Hill.
How was it?
Oh, it was charming. Yes.
That's good. Did you meet anybody?
When?
When you were out?
No. Oh, yes.
What?
We did meet somebody.
Who?
Someone you don't know.
Who was it?
This girl.
Well, perhaps I know her.
I don't think you do.
What did you talk about?
You mean with this girl?
Yes.
God knows, I wasn't there.
You left Albertine alone?
Well, she wasn't alone. She was with this girl.
Yeah, I know, but But why did you...
Well, I went to get some wool.
Wool?
Albertine wanted some wool, so she asked me to get it for her. Is there something wrong?
No.
Well, that's all right then.
After this conversation, I realise Albertine is no longer capable of giving me joy. Only pain. And pain alone keeps this wearisome attachment alive.
So what is it you want?
It's to help my cousin.
Your cousin?
Albertine.
I see. Yes?
I want her to dress nicely, like you. Could you advise me?
I was no longer obsessed with the Duchess of Kilmartin. The young man who'd held such lofty ideals of her no longer existed. However, she still had her uses.
Do you remember that night of the princess's party, when Swan was here, visiting you?
Mm-hmm. Was showing me something he'd written. I think so.
You were wearing a blood-red dress.
Was I?
Yes, a sort of ruby blossom.
Is that what I looked like?
It was very beautiful. I wanted to ask you, is that the sort of thing a young girl could wear?
At a pinch. But it's a full evening dress.
Yes.
You told me your cousin never goes out in the evening.
Does that matter?
You want to buy her a full evening dress to wear at home?
All right. Do you remember the first time you were friendly to me?
The first time? Do you mean before which I wasn't friendly?
You were wearing a big yellow dress with big black flowers.
Same thing. It's an evening dress.
And your hat with the cornflower.
And all this is for your...
cousin?
Cousin. You really like her, don't you?
Yes. Where did you get that fur coat you were wearing yesterday morning? But you like it?
Beautiful.
But you're sure?
Marcel, am I a fool? A cloak designed by Fortuny. I'll never take it off.
All right.
Why do you buy me so many presents?
Well, you like them.
Yes.
That's why.
Why?
You'll wear it.
Of course.
When you're out.
Of course I will.
And you'll think of me.
I always think of you.
And it'll protect you. You see? That's why.
But it was no good. I knew that. What is this love? Surely it's the need to have our sufferings appeased by the beloved, that's all. We love only what we don't wholly possess. If only this jealousy would go, I wouldn't need her anymore. I spent many evenings alone. I enjoyed it. Solitude. That's the only real time.
Madam gone out, has she?
You saw her go.
I'm sure I didn't. I was too busy.
All right.
You staying in?
Yes.
I'll light a fire then.
Thank you.
The wood smoke rich in memories. A young boy, myself, alone in a room at my great-aunt Leonie's house in Combray.
Put the pen down.
Eh?
We're going for a walk.
Or eating with Robert Saint-Loup at his barracks in Doncières.
Is that your aunt up there on the shelf, Robert?
Yes. Well, no, it's her photograph. The Duchess de Guillemont. You know her?
We live in the same building.
Of course.
Only memories, but they recreate the child or youth I was. So, what need to go out when there are other people living inside me? And all it takes to bring them back is wood smoke.
Albertine, are you asleep?
The drowsy murmur of the sea on moonlit nights was Albertine asleep.
Are you asleep?
These were the best of times.
Let me get down on the bed with you. May I? You don't mind?
Stretched out at full length on her bed, no art could devise such naturalness.
Albertine. Albertine.
When I'm alone, I miss you, but when you're with me, I miss being by myself. I love it when you're asleep, when you're not looking at me.
My darling.
Because then, I don't have to live on the surface of myself anymore. And when you're asleep, I can strip away those various Albertines you try to deceive me with. Now you're a plant, a tree,
Sweetheart.
Now you belong to me. Now I can hold you and kiss you. Touch your heart, darling. And then every part of you. I feel I'm swimming on the tide of your sleep.
Albertine.
My darling. My Marcel.
I can't say it often enough. Making love to her was just a way of defeating my rivals.
My darling Marcel.
More than anything else, it was an act of appeasement.
So, what's it to be today?
Miss Albertine and Andre are going to the Trocadero.
Outside on the street with the chauffeur I'd hired.
That's right. Could I wanted to ask you something. Do you remember you took her to Versailles?
Last week.
Last week. And you said, do you remember when I asked you, you had lunch at Vitel's restaurant?
Oh, that's right.
Now that's interesting, because she told me she had lunch at the Reservoir restaurant.
That's right. Well, I had my lunch at Vitel's. She had her lunch at the Reservoir.
Oh, why didn't you have it together? I mean, if not at the same table, then at least at the same restaurant.
She told me not to bother to meet her until after 6 o'clock.
7 hours? That she was alone?
No.
What did you just tell me?
I followed her.
You followed her?
Yes. From the Reservoir restaurant, she went to the chateau. From the chateau to the Two Trianon. Me following her all the time. She didn't see me.
Well, she must have met somebody, did she?
You mean friends? No.
Well, she must have done.
She didn't.
Well, then, people must have stared at her, I would imagine. A young woman, alone.
Well, let them stare. Do you know what I mean? Her eyes were glued to a guidebook the whole time.
That's very good. I'm very pleased with what you've done.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Here, a little something extra for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
She even sent me a postcard with the chateau on it.
Wonderful time. Missing you.
It was all lies. I found out later.
Is Madame out again?
You know she is, Françoise. She's going to the Trocadero. A matinee.
Ah. Oh, she's a great actress, Leia.
Françoise, what are you talking about?
It's what I read. The matinee, the Trocadero. The actress Leia giving it her all.
Leia?
Yes.
Well, the one...
What one?
Leia.
A renowned lesbian.
Yeah, the one who acts very well.
Yes, that one.
Albertine might go round backstage afterwards and be introduced.
Would I light a fire?
No.
All right.
Françoise, I want you to take a note to Albertine.
I could see her. In the arms of this predatory woman.
You must catch her up. I have to see her.
Well, how will I get there?
A taxi. Here. Now, do you understand? It's very important I see her now. She must not go to the matinee.
Françoise trundles off, returns with a note.
Coming soon. Longing to see you. Of course I don't mind missing the play.
Peace, briefly. And then boredom. And then jealousy again, which is love. And then peace, again, briefly. I can't go on like this. If only I could reach a point where she no longer served any purpose. Just a transitional phase before my next mistress. If only I could get rid of her.
So, where do you want to go after lunch? It's so nice to be out with you. What are you looking at? Are you looking at those girls?
No.
You were?
No.
I don't mind.
I thought you were looking at them, actually.
Did you?
I did.
Why would I do that? Look, I told you, I'm not like that. In fact, I told you this, that kind of thing revolts me. How can I prove it to you?
It's all right.
I was looking at you. I only ever look at you. I love you.
What is love? Reciprocal torture.
How's your meal? Are you tired? We'll go back, shall we?
I don't mind what we do.
I thought you'd like a drive in the woods. Are you happy?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, honestly.
I couldn't be happier.
Can I get you something?
I'm not hungry.
No, I mean a dress.
What?
I thought you'd like a gown. A fortunee.
No.
Well, you like clothes.
I've got enough clothes.
Well, how about this for an idea? I've been thinking, how would it be if I bought you a yacht?
This is instead of a dress?
Yes. Well, no, you could have a dress as well.
A yacht?
Yes.
Marcel?
Or a Rolls Royce. I could buy you...
No, stop. You're ridiculous.
Well, it would be useful, wouldn't it? A yacht?
In Paris?
Well, we could moor it in Antibes. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
How about this? We go home.
I take all my clothes off and I sit on your lap for the afternoon. And don't buy me a yacht.
So it went on. You told yourself that life with Albertine was nothing but boredom when you weren't jealous and nothing but pain when you were. And you looked for the moment to say goodbye.
My aunt says I should get my hair done. She says this style makes me look old.
No. Albertine plays the pianola. Her soft shoulders bend forwards.
But you like it this way, don't you?
Yes. A dowdy mistress attracts fewer looks.
All right, then. I'll leave it. Anything for you.
Another bolt on the door. It was only when she was docile like this that you could imagine breaking with her. You made plans.
I've got an invitation.
To?
Mrs. Verdurin's. What do you think of that?
What do I think of it?
Yes.
What does it matter what I think? What do you think?
I thought I might go.
Then go.
You think?
In fact, we'll both go.
Marcel! We'll have fun.
Within reason. It's only Mrs. Verdurin's.
I'll wear the green gown you like.
The Fortuny?
Of course the Fortuny. Oh, it'll be fun to see my old friends.
What old friends? Old friends?
It says on the invitation they're playing a piece of music by Vinteuil, a new piece just published.
Yes?
Well, that's his daughter. She did it, she and her friend, and they're bound to be there, so I'll see them.
These women.
I told you about them.
You can't go.
What?
Well, you can't go. Albertine, how can you?
I don't understand.
Well, their reputations. Surely.
What?
You can't see them.
Oh.
Well, what can I do about it? It's not my fault, is it? It's not. No, I didn't ask them to be there. I don't even know what they're doing there. What do they want? Where are you going?
Just, it's all right. If you don't want me to go.
No, I'd like you to go. I'd like you to.
Yes, but...
I couldn't possibly take that risk.
I'm tired. I am tired. Good night.
She went. Without giving you her kiss. You thought she'd come back. You thought she'd... You went into the corridor and listened outside her room.
More story, Mama, please.
Are you going to be a grown-up boy for me?
It comes back to you. That small boy waiting for his mother's kiss.
You promised.
Kiss me.
With the whole night to get through. Alone. All your life. You've heard that sobbing. You can still hear it.
You've come without your cousin, then?
She doesn't like music.
Very wise.
Charlot, you look tired, but a red spot on your cheek tells me you're excited by the evening's entertainments you've organised.
You think so?
Vinteuil's daughter and company, with their reputation. Not that it would have mattered.
How do you mean?
They're not coming.
Not?
They cried off, Morel told me.
How does he know?
Oh, as the principal performer this evening, that dear boy knows everything. What's the matter? You've turned green.
Each new doubt makes us feel the limit has been reached. Then we find room for more.
Well, where are they then?
Probably at some disgusting orgy.
In Paris?
Well, we're not short of orgies, are we?
Leaving you to imagine.
However, they have done a wonderful job on Vinteuil's septet.
Sorry?
They've gathered Vinteuil's manuscript together, which was in quite a state, arranged it for publication. Are you all right? This is going to be a triumph for Morel. I'm excited.
Would you please sit down? We're ready to begin.
Ugh, there's La Verdurin playing the hostess. Laughable. Ah, well, see you later.
Marcel, we haven't seen you for a while.
No, I'm very busy, Mrs. Verdurin.
Well, perhaps you could have made a little gap for us all the same.
I was very sorry to hear of Charles Swann's death.
Why did you say that to her?
Charles Swann was a pest, as is the Baron de Charlus, though this evening I intend to swat him. You look shocked. Marcel, don't. He takes over my entire evening. He refuses certain guests on the grounds that he doesn't like them. And the people he does invite, his kind of people, stare at me as though I'm a prize cucumber in my own house. I've turned a blind eye to his vices in the past, no longer. Last week, he refused to let Morel play at the house of a friend of mine. I'd promised her Morel would be there. This evening, I intend to open his eyes to the real nature of his mentor. Do you like fireworks, Marcel?
Fireworks?
Because there are going to be some. Please take your seats. The musicians are ready.
Vinteuil, the composer, a sad, timid man from whom such music came. So small-minded, he wouldn't let Swan's daughter play with his own daughter. Amazing. This same daughter I witnessed one blazing summer afternoon. They were doing it in front of his photograph. Then he dies of a broken heart, my mother said. And this daughter goes on to save her father's music. Music in which Vinteuil still lives, huh? But where did it come from, this music? How did it appear in this sad little man? Each artist must have an unknown land inside him. He's in tune with it. Only he can describe it. I know what it is. The bliss of the beyond. It calls to me, too, and it proves there is something other than this emptiness. I can feel it, calling to me. If only I could interpret it, I'd know what I should be doing with my life.
The Baron is very pleased Vinteuil's daughter and her friend didn't come. He objects to their morals.
He's unspeakable. Brichot, take him outside for a cigarette.
Hmm?
I want to speak to Charlie Morel. Skinny Shanks hovers round him like a bodyguard. Don't stand there. Do it.
You knew the poison she was spreading about Charlot.
Mr. Morel, a word. Wonderful play.
Thank you, Mrs. Verdurin.
Exquisite play. I'll have one of my headaches later, no doubt, but a small price to pay.
Well...
I wanted to speak to you as a friend. I feel I may. I'm concerned about something. It's not in my nature to avoid confrontations, especially in the matter of the protection of one I care for. Mr. Morel, I feel I must tell you that your continued association with the Baron de Charlus will ruin your career.
I appreciate your concern.
Oh, please.
I think you should know the Baron's often supported me.
I don't think you realize the gravity of this. That man is tainted. The police have their eye on him. It's the talk of the Conservatoire. You ought to be making 100,000 francs a year.
100?
Certainly. 200 even. And financially he can't help you. He's ruined.
Is he?
Don't you know he's become the victim of extensive blackmail?
What should I do?
I believe you're a man with a lot of character. Break off with him. He's told people you'd never dare. Break off with him tonight.
Isn't that boy Morel wonderful?
Mrs. Verdurin would like to speak to you, Baron.
You couldn't bear what was going to happen to Charlot. You were always on the side of the weaker party.
I'm coming.
Why didn't you warn him?
Baron?
Yes?
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Tell him she's going to crucify him.
I'm sorry we didn't speak more.
Oh, you sweet boy. Are you sincere? Come.
I can't bear to watch.
Baron!
Importunate Brichot, we're coming! Ah, there you are, Maestro. Isn't he lovely? Look at his tempestuous locks. Very soon they'll be awarding you the Légion d'honneur. Are we ready to go?
Leave me alone.
Eh?
Get away from me, you fat slug.
What? What is it?
You hear me? Get away, pervert.
What?
You're disgusting to me.
I don't understand.
You don't understand? Why? Is your brain so diseased? You make me vomit. You understand that?
No. My dear, what's wrong?
I think Mr. Morell has been perfectly clear, Baron.
Albertine?
Mm-hmm.
Albertine,
There.
I had a very interesting time.
Did you? Good. And did you speak to Vantoy's daughter? You know, don't you?
Tell me.
You found out that I don't know them. If it was a lie, I'm sorry. I wanted to impress you because I always feel stupid in your company, so I told you I knew them because I thought the daughter of a composer, that would impress you.
I'd be happy to give you money if you want to play the social lady.
What? What?
You can invite who you want, anybody, to a supper. Well...
Invite? What? Why would I want to do that? I'm nobody. I'd rather go out in the street and let some sailor give it to me.
What? What did you say?
Nothing.
No, what did you say?
Nothing. Oh, nothing. I'm half asleep. I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, say it again.
Leave me alone. I didn't mean to... Leave me alone. Going to my room.
Wait. No, you're quite right. Things have changed for both of us. Life with me is... I understand. It's better if we part.
Don't say that.
It's better.
For you, not for me.
I just think it's better if we don't drag it out.
No, please.
Tomorrow. Yes. If you go tomorrow...
You've made your mind up, have you?
I just think it's...
Why?
Because it's finished and you have to go. Do you want me to send someone to see you? A friend to comfort you?
I don't know why you say that. I only care about you.
Promise me, Albertine, you won't ever see me again.
Oh, my darling. My poor boy. I love you.
Take off your dress.
No.
I don't want to crumple.
I'm so tired. It's too late.
Tomorrow. We'll go shopping tomorrow.
Try to sleep well.
Your milk.
What time is it, Francoise?
10 o'clock. Just gone. I didn't know what to say to you.
What?
This morning at 8 o'clock, Miss Albertine asked for her boxes. I thought you'd be angry if I woke you. I told her to wait until you were awake, but she wouldn't. At 9 o'clock, she gave me this letter for you and left.
Yes, that's fine. You were right not to wake me. Leave me alone for a moment.
How ignorant you were of yourself. In your anguish, you became tender towards yourself as your mother had been to your dying grandmother.
I'll find something to take the pain away.
My dear friend, forgive me for not having dared to say to you in person what I'm now writing. I'm such a coward and have always been afraid of you. This is what I should have said last night. Our life together has become impossible. We could patch it up, but it would only break down again. So I think it's better now if we part as friends. Forgive me for hurting you, but don't think that I'm not suffering as well. Dearest one, I don't want to become your enemy. It'll be bad enough to become strangers by degrees. Goodbye. I leave you the best of myself. Albertine.
A moment before, you believed you didn't love Albertine. You believed you knew the state of your own heart. But our intelligence, however lucid, can't understand the heart.
She didn't mean it. She'll be back. She's trying to frighten me.
You ordered a Rolls-Royce and a yacht.
I'll marry her. Of course. Of course that's what she wanted.
You had to get her back.
Of course I'll help you.
Robert, listen. I want you to go to Touraine. That's where she is.
Right.
Staying with her aunt. Now listen, I don't want her to see you.
So, who?
Mrs. Bontemps. That's who she lives with.
This aunt?
Yes. Now you wait. You wait for Albertine to leave the house.
Before...
Then you go in and offer the old woman 30,000 francs to get Albertine to come back here.
What? She's going to accept this?
Or more. Offer her more.
No.
Go up to 50.
No, I'm saying she's that corrupt.
What?
Listen to me, if she's that corrupt...
What? Who said anything about corrupt?
Listen, we could offer her less.
What are you talking about? Robert, listen to me.
I'm only...
Don't. You offer her the money.
And she's to influence...
Yes. Go. Go, Robert. And don't... Be careful.
All right.
And don't let her see you.
I hear nothing. Then a letter. Albertine's handwriting.
My dear, you sent your friend Saint Loup to my aunt, which was foolish. My dearest, if you needed me, why didn't you write to me direct? I would have come back. Don't do this kind of thing anymore.
The bonds between ourselves and another person are only in our minds. We might wish to be deceived and to deceive others, but we are alone. Man is the creature who cannot escape from himself, who knows other people only in himself. And anyone who says different is lying.
Dear friend, ask you to come back? No, I think there must be some kind of mistake. Life has driven us apart. You decided to leave me, and I agree with you. A shame you did it on the day when my mother gave permission for us to marry, but let that go. We'd only have been unhappy. This brings me round to the yacht and Rolls-Royce which I recently bought for you, intending to let you have as much freedom as possible as my wife. Now that I no longer need them, I wonder whether you'd like to pay for them. If not, I'll keep them and let the one rot in my garage and the other stand dismantled at the dock. P.S. I don't know what you mean by referring to Saint Loup. Pure invention on your part. What do you take me for? Farewell, my little Albertine.
Dear friend, thank you for your letter. Neither of us has any need of a yacht or a motor car, particularly you, who never leaves the house. I keep a memory of a double twilight, our last evening together. It'll only leave my memory when the darkness is complete.
Huh? That last sentence, pure phrase-making.
Dear friend, when you were here, I got into the habit of never being alone, so now I feel the need to replace you with another woman. So I've invited your friend Andre to come and live with me, and she's agreed. What do you think about this?
Silence. You wait. In the end, you can't bear it.
Dearest love.
A telegram.
Dearest love. For God's sake, come back. I can't bear it without you. Come back on any terms just so I can see you again. Please. Albertine, I love you.
But she never came back. A letter arrived from her aunt.
My poor young man. Our dear little Albertine is dead. Forgive me for breaking this terrible news to you who were so fond of her. She was thrown from a horse against a tree while she was out riding. We couldn't save her. If only I died in her place.
You drew your hand over your throat, over your mouth. You felt kissed by her, but you would never be kissed by her again. Then, 2 letters arrived, written by her and posted before the fatal ride.
Dear friend, thank you for telling me that Andre is coming to live with you. I think it'll be a very good thing for her. I'm sure she'll make the most of your companionship. If you have any trouble with her, let me know, and I'll see if I can help out.
The second, dated the next day.
Is it too late for me to come back to you? If you haven't yet written to Andre, please take me back. Don't keep me waiting for an answer. If you tell me to come, I'll catch a train today. Yours with all my heart, Albertine.
Albertine. Albertine. The shock of the fall had killed her in Touraine, but not in my heart. She lived. We enter each other through time, and remain there in a series of moments, like photographs. These moments remain in us, and so the person lives on. Not only lives after death, but multiplies. To get over this, I would have to forget not one, but innumerable Albertines.
Albertine. Marcel.
How do you do?
Jolly pleased to meet you. I saw you looking at us on the beach.
And immediately the image of the seashore at Baalbek comes into my mind.
Kiss me.
Certainly.
My grandmother died.
I'm very sorry. Why didn't you write to me?
I didn't write to anybody.
Is there anything I can do for you?
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Slowly. Let me show you.
Stay with me.
Piece of cake. See?
You remembered the pink face beneath dark hair. You could feel her against your lips which she'd try and part. Her tongue, its secret dewy flame. And you remembered her running it over the surface of your neck and stomach, caressing, somehow, the inside of your flesh. You remembered the mysterious sweetness of her love.
I never knew you. Poor Albertine. I killed you. The same as I murdered my grandmother.
At the same time, you knew you'd forget her. You'd forgotten Gilberte. You'd forgotten your grandmother. A forgetfulness as tranquil as the graveyard and just as inevitable.
Will the morning never come?
The sun, breaking above the curtains, the same sun you used to see, leaving Albertine's room, radiant and warm with her kisses. That sun, like a sinister blade, cold, implacable, thrusts into your heart.
My darling, my Marcel.
Yes?
So...
Oh, yes, I miss her. Of course I do, I'm not without feeling.
You interrogated Albertine's friend Andre, as though this might keep her alive.
You want some more tea?
No. It's a nice little room, this, isn't it?
I mean, she was your best friend. You don't think so?
One. Well, she was one of my friends. Of course, her death leaves a very big hole, don't get me wrong. I think I will have another cup. This real?
What?
This clock?
Yes.
Very nice.
So what you're saying is you were close, but you...
Yes. What's this about? What do you want?
What do I want?
What do you want? She's dead. So, there we are. And we're living.
Would you ever perform for me, in front of me, those things you and Albertine used to do?
Things?
I'd be interested to see that.
Oh, well. Well, actually, no.
Why?
I don't have those tastes. I don't have those sort of tastes, and neither do any of my friends.
I find that hard to believe.
Really?
Are you saying you and Albertine...
Never.
I don't know why you're denying it. I don't see anything wrong in it.
Oh, good. Listen, I never did anything like that, and neither did Albertine. She detested that kind of thing.
Yeah, people have told me.
People? They lied.
You tried to replace her with other women.
Come in.
Nice.
Would you take your clothes off, please?
You're in a terrible tear, are you?
I don't want to talk.
All right, you're paying.
That's right. I want to call you Albertine.
What?
When I'm in bed with you, I want to call you Albertine.
Anything you say? There. That's me. How'd you like it? You're crying. Oh. Someone break your heart?
Albertine, look at the stars. See them? Come back to me. I give you all my love and the tenderness I didn't give you when you were alive. Come back to me. I give you my love as consolation. Now you're no longer alive.
You knew you'd forget her, even as you fought to keep her. The present is in contradiction to the past and slowly destroys it. Love exists only in the mind and can't survive for long without contact with the beloved. This is the tragedy of other people. They're just showcases for the perishable collections in your mind. Soon she'd be gone.
What do you like about me?
Everything. Everything, Andre.
So you've forgotten her?
Yes.
Have you?
Yes. It doesn't worry me anymore.
What?
She doesn't.
You sure?
Yes. We've said goodbye. I mean, I've said goodbye. I'm just thinking about the future now.
What's this?
It's a pianola.
Oh.
I don't want you to play it.
Did she?
Listen, I'd just rather you didn't.
You remember you said, what did we used to do? You remember? Well, Albertine and me, what did we get up to? You wanted to know.
You told me you didn't do anything.
I was lying.
I see.
We used to get up to plenty. You want to know? Do you?
Yes.
Is that what you want from me?
Yes.
Because that makes you think of her?
Yes. Show me. Show me what you did with her.
I didn't do anything.
No, show me. Do it with me. Do it with me.
How could I?
How do you mean?
Well, how could I do with you what I did with her? After all, you're a man, aren't you?
Is it true?
Oh, yes.
Tell me.
We spent many happy hours together. She was so caressing, so passionate. I was just one of her lovers.
Yes,
Laundry girls, shop girls, farm girls, serving girls.
I knew.
You know someone called Charlie Morell?
Yes.
He used to procure girls for her.
Really?
They'd take them to a brothel, and once 5 of these women had her in turn. Oh, yes, that was Albertine. It was a passion with her. Once you nearly found us. She couldn't help herself. Well, she couldn't bear to say goodbye to me without taking me to bed, so we went to bed here, in this room, and you nearly caught us. She turned out all the lights, so you'd have to search for your key. I only just had time to tidy myself up before you came upstairs.
Was she lying? Freed now from fear of Albertine?
And you? She felt a great remorse afterwards. Oh, yes. You see, she used to say that knowing you had given her scruples that she didn't have before, you know.
Is that what she said?
Well, yes. She wanted you to rescue her, to marry her. She used to feel she was insane in some way, and I've sometimes wondered if her death wasn't a form of suicide.
Why?
She knew now. She knew without you, she'd never be able to control that side of herself. She felt ashamed. She felt she'd never get back your trust. And that's the truth. Now then, why don't you give a bit of attention to me?
I killed her.
What?
I let her escape. I told her to go. I killed her. My poor Albertine.
What about me?
What?
What about me?
You can go.
Thank you, that's very nice of you.
Get out.
She was better off without you.
You were forgetting. We change. It was a previous self that wept for her, and the self you were becoming never knew her except by reputation. Albertine, my love, don't reproach me. It's not because you were dead that my love for you was fading. It's because I, myself, was dying. So you begin to attend the functions again, the parties, the salons, because you have nothing else to do.
Do you remember me? We played together when we were children, in the Champs-Élysées.
You're Gilbert Swan.
Well done.
I remember rosy cheeks in the cool air, a blue coat.
Can you skip? What? Can you skip? Most boys can't, can you? No. Good. You can hold the rope.
Of course I remember.
I bought you a marble.
Yes, you were keen on me, weren't you?
How are you?
I'm very well.
I was sorry to hear about the death of your father. There'll never be another Charles Swan.
I don't talk about my father. You understand?
Swan would have loved to have seen his daughter there at the Duchess of Clermont's party. But if he'd hoped for immortality through her, he was mistaken.
And your mother? Do you talk about her?
My mother remarried after my father's death, Mr. Forcheville. I think that's enough history, don't you?
No, you didn't, Gilbert Swan.
Gilbert Swan. Gilbert Swan.
You wrote her name in your exercise book, page after page. Is this her? This short, blonde, matronly woman, is this Gilbert? Now come into a fortune and rehabilitated, welcomed by the Duchess who'd refused to meet her or her mother during Swan's life. Now the benefits of rejecting them were exhausted. The door opened. So it goes.
The Duchess tells me you've written an article in the Figaro.
Yes.
Congratulations. Now you're a writer.
Well, it's only a...
Are you being self-deprecating? That's not very attractive.
I wasn't trying to be attractive.
Why not?
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, my friend.
I've got to go.
We're going on to the opera. Aren't you coming with us?
No.
I also heard about your loss.
Well, that's something I don't want to talk about.
I was at school with Albertine. Did you know that? We weren't friends, but she lent me some books once, or I lent her some, I can't remember. Well, I'm very sorry.
She means that woman you no longer love.
Thank you.
Let's have lunch sometime, shall we?
Venice. The Venice trip at last. Mamma organised it. Once you'd have cut off your arm to get here, when Albertine was alive, and now? It's like Cambrai, you thought, but in a richer key and full of Venetian women.
Match sellers, pearl stringers, glass makers.
Oh, those women. And none of them like Albertine.
Lace makers, seamstresses.
And nothing to stop you loving them, not now. Now you'd forgotten her.
Mama?
Marcel, dear.
Have you finished your book?
I was waiting for you. What do you want? A chocolate?
Yes.
Chocolate, please.
Si, signora.
Your grandmother would have loved it here. Those soft pink tints. She'd have loved all of it. She'd have had as much pleasure in seeing the sun setting over the Doge's palace as over a mountain.
The buildings arranged along both banks of the canal, like objects of nature, yet created by human imagination.
Did you sleep well?
Yes. No, I never sleep. I mean, I hardly ever sleep.
Are you still having dreams?
Yes. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it's a shame to be tired when you've always wanted to come to Venice.
Oh, really?
After lunch, you must have a lie down. I want you to enjoy it here.
I am enjoying it here.
Could I have my room key, please?
Signor. And a telegram.
Thank you.
The message, filled with inaccurately transmitted words.
My dear friend, you think me dead?
I could make out...
Forgive me. What? Forgive me? I am quite alive. I long to see you. Talk about marriage. When do you return? Affectionately, Albertine.
Albertine? She had been only a bundle of words in your head, yet though those words were dead, there was no sudden resurrection. News that she was alive didn't cause you the joy you might have expected.
Albertine?
You felt nothing. The self that loved her was dead, and had been replaced by a different person. This is more disconcerting than the fact that we are 100 different people a day. You didn't want her back. In the Accademia, you stand before a painting, The Patriarch of Grado, Exorcising a Demoniac by Carpaccio. Under a rose-pink and violet sky, a shore swarming with Venetian life, a barber wiping his razor, a negro with his barrel, Muslims conversing, noblemen in damask robes and hats of cerise velvet. And suddenly, the gnawing at your heart, what is it? Those cloaks, worn by the noblemen.
But you like it?
Beautiful.
But you're sure?
Marcel, am I a fool? A cloak designed by Fortuny. I'll never take it off.
The designer Fortuny must have seen this painting.
You'll wear it?
Of course.
When you're out?
Of course I will.
And you'll think of me?
I always think of you.
And it'll protect you. You see? That's why.
Signor.
Mm-hmm.
A telephone call for you. One moment.
Hello?
Marcel?
Robert?
I had trouble finding you.
Well,
I'm sorry,
What's the matter? Robert?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Robert? What is it?
You're my friend, aren't you, Marcel?
Yes.
You are. You are.
Robert? What's the matter?
I've got to go.
Wait.
I shouldn't have...
Wait.
Think of me. Will you?
You're not packed yet?
Mamma,
You're not packed yet.
we were having a discussion.
The train leaves in an hour.
Yes, but we hadn't decided.
Well, I think we have.
Last night,
Yes?
we didn't decide.
Marcel.
I don't want to leave yet.
It's been decided. It's been decided.
No.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Mamma, I want to stay.
Venice is damp. It's bad for your health.
I'm very well, actually.
At the moment.
Yes.
I can hear your chest.
Mamma!
No. This is... We're leaving.
I'm not.
You're being childish. Marcel.
I don't want to go home.
We'll see.
No, we won't see. Mamma!
That old defiance against her. Her wish to control you. A defiance, in turn, which had made you try and control others. And with what result? Now, will you go back to Albertine?
What is it?
A letter, Signor.
The handwriting. Gilberte Swann's.
Dear Marcel, I sent you a telegram a few days ago, but you didn't reply.
Telegram?
Perhaps it didn't arrive.
Albertine? The telegram you thought was from... How could... It was from Gilberte. The clerk who'd taken the telegram down must have mistaken the G in her name for an A, and her other looped letters for Ian.
I want you to know that I'm shortly going to marry your friend, Robert de Saint-Loup.
Certainly. Intolerable to be alone. Venice like a marble ruin. Just time to catch the train. With Mamma.
Hey, sta bene, signor.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it is that a large part of what we believe to be true springs from an original mistake. Gilberte marries Robert. It descends with unusual speed into catastrophe.
He's unfaithful to me. He married me for my money.
And you married him for his name.
I thought, when we've moved here to Tonsonville, he said he always loved my father's house.
Yes. Yes, he does.
So I thought he'd be happy.
I'm sorry.
But it became clear from the beginning that he intended to pursue other women. He's quite open about it. Is there a kind of honesty in that?
No, I wouldn't say so.
You wouldn't?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're having all this trouble.
I want... You see, I want... Oh, I can't say it now.
Tell me.
It's so nice of you. I have a letter. Several, which I found. I've stooped to looking through my husband's cupboards. Looking... Why do we need evidence for what we know already?
Letters?
I want to find out who she is. They're signed Bobette.
You want me to try and... to find...
Yes. Do you remember you once begged for my love? I was too...
Don't say that. You don't have to say that. When's your baby due?
3 months.
Here. Give me the letters.
You decide to pay for a woman to sleep with you. Some people need the aroma of pine forests. You need a woman next to you at night. And during the day, too, in the carriage, she must always be with you. You no longer love Albertine, but some habits survive the person who created them. And one morning you go to see the Baron Charlot, another victim in love's endless war. Now, looked after by Jupiter.
How is he?
He's angry all the time.
Angry?
Well, it's a shock to him, a heart attack. So he's chosen to ignore it.
But he's better?
Yes. Nice of you to visit. Many haven't.
It's all right. Listen, I've got some letters. A friend needs to know where they've come from. You understand?
Yes.
They're signed Babette. I wonder, have you heard of a woman who uses that name?
Woman?
Yes.
Well, you've been around a little longer than that, haven't you?
I don't understand.
Babette is the name used by someone you know, Charlie Morel.
What? No.
Well, he sent them to your friend, I think. Saint-Loup?
Saint-Loup isn't like that.
Isn't it?
No. Oh, yes, he's got a string of mistresses.
Oh, well...
Oh, he's rampant, multiply unfaithful to his poor wife.
He's in love with Morel. I'm telling you.
No. No, he isn't.
He adores him. And how do I know this? Because Morel left the Baron for him. That's Morel for you. I'll tell your friend to get out of it as quick as he can before Morel puts the boot into him.
Looking back to those days in Baalbek when I first met Robert, I can't help but think of this tall and handsome man, blonde-haired and noble as he walked across the lawn towards the Grand Hotel with his hand outstretched in greeting. Nor could I help but remember his many acts of kindness to me, or his delicacy of feeling. I reminded myself that I no longer believed in friendship. And yet, when I remember those evenings with him at Doncières, and our many subsequent times together, I don't know why, but I can't stop myself crying. Yet, last night, I woke at midnight with one name on my lips. I felt she was next to me. Memory lives on in the body. Albertine.
Part 6. Time Regained.
I sometimes go walking with my friend Gilberte in the evening. These are the same paths I used to take as a child, when I was staying at my great-aunt Leonie's house at Combray. And they stir my memories. My father, pointing out to me aspects of natural beauty along the way.
So, no excitement at being back here, then?
Or else my infatuated dreams of the Duchess of Gamont, whose house lay at the end of one of the paths.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
Pity.
Why?
It was along the other path, Swan's Way, where my grandmother first showed me the beauty of the hawthorn blossom in May, and where I saw Gilberte's face peering at me one sweltering afternoon.
If you weren't, we could take that road to the left, and then a turn to the right, and in about 15 minutes, we'd be at the gates of the Gamont house.
But nowadays, on these evening walks, I feel above all a sense of loss, a sense of disappointment that all these memories I still have mean so little to me now.
What?
Well, I wanted to go there when I was a child more than anything. I feel you're promising me something impossible.
Oh, we could take the other way.
What are you saying?
We could get to the Gamont house along Swan's Way if you like. It's prettier.
You see, that's...
What?
Well, again, when I was a child, I divided the walks in my mind. Never occurred to me you could get to the Gamont house along Swan's Way.
Well, you can.
It was a childish idea.
Yes, let it go.
Only one idea has survived the years. The fear that I am weak and growing weaker, that I have no imagination, and that I will never write the book I once dreamed of writing.
Do you remember when we first saw each other?
You were going for a walk with your mother?
No.
Yeah,
No.
I peered through the fence at you.
You sure?
You had fair hair and pink freckles. I loved you.
What?
I was in love with you.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
How could I tell you?
I loved you too.
Did you?
Yes. I'd never seen such a pretty boy. I tried to signal to you.
When?
Your parents were coming, yes? What could I do? You stared at me.
Did I?
You looked angry.
I wasn't angry. Why would I be angry?
Gilberte! Quickly! What are you doing? Gilberte!
I'm coming!
Oh, about time.
Who are you?
Yes.
Yes? What does that mean? What's your name?
Gilberte!
That was Gilberte. That was Mr. Swan's daughter, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Never mind. And the child there. I feel sorry for the child.
They don't care about the child.
At her age, to be mixed up in all that.
Your parents disapproved.
What about later? When we used to play in the Champs-Élysées? You didn't love me then.
No, I didn't love you then. You were a pain then.
Gilberte's eyes through a hedge of pink hawthorn.
Gilberte!
He once loved her, but in time everything withers.
Who are you?
Once I could have drawn the rectangle of light which the sun cast through those hawthorns. It's time that causes all our changes. like a marriage and its breakdown.
How's Robert?
You mean how's my husband? How's my so-called husband?
Yes.
You haven't heard from him?
No.
Well, you'll see him tomorrow.
He's coming?
On one of his fleeting visits. Surprising, isn't it? Oh, I forgot you don't like to criticise your old pal. Those letters I gave you.
Mm-hmm. Which?
To Robert from some woman. The ones I found. You saying you don't remember?
I remember.
I gave them to you and I asked you to find out who wrote them. Somebody called Babette.
Yes.
Well, you never told me. You never spoke about them.
I didn't have any success.
You never found out?
No.
A lie.
Sorry.
I cried when I found out.
Well, he's still the same.
Hmm?
Robert, still chasing the ladies, still lying.
I'm sorry.
Not ladies, Gilbert. Babette is the bedroom name of a man.
What could I do to make him love me?
Aside from making yourself look like a male prostitute, I can't think of anything.
He does love you. I think he does love you.
Do you?
Yes.
But some changes. Even time won't deliver.
Have you had enough to eat?
Wonderful woman, isn't she, Gilbert? I'm so proud she's my wife.
Look, Robert...
I just can't stay here, that's all. I get so restless.
Why?
I don't know. Gilbert gives me everything I want, and yet she's very pleased you're here. And I'm pleased. Well, when I read her your letter saying you were coming, you should have seen her. She was so happy. And before that, she'd been depressed. You see the effect you have on her. You lift her. So you must stay. But, I'm going tomorrow.
Robert, I don't understand.
I have something to be proud of, you know. Did I tell you? There's this woman I found. You don't know her, but I'm the first person she's ever fallen in love with. I'm the first. Imagine how that makes me feel. She told me that I'm the only man who's ever made her happy. Yes. It's something to be proud of, that, isn't it?
Why are you lying to me?
How do you mean?
I mean, lie to your wife, but don't lie to me.
I don't.
I
don't know what...
know about Morel.
And?
It doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't? It looks like it does. That's why I didn't tell you, old pal. You see? I didn't want you to judge me.
I don't.
Oh, Marcel, you do.
And he leaves. Borne away by what? By time, simply. By the changes wrought by time, which deliver a new Robert. And why am I so distraught? Because my ideas about him are out of date. The comfortable and fond ideas I had are no use. This new person that time brings is a stranger. And in the night, memory surfaces from the bones where it lives, long after the mind has forgotten.
Albertine? Albertine?
Whom you loved, and who died.
Are you there?
You think she's next to you?
Albertine!
For a moment. But the bed is cold. And the love you once had has gone. Death
Goodbye.
is time's last gift.
I leave you the best of myself.
And now you patrol the dark with another woman.
I'm so grateful you're here. I'd be so lonely without you. Isn't it odd? Is it odd? We loved each other as children and parted. I don't know, I wonder sometimes...
I'm leaving tomorrow, Gilbert.
Why?
My health.
What's wrong with it?
My doctor says I've got to go into a sanatorium for a while.
But you've been fine, haven't you?
No, I'm getting very tight in my chest. I can't do anything about it.
How long will you be...
I don't know. Years, maybe?
Years?
Could be. They don't tell you.
And time accelerates, begins to uncoil.
Can't I come and see you?
No.
With the faint sound of metal on metal.
They're very strict at these places.
Why does everybody have to leave?
I could tell you.
I'm sorry.
It's just time.
I can't do anything about it.
No, of course not.
4 years uncoil before you return to Paris. 4? Yes. And why is this so amazing? Inside, nothing has changed, least of all your health. But outside? War. War is coming now, soon and inevitably. And time will speed up and deliver so many to that final change. In the meantime, lunches must be eaten and friendships repaired.
I don't know why. I must be a coward.
Oh, Robert, why do you say that?
No, I mean, all right, ask yourself. You must have thought, why hasn't Robert joined his regiment?
It's not my business.
No, you must have asked yourself. If a man doesn't fight, whatever reason he may give, it's because he doesn't want to get killed, isn't it? It's because he's afraid. I haven't joined my regiment, Marcel.
I know that.
You can't get away from it, therefore I'm a coward.
Well, what do you want me to say?
I don't want you to say anything, but just admit it. Your friend Robert de Saint-Louis is a coward.
Well, let's not talk about it then.
All right. Suits me. My Aunt Oriane's getting a divorce, by the way. Her husband treated her abominably. Did you know that? He was completely unfaithful to her. What?
How's Gilberte?
Why are you asking me?
I haven't seen her since I got back.
No, why are you asking me?
She's your wife. I'm really not trying to teach you a lesson.
I'd be grateful if you'd go and see her.
How old's your daughter?
4, very sweet.
Is she? Very. I can't go down.
Why?
I don't want to go down.
Why?
Robert, I'm not her husband.
God.
I'm sorry. Is it going to be a long walk?
No. Very short.
So down to Tansonville to see Gilberte. Because Robert wanted you to?
I wanted to stay in Paris with Robert. But the air raids... I was afraid for my daughter.
Yes, it's safer here.
How is he?
He's all right. He told me he was a coward. He wasn't going to his regiment. What? What is it?
A telegram he sent this morning. He's joined up. You must have said something to change his mind.
I didn't say anything.
Well, not only is he joining up, he's volunteering to be in the thick of it.
He's going to the front?
He's got a daughter. Why did he do that?
I've no idea, Gilberte.
But you can make a guess. Robert has an ideal of masculinity. He wants to be admired by his men. And something else.
So I just have to accept all this.
He hates himself. You see that suddenly. You begin to fear for him.
You'd never know there was a war on, would you?
Is that what you think, Andre?
Well, yes. Look at us. Tucking into one of Mrs. Verdurin's lunches as though nothing had changed.
Everything had changed.
How are you, Marcel?
I'm very well. Once, she and Albertine were friends and used to visit Bushy Mount Park. And once you and she used to have semi-carnal relations on the divan in your room. And afterwards, you only ever wanted to talk about Albertine, who was dead. Everything had changed.
You look pale.
How's marriage suiting you?
It's great fun. No, really, it is. Though Octave's work, that is something that's been affected by the war.
He's a stage designer, isn't he?
You know he is. Though it's all patriotic shows nowadays. He paints backdrops of the Picardy countryside, so the chorus, who are dressed as, I don't know, milkmaids or something, can march up and down in front of it singing songs about the glory of France. Really boring.
Yes, on my way over here I saw what looked like a cloud of midges in the sky. They were aeroplanes, keeping guard over Paris.
Yes.
I found it moving.
Why?
I don't know. Because it brought back memories of Albertine. That last drive with her, when you saw smoke trails high up, and turned to her and pointed and said, "Look." No, it couldn't be that. The memory means nothing to you. though now and again you still see her in her grey dress, smiling.
And something else that's changed. We're all wearing very severe clothes nowadays. Ghastly tunics, very war, you know? Or even, and this is true, you're sitting next to someone at lunch who's got a piece of 75mm ammunition hanging from her neck.
So the ladies are doing their bit.
That's right. Do you ever think of Albertine nowadays?
No.
Never.
Never.
We didn't part on very good terms, did we?
You mean...
You and me. You wouldn't like another crack at it? Dinner?
I don't go to restaurants, actually. Can't bear the soldiers looking through the windows at me.
Well, I could come to you then. And we could close the curtains. Wouldn't that be a pleasant afternoon?
No, I don't think so.
What were you doing there? You were at that point where society, the lunches, the private concerts and the salons that you'd once been fascinated by were now empty to you. And yet, what else was there? So you continue to open the invitations that are waiting for you when you come in. Amongst them, this evening, a letter from Gilberte.
Though German soldiers now occupy Tansonville, they're treating it very well. Cambrai has become a battleground. The Germans lost 600,000 men here. They destroyed the village, but didn't capture it. I keep thinking of our walks around here through all this now ravaged countryside. The hill where you used to go as a child, and where you claim you fell in love with me, has become of enormous strategic importance. Yesterday the French blew up the little bridge over the Vivonne. Tell me if you hear from Robert. All my love, Gilberte.
So, nothing remains. Apocalypse. Which something in me welcomes.
The next day, Robert comes unannounced on leave. You remember, he never told his mother what he was doing either.
Marcel, if you could see everybody there, ordinary men running under fire, it would lift your heart. Working men, small shopkeepers, showing such steel. And who would have suspected what heroism they held within them, helping a comrade, carrying a wounded officer, or even hit themselves, smiling a few moments before they die because the medical officer has told them the trench has been recovered from the Germans. It's true, sublime. I feel for the first time in my life I'm in the company of men.
I don't know what to say to you, Robert.
Why?
I feel so far away from it. What can you say to me except you can't possibly imagine what it's like?
It's all right.
In Paris, you'd hardly believe there's a war on.
No, I don't agree. It can be pretty extraordinary even here. Did you see that Zeppelin raid yesterday?
Yes.
Wasn't it beautiful? Wonderful pings, extraordinary greens. Didn't you think so?
It's the airplanes I love.
Yes, yes, magnificent. And what about the sirens? Aren't they pure Wagner? What better way could there be of announcing the Germans are coming? They are the Valkyries. You look
well, Robert.
You haven't seen Morel, have you?
No.
Playing the violin at Mrs. Verdurin's, having deserted his regiment.
I know you know about him. What's the point in lying to you? You know something? He's behaved just as badly to me as he did to my uncle. Yet I still want to see him. I can't understand it. It's a sort of craving. Don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's madness, isn't it? Not to move away from something that hurts you, not to move out of range of enemy fire. I don't understand myself, that's the truth of it.
I've had a letter from Gilberte.
Do you remember when we were young at Balbec?
Of course I do.
Hell, we didn't know anything, did we? And then at Doncières, when you came to see me and pretended it was me you were interested in, whereas in fact it was my Aunt Oriane. You hoped I'd get you an invitation to her salon.
You knew?
I knew, yes.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robert.
Something you learn in the trenches. Hardly anything we say means anything at all. To me, they were good days.
They were.
I've got to go now.
Robert.
I'll see you soon.
Paris, in the blackout. You find yourself in small streets, the sky like a vast sea, turquoise, over the towers of the Trocadero. The earth turns pile over pile, and people too, turning their own revolutions, their own futile wars. Time brings all this. Countries stained with blood. You cross the bridge at Invalides, lost, utterly.
Baron?
An old man making his way along the pavement.
Sir?
Old mentor. He looks half blind.
It is the Baron de Charlus, isn't it? It's Marcel.
Yes. Good.
How are you?
How am I? Did you read this?
Sir?
This article? Read the heading.
This?
The Misfortunes of a Dowager. I think that means me. Written by Morel. Yes, Morel. Now a journalist of sorts. A protege of Her Highness Verdurin. This betrayal. I can't bear it.
I'd heard, I must say, I had heard. Sir, don't upset yourself.
Don't. No, you're right. Oh, dry your eyes.
These are awful times.
You think so? No. Here, vandalism, the papers cry. Vandalism. And what? Because the Boche have destroyed many valuable statues. Statues? What about the destruction of so many young men? Isn't that vandalism? You've been down to Cambrai lately.
Cambrai?
The church there has been destroyed by the French. Why? Because the Germans used it as an observation post. My family's chapel was there in our tomb.
The church is a symbol only. Would it be right to sacrifice a reality for a symbol?
No, you're right. The Cathedral of Reims is less important to us than the dear lives of our infantrymen. But then that's what's so depressing about this war. We could make peace now. Every morning the papers say the die is cast, but the truth is each morning we declare war afresh. And the men who wish to continue it are as guilty as the men who began it. It's more guilty. The latter didn't see it in all its horrors. We have no such excuse. We've seen.
Sir!
Now wait.
Sir!
And afterwards, what condition will our soldiers be in? The ones who survive? Won't they be broken? Or mad? Can't go on.
Sir, sit down, sir.
I've heard Morel would like to make it up with me. But he only has to make the first move. You see him. Tell him that.
Baron, there's a raid starting. We should take cover.
Watch the people run into their cellars like the inhabitants of Pompeii, aren't they?
Shall I take your arm?
And tomorrow, I fully expect us to suffer the same fate as the cities of Vesuvius. And no doubt some future historian will find inscribed on a cellar wall in Paris the same words found in Pompeii, Sodom and Gomorrah.
Baron, let me take you.
No, I'm going. I have an appointment.
Perhaps he's right. People are called underground, and in the darkness are disinhibited. Caresses go unrejected if unwanted. Hands and lips and bodies go into action at once, while outside the bombs imitate a Vesuvius erupting. Down here, scenes from paintings in a Pompeian brothel are enacted. Secret rites celebrated in the shadow of a catacomb. Perhaps it will all be destroyed then, buried under peaceful ash. Need to get home, but you're not ready. Need to rest and drink. Where? Only one hotel sign is lit. But who's that coming out?
Robert? Robert, is that you?
Perhaps he didn't hear you.
I'm not going to get killed, though, am I?
What, you're going to turn your back?
No.
Well then, when you're under fire, that's when you find out.
What?
2 soldiers to one side. Customers, are they? Or staff?
It's when you find out. People say, I want to take a pot shot at the Boche. Yeah? Well, That same man might blub when the balloon goes up.
I'll be all right.
You don't know what I'm saying, do you?
If staff, they have a laconic attitude all their own.
You on tonight?
Yeah? Where's the boss?
He's gone out. For chains. Don't know where he's going to find them, though, this time of night.
What kind of hotel is this?
Fella's already tied up.
Tie me up like that, I'll be out in 1 minute. Yeah?
Excuse me.
Yes, Governor?
Could you tell me who's in charge, please?
Boss is out.
Do you think there's a room? I thought this was a hotel.
Depends what you're after.
A sit-down and a drink.
Room 14's free.
Thank you.
Bye, Jack John.
Thank you.
So, what was it you was looking for?
I told you, a drink, a rest.
Oh, he's the boss. He'll see to you.
Jupien?
Was it the tailor from my parents' apartments?
Hello.
This is your hotel?
My hotel? Yes.
How are you?
Charlot's sometime friend, Jupien.
Oh, I can't complain. What's the point? And you, sir?
Oh, I'm all right.
You sure?
Yes, I was walking around. Got very tired.
You look exhausted.
I saw your light.
Like a beacon, aren't we?
I'd like a room.
Would you?
If you got one.
He's tired, he wants a drink.
That's all right.
14's free.
Well, there you are, then. What would you like?
Fruit juice.
Anything else?
No.
See to it.
Right.
You.
Yeah.
Take these up.
And, will I...
Yes. I'll pop in. So, sir, there's, nothing else we can help you with?
No, I'll just sit down and...
Because some men find it hard to say, well, what it is they really want.
Room 14.
On the first floor.
Stifling in the room. Can't breathe. Out. That's when you hear. Why do you think you have to find out what it is? It's nothing to do with you. Drawing close. A small, oblong window with the side of a closed door. The curtain not quite pulled. Ah.
You like that, do you?
There. On the bed. Chained like Prometheus.
Another one!
Oh, have pity on me. Not so hard, I'm begging you.
You still talking to me?
Charlot.
I kiss your feet.
Oh, who wants that?
I promise not to offend you again. Oh, I beg you.
Scum! Scum!
All right, that'll do.
Was that what you wanted, sir?
It's very good. Yeah, thank you.
Off you go.
You move out of sight and back at your window.
How was that?
You tell everyone I'm here.
No.
They all know, with your nicknames and your ridiculous innuendos.
How'd you find the boy?
Yeah, a beginner. His heart wasn't in it.
I got someone for you. A right bastard.
I've heard this before, Jupien.
This one? No, not this one. He murdered a concierge last year up in Belleville.
Really?
Took an axe to her. You interested?
Can you get him?
I said so.
Oh, well, that is interesting, then.
Right.
Now, take these handcuffs off.
What was Charlot doing, allowing himself to be beaten on that iron bed? You noticed that the young soldiers all had the same look as his old lover, Morel. Was that it? No. There was something more. Charlot? Something else being kept under lock and key. Something punished. What? And what have I done? No! You stagger home. Questions fill the air like zeppelins. A telegram from Gilbert.
My dear friend, Robert has been killed in action. Apparently he was covering the retreat of his men. I know you will grieve as I will. I don't think he ever hated anybody. And now we have to live without him.
The several days you stay in your room, unable to move, recalling the early days, the days of Balbec and Robert.
I never knew my father.
Consider yourself lucky.
Shot.
What did we mean to each other, Robert?
Really? Do you want to
You
serve?
and I.
Am I boring you?
No.
Am I?
No, Robert.
You were a Gaumont at a time when my infatuation with your aunt, with your whole family, was at its height. You were a hero to me, perhaps, at a time when I needed to believe in heroes.
Give us some more champagne, will you, Paul? Sir.
Tall, slim, noble Robert.
You like champagne?
Yes. Well, I mean, I've never had it.
But what were you, Robert, but a collection of images I'd invented? What else explains the shock when Jupien told me you liked men? Why did I weep? Or did I know it already, but didn't want to know it? And Robert, is that what you wanted to tell me when you telephoned me in Venice?
Hello?
Marcel?
Robert?
I had trouble finding you.
Well,
I'm sorry,
What's the matter? Robert?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Robert? What is it?
You're my friend, aren't you, Marcel?
Yes.
You are. You are.
Robert? What's the matter?
I've got to go.
Wait.
Shouldn't I? I shouldn't have...
Wait.
Think of me, will you?
Think of me? Think of me? Think well of you, Robert? Is that what you meant? Did you think I judged you? I did, of course I did. Robert, forgive me. In time, everything is revealed, and dragged, screaming into the light, and is forgotten. Were you magnificent in those last hours? Yes, you were. Throughout your life, even when sitting down, even when walking across a drawing room, you always seemed to be restraining an impulse to charge.
Charge! Charge!
Robert. The war is over now. The dead have been counted. The winners have exacted their punishment, and the losers are planning their revenge. The usual. And afterwards, why did I return to the sanatorium? Not in hope of a cure. I knew there was none. It was somewhere to go, perhaps, where time could pass quietly. And after how long? Several years? It must have become apparent that this couldn't go on any longer. And on the train, I see the extent of my failure. I will never write. I know I will never sing the praises of the trees I see outside the window. My life is worthless, as empty as the lives of so many others. My heart is cold, and my memory is dead. This is what time delivers. So I accept the invitations that are waiting for me. The dinners, the parties, the musical afternoons. The streets are sad and sweet. They're the streets of my past. That's the house where Albertine met with André. And there, the park I played in with Gilberte.
Stop here.
On my way to a concert given by the Duchess of Gaumont, but don't want to hear all of it. So I get off early, in the Champs-Élysées.
Baron? Sir? It is the Baron Chalou.
Is it? In a wheelchair?
Well, now, it's all right. I don't know. I'm not... The doctors, you see, they're...
It's Marcel. Sir?
Hmm? Well...
It's Marcel. Your friend, Marcel.
Yes, I know who it is. We met... Well, it was a long time ago, wasn't it?
During the war.
Oh, why is everybody referring to that? That's behind us.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where are we going?
Just down the road.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
You want to get out?
I believe so.
Stretch your legs.
Get me out, Jupien. Spare me the nursemaid small talk. I'll just,
Yes, you go over there. Enjoy the nice grass.
Right.
I still have to keep an eye on him. Still tries to pick people up as if he was a young man. How is he?
He gets depressed. He's had a stroke. It can be low. Yesterday he's talking about the war after all these years. Well, it's fresh in his mind. And yourself, Marcel? I don't know.
Oh, come on, don't be a silly boy. I was only just wanting... Get out!
There we go.
Simple words, all I wanted. Nancy.
I've got to go. It's all right, young man. He's old. He's made a mistake.
Yeah? I was...
He wants to watch himself. Well, you've had a bit of excitement, haven't you, then? Or do you want to make something of it? Oh, come on, you old reprobate. Back in your chariot.
Give the boy money.
That won't be necessary.
He might tell on me.
No. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Take care.
And this, too, is what time brings. You think you're going somewhere. A return to infancy is where you're going. Snatching at food, slobbering, and death. Come to the party, old friends say. Where have you been? You have no right to refuse them. Your life is as empty as theirs. Your so-called intelligence has been for nothing. You enter the courtyard of the new Guermantes mansion. And then it happens. Just at the moment we think everything is lost, your foot catches on an uneven cobblestone. Like those trees at Martinville, like the steeples near Baalbec, or the madeleine dipped in tea and the music of Vinteuil. It's happening to you again. All fears lifted, all burdens laid down, all doubts disappear, and bliss. Bliss pours in like an ocean. Weightless and free, you float. Only a voice. Seize me as I pass if you can. What is it? What? Venice Street. You were alone. Horribly alone. The city a marble ruin. You stood up to return to Mamma.
Hey, sta bene, signor.
Thank you. Thank you.
But why did this connection between stumbling on a Venice pavement and the same stumble here in Paris, why did it cause such bliss? And into the lit room, into the Guermantes mansion where people have gathered. The doors are shut, the music has begun. This is the world outside. Why does it always take precedence over the world within?
Would you wait in the library, sir, until the first piece of music is finished?
Oh, yes.
Do you take sugar with your tea, sir?
Ah. Again? You can smell wood smoke. A forest. Where are you? A train. Waiting. From the windows, 3 trees whose mystery spoke to you. A workman outside striking the wheel. A spoon on a saucer speaks.
It's the connection.
Help yourself from the buffet, sir. I'll call you when the first section of music ends.
Thank you. A napkin on the side. You wipe your mouth. This time you see the connection immediately. The napkin you have just used has the same stiffness, the same starched qualities the napkin you first used when you visited the coast at Baalbec. Inside it, a green and blue ocean, a sea of peacock feathers, and you're happy. Not then. Then you were lonely. You were, but now, in the moment of reliving it.
How different this way of experiencing the past. Direct, yes. You try to remember the past yourself. You try to force a memory. Your life, your Baalbec, Venice, Combray. You make yourself remember, and it's nothing. Just a review of ideas you've had 1,000 times, which we call memory. It's dead. Nothing is relived. But I'm talking about something very different. It renews us, because we've been there before, and the only true paradises are the paradises we've lost. This is The essence of things, when the past and the present are brought together in an instant, by an association of smell or sound, or... Now we're living in the present and the past. Now! The same moment, at the same moment. And in this moment, all time is defeated, and we are freed. And bliss pours in. And without time, death holds no fear for us. Another wave. The water pipe breaks open the whistle of the steamer at Baalbek. The tables are being laid in the hotel restaurant. I can join Albertine if I want. No sadness in this. The dead decompose quickly. Around their tombs, nature, silent and pure, is restored. The present fights back, asserts itself. Yet these sensations are fleeting. How to keep them, to immobilize them? How?
Would you like to join the others now, sir?
Hmm?
The music's finished, sir. There is an interlude.
Yeah, I'm coming. Thank you.
As a small boy, I used to interrogate a leaf, a cloud, a raindrop, as though all nature was my hieroglyph. What was beneath these signs? Church steeples, a line of trees, a taste of a madeleine dipped in tea, uneven stones, a hammer on a metal wheel. What? Material not chosen by me, but given to me. Unknown symbols on the pages of an inner book that each individual must decipher. Instinct is our only guide. To find this work of art that pre-exists us, to drag it out into the open from the obscurity that is inside us. How? How? You prepare to leave the room, to join the others. Something still not decided. Your fingers brush along the library shelves. And there it is. Simple as daylight. Your room at Combray. The night Mamma stayed with you.
You can't sleep. I can't sleep. Come on. We'll look at one of your books. Now. Francois the Champion.
Francois the Champion.
I'll start, shall I?
Yes.
Once upon a time.
This childhood book suddenly seems to me the essence of all books. How is that? The charm of the night.
Mama.
The sweetest, saddest night of my life. The pleasure of being with Mamma, yet the pain of knowing I'd done wrong. I should never have asked her to stay with me. I should have been punished. But instead she gave in to me, and from that night I could only ever be a disappointment to her. And I have never recovered. My health, my weakness of will have followed from that night. And yes, my inability to write as well, all from that one night. And now, rediscovering the purpose of my life again, in happiness. Francois the Champion. Alone with this book in the garden at Combray. And with the book returns the child. What the weather was like in the garden as you read the book to yourself. The dreams that were forming in your mind. The fears about the night to come. The child, his self, his world. In one book. What a prospect. To recreate your own true life. To come to the depths that lie inside you. To write a book.
Sir?
Yes, I'm coming.
Where are you? You recognize no one. Who are these old people?
There you are, Marcel. My oldest friend.
Who's this?
Aren't you even going to kiss me?
My God, it's the Duchess of Kilmartin. And I'm her oldest friend?
You've been hiding. Where have you been?
Actually, I've
I've been ill.
I know that. And are you better?
No.
How boring. You look quite well. Allowing for the toll the years take on us all. I'm the first to admit it. I'm no spring chicken.
She shouldn't say that. That's what an old woman says.
You look, well?
Not true. She looks old. A salmon-pink body concealed in fins of black lace and throttled by jewels. She's an old woman.
Well, there's nothing to be done with time, except spend some in front of a mirror trying to defeat it. You've become a recluse. Why? You used to come to my salon, X-ray us with your large, dark eyes, but now...
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What?
I'm going to get some lemonade.
Good.
Dry.
Well, we all are, as dust.
Would you excuse me?
I've always regretted you never married.
Pardon?
But then you would have been old enough to have had sons in the war, and if they'd been killed, how would you have survived it, being so sensitive? I often think of poor Robert, you know.
Excuse me.
So this is the final effect of time. I've got to sit down.
Where are you running off to?
I'm sorry.
Gilberte, with cushions attached to her hips, and something in her cheeks to make them puffed and red.
You mistook me for my mother. Admit it.
No.
You're a liar. Nah, I forgive you.
I knew it was you.
Well, that's worse in a way.
Please. How are you?
Very well.
I mean...
You mean widowhood? Robert was a wonderful man and a generous husband, and sometimes I can't even remember what he looked like.
And a daughter?
A young woman now.
Of course.
People say she looks like him, but I don't see it. What are you doing here?
Well, I was invited.
Oh, does that explain it?
What do you mean?
You've been invited to lots of things and you didn't come to them. I was looking out for you, I know.
I haven't got an explanation.
I wasn't expecting you today. This is a reunion.
Yes.
You haven't changed.
A melancholy lie. And yet you don't believe you've aged. Aging is something that happens to other people.
You haven't got a single grey hair.
Well, you never believe it's happening to you. You see that young man? He's the grandson of a woman I used to know, the grandson. And I would like to treat him as a contemporary, but how would he like that? He'd think I was making fun of him because he can see I'm as old as his grandfather.
Where's all this getting us?
Yes, I forgot. You like things to get to places. I'm going to write a book. I once told Robert that. We were in a restaurant. I was drunk. This time is different.
You're sober now?
Yes.
All right. What's it going to be about?
Time.
I was hoping you might, if you could, visit me at Tansonville.
Well, well, well.
Ah,
He doesn't know who I am.
I'm sorry.
I told you he wouldn't, Gilberte.
My mother, Marcel.
Mrs. Swan. Of course.
Forcheville. Twice widowed.
Of course.
You keep saying, of course.
Her appearance seems in defiance of the laws of chronology. She looks as though she's been injected with some liquid, some sort of paraffin with the property of inflating the skin but protecting it from change. She looks as though she'd been stuffed for posterity.
You haven't changed at all.
Oh, isn't he sweet, Gilberte?
Oh, yes.
Rouge and dye, yes. But that wasn't all. It was more as though with all her carmines and russets, she'd bloomed for a second time.
Thank you. So much.
Well, I'll be back in a minute.
Well, you remember those lovely walks we used to take in the wood? Of course. Is that what you're going to say?
I do remember them, under your parasol.
Yes. When Gilberte was breaking your heart.
That's a long time ago. It doesn't hurt any longer.
If I'd known in the old days that you were to become a famous author...
I'm not.
What? You have articles printed in the newspapers. I've read them.
3.
Well, are you gathering literary material right now?
No.
I bet you are. You writers you treat the hearts of women as no more than reference books.
I can assure you...
And in me, your writer's instinct has led you to someone more than willing to be indiscreet.
My first lover was a mustachioed young man. Yes.
I haven't got my notebook. Because this sounds like...
Good stuff.
Very good. I'll just...
I've got so many stories.
I'll be right back.
Yet what is my content going to be? I want to write about freedom from time, but also to give details of life inside that fluid. Time. It's the changes that people undergo. Yes. Example, the Duke of Gamont, once a handsome womanizer, now shaking as he tries to hold a glass. He has the sealed eyelids of someone about to die. His lips shake in an incessant tremor as though muttering a last prayer. Write that down.
What have you got to say to me, Marcel?
Hello, Morel.
Yes, okay. Now what?
I don't understand.
Haven't seen you for years. Oh, did you have a good war?
I don't know what that means.
All right, then. You're one of the few people here who knows I was kept by both Robert Saint-Loup and the Baron Charlot.
I'm not going to tell anybody.
Oh, I don't care. I've got nothing to lose.
Why did you go see him?
Charlot?
He's had a heart attack.
Yes, I know.
I just thought I'd suggest it.
Yes, well, you've suggested it. Well done.
You're not tempted? You're not interested in reconciliation?
You don't know, Marcel. You never did. He once planned to kill me. Oh, yes.
How do you know that?
I saw a letter he wrote. He was going to shoot me, get me round there, and... Inside Charlot, there's a madman. I'd be dead. I'd be dead. Reconciliation. It's a pretty word.
Yes.
Oh, Marcel, you look disappointed.
Do I?
What do you know about Charlot or Saint-Loup?
I'd rather you didn't talk about them.
Why?
Don't you ever speak to me about these men again. Do you hear? They were friends of mine.
You knew nothing about them?
What did you know? Their fears, their desire? Well, I knew other things.
Marcel, what's the matter?
I'm leaving.
Are you all right?
It's hot, I can't breathe.
Well, come and sit
No,
down.
I've really got to leave.
You've had enough.
Joubert, I'm finished with all this, these events, the notion of hearing other people's nonsense and then hearing my own in reply. It's pointless.
That's a pity.
Why? And besides, there's something I want to do. I must start work.
Your book.
Yes.
You're withdrawing, you're going away.
Yes.
Like a monk.
If you like.
It's a waste.
Of what?
Of your sweetness. Of your friendship. For what? For a book?
This book was what I was meant to do.
You're wrong. Come to Tansonville. You'd be away from society, but we'd be together. Isn't that what you want? Peace. We could walk, we could take those walks we used to, do you remember? In the evening, we could share our lives. What's wrong with that?
I'm sorry.
Isn't there anything I can give you?
Find me a young girl.
You mean the mistress?
No. I mean a young girl, chaste, fresh, in whose company I could renew the dreams and sadness of my youth. Someone I could buy presents for, and once in a while plant a chaste kiss on her cheek. That's all.
And if I can find someone?
I'll come and write my book at Tansonville.
The moments before you begin work are both endless and brief. To begin to respond to the lightning flashes you've experienced in your life, to those moments of perception which make us see that after all life is worth living, that's all you have to do. For the life we live in semi-darkness can be illuminated, and the life we distort can be restored. My task? To write a book which will inspire people. I don't want to call them my readers, but readers of their own selves. My book will be a sort of magnifying glass. It will offer them a means of seeing what's inside them, so that at the end of it, they won't say this is a good book or a bad one, but rather they'll say, yes, this is how it is. This is what it's like. Where to begin? I know. I know. I can hear the little bell on the garden gate at Combray. It was a sign to me that Mr. Swan has left, and that soon my mother will come upstairs to give me the kiss I've been waiting for. Between that bell and this party, My whole life is suspended.
Mama.
And this bell has always been inside me. That's where my book begins. And then you see her. Gilberte, crossing the room towards you with a tall, slim girl by her side. About 16 years old. It must be her daughter. And it seems to me that in some way time has been made visible in this child. Her eyes, deep-set and piercing, remind me of her father. The soul of Robert may have fluttered away, but his charming head, like a bird in flight, has settled on the shoulders of his daughter. She's beautiful, still rich in hopes and full of laughter. She is formed from those years which I myself have lost. She is like my own youth. In a moment, she'll be here, and she'll stand in front of me, and she'll speak.